Welcome to debate night. It's on debate night. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. Love me a good debate. Your intrepid host, robnoerr. Happy to be here with you. I think I got all my documents signed for my wife's car. So, sorry that I impromptu was unable to do a lengthy stream this morning. I do apologize for that. I try to take it very seriously, meeting my streaming commitment. So I do apologize, and I hope you'll forgive me. But all of that's behind us now. We're all friends again. Hey! Now, I think I'm going to put on a stellar performance tonight. That's what I think. I think it's going to be good. So what I'm going to need from you all is some super chat donations. Yes, that's right. We have to achieve our goal. We have to. Why? Well, I don't know. Just something to do. I don't know. A nice little benchmark. I was checking the ranking boards for the week. I think it was for the week for super chats. And I placed one position ahead in the country from someone named the Gay Dating Coach. That's right. I've beaten the Gay Dating Coach. Let's keep that momentum rolling. Prompt is, do SNAP benefits need significant reform? I say yes, I'll be arguing in three ways. One, I will be arguing that it needs reform and who is eligible. Second, in how to maintain that eligibility and how they get the monies. And third, in what the benefits can purchase. Now, fortunately for me, any one of these three arguments, if I win, would constitute a significant reform. Forgot one thing. So it'll put my opponent to win the actual definition of the prompt, or the actual prompt. Let's see. In a difficult position, which is exactly the position that I would like it to be for him. It's fine for me. But hey, I didn't come up with the prompt. Not my fault they're giving me easy wins. I am so confident tonight in this prompt that I believe that I could get my opponent to concede within the first 5 minutes. How about that? Maybe in his opening statement. Remember, the prompt is, do SNAP benefits need significant reform? I am the affirmative. He will be the negative. And I am predicting that I will be able to get him to concede within 5 minutes. How about that? What do you think of that? That's a bold fucking prediction. Maybe not, but that's my personal goal. I'll have to set a timer. Nonetheless, I think we'll have things to argue about, so it should be fun. Yeah, I did tell my wife that I considered standing up and being like, all right, for my opening statement, does SNAP benefits need significant reform? Yes, absolutely. I've been purchasing tickets to SNAP concerts for at least 20 years, and the benefits of being a member of their fan club are waning. It used to be that we would get all kinds of swag for being fans of SNAP. We used to call ourselves the Snappers, jamming around with our boom boxes, listening to I Got the Power, and their benefits significantly waning. So I'm proposing some significant reforms to SNAP benefits. One, backstage passes, I think, if you've shown that you're a regular eligible member of their fan base. Of course, right. The unfortunate part is no one knows the band SNAP. So my wife would have thought it was funny, and everyone else in the world would say, what the hell is this guy talking about? It'd been funny to me. So, debate's supposed to start in 15 minutes here. Hey, man, I had potato soup for dinner. Kiss my ass. Super chats real quick. Ron Clay, $5 says, let's go. I'm ready for some slam poetry tonight. McLovin isn't equipped to debate Rob. He's already been smacked around before. Never, though. Never take my opponents lightly. Always try. I'm hoping it's a fun debate. I hope he fucking surprises me and crushes a lot of my arguments. I still think I'll get him to concede within 5 minutes for the prompt, though. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you, as always, my friend. And our good friend, How Long Nate, $5 says, mods, put chat in slow mode if the viewers don't keep up the likes. Rob deserves it. Look at that. Nate's crushing it. And Tacit Tempo, $2 says, if it weren't First Amendment, I would bet on it. Yeah, it should be fun, though. He better not show up late. My time is precious. Do SNAP benefits make you gay? I assume there's happiness with receiving your benefits. Now, some pitfalls that I could fall in here this evening. I have so much to say that I could spread myself thin. I want to hyper focus. If I had to pick between the 3 areas of reform that I want to see, which is who is eligible for SNAP, changing the eligibility, how they get access and maintain benefits, so like work requirements, things of that nature, and what the benefits could buy. I think by far the most significant of those that I want to focus on is number 3. I think the easiest reform for SNAP is to ensure that it can only purchase healthy staples, produce, proteins, meats, things of that nature. So that is going to be my hyper focus. If I win that easily enough, or if there's time and we reach a conclusion that neither of us have anything more to say on it, more than happy to move to the other 2 areas. And I certainly will address the other 2 areas in my opening statements. That's I want to make sure I don't lose sight of that. I would consider this a failure if I end up talking about a bunch of things before I'm really able to hammer home the point of there needs to be significant reform in what can be purchased with SNAP benefits. So, DD says body fat requirements for SNAP. Thank you for the $2. Appreciate it. There are additional reforms that I'm not going to be talking about. I'm going to focus it to what I think are the most important reforms in these categories. For example, I will be focused on able-bodied adults without children when it comes to eligibility for SNAP requirements and why we should focus on limiting them and focus on how they receive benefits, work requirements, things of that nature. I think there are also reforms we could make to, in general, people that do have families, people that are younger, etc. But for the purposes of this debate and the limited amount of time that we have, I think it's sufficient to say that there are absolutely reforms that could be made at the easiest level. And one thing I like to do in a debate is win the argument through the path of least resistance. So if there's 23 good arguments on something, hyper-focus in 2 or 3 that are the best arguments, that are the ones that the most amount of people would be able to agree on. So that's sort of where my focus is going to be tonight. So there's going to be a lot of people that are like, why don't you go further? Why don't you slash the total amount of benefits for each family in half? Why don't you completely eliminate it in this area, that area? I'm not saying that those aren't on the table of suggestions that I may consider, but for the purposes of this debate, I think to win that there needs to be significant reform, I'll be able to focus on more of the low-hanging fruit. That's the plan. Now, I have sources, I have data. Here's the problem. A lot of the data doesn't paint a full picture. For example, when you're looking at fraud or abuse or mispayments under SNAP, obviously the data you're getting is just what they have caught. Now, I anecdotally know a lot of people that receive food stamps and are fraudulent with it. And none of them have ever been caught. None. For example, they will go and purchase groceries for someone else, $100 worth of groceries, give those groceries to the other person who then pays them $50 cash so they could go buy their booze, cigarettes, and marijuana. But that's not going to show up the majority of time that happens. That's hard to catch. There's not a lot of reporting that's being done on that. And I know that my opponent's going to be like, bullshit, your anecdotal story doesn't matter. I'm here to tell you that's the truth. And there needs to be better ways that people receive their benefits to limit these sorts of things from occurring. I think that for the purposes of this debate again, if you're limiting it to healthy foods such as perishable goods, such as produce, meat, makes those sort of things more difficult to do. It's easy to buy $100 worth of soda and then pawn it off because the soda doesn't really go bad. So I'm going to recommend massively increasing investigations into food stamp abuse and increasing the penalties. Once people start to serve significant jail time for these sorts of behaviors, I would anticipate that all of a sudden you would see the amount of that sort of fraud lower significantly. So again, my strategy is to hyper-focus 3 specific areas: reforms on who's eligible to receive SNAP, reforms on how they get access and maintain their benefits, and reforms on what those benefits could buy, with the hyper-focus on the 3rd section, what the benefits could buy. I promise to read all Super Chats by the end of the debate. For now, I am going to try to hop on. So it's going to be a modern day debate. I don't know what to expect from First Amender. It's been a long time since I debated him. I don't remember. I'm going to be optimistic and hope that it's a solid debate. One thing that sucks is this is through Zoom. Every single time I go through Zoom, I have problems. But we're gonna do our best, which is all we could do, really, right? Microphone. Yeah, that's good. Check, check, check. All right. Don't need that. Remember, send in your super chats. Promise I'll get to them by the end. I don't really read the chat while I'm debating, so apologies for that. Says that host is joined. They're letting me know that I'm here. How do I want to do this? I think I want to put the Zoom window over here. Is that how I want to do it? Yeah, that's probably right. I am about to debate. Yes, it's true. Hey, Chris Lestrange, thanks so much for the raid, my friend. I will be debating on modern day debate here. Give me a second. Hey, guys. We're talking, James. I don't know if we can't hear you, though. You hear me, right, First Amender?
I can hear you,
okay.
Yes.
I am streaming, just so you guys know. So,
yes, I am as well.
I just didn't want anyone to say anything like, hey, remember how we're all working for the government and getting paid to have these positions, and these rubes think we're not, nothing like that. Keep that all in them.
Wow. No problem. But yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here. This is fun for me. This makes my life This is the it's pretty boring besides this. It's just emails all day. So thank you guys for being here.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me. Thanks for being here, First Amender. Should be fun.
Yeah, appreciate it.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to just really quick double check the sound. Can you do a quick 1, 2, 3 for me, First Amender?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Cool. And then Rob, please.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Based. That's good. And then let me just see that it's good on this side. Based. What we'll do is during the open dialogue, if there's too much interrupting, I think we're going to, modern day debate is more commonly going to jump into the old 90-second response thing. So that way I just don't have I don't have the energy in me for a bloodbath tonight. I just want
Me
to
neither.
reasonably
How long is
debate.
the intro again, just to be clear?
I mean, like if 5 to 10, but if you really need 12, Rob,
I should be
might
good.
let it
I should be
slide.
good then.
Okay. And yes, it's going to be a big, beautiful time. I'm a little bit, I got to be honest, we're trying to think of backup plans, which Rob, it might be you. Andrew had already said, you're a backup guy we could consider is in case flights get canceled. I just don't know how can we predict anything like this? So
For
it's
the
just something
actual debate con?
yeah.
Yeah, if you need... Now, listen, the only thing is, I could do any topic, and I could be devil's advocate even if I need to. I just need to make it clear. If I get into a religious debate, I am honestly not trying to blaspheme. I would just be doing it for the sake of... for the debate, but I'm not trying to insult anyone's religion or something like that. That's normally not a topic that I go into too much, but to fill in, I would do that as long as the audience was aware that I was a fill-in, and it's not like I'm coming in there arguing Islam or something as someone who's professing to be a Muslim. You know what I mean?
Right. I appreciate you being willing because, yeah, I mean, it's possible. It might be one of those topics. And I know that, yeah, you're new to it. So people would give you grace. And we'll see. I mean, like, it might not even be needed. Though, for the record, I mean, I'd be fully confident in you. Like, I'd be happy to have you. You guys are both guys that I actually think could handle like an in-person debate where it's like worth, like, it'd be great.
First Amender,
And-
are you going to DebateCon, man?
This is not my main job. My job is, I'm a systems administrator. I don't make any money on this. I have less than 1,000 subs. So no, unfortunately not.
2 seconds. We'll be right back.
Well, listen, and next year, if it's a bigger event, even if you're not going to make money, I think it'll be sort of like TwitchCon. I think hopefully at some point that's what James is planning. So it might just be something fun, for just different communities of people to just come hang out, even if they're not. I right now don't have a debate scheduled. I'm just kind of going to have fun. So
yeah,
but I get it.
I mean,
when
I'd love to go. It's like, but like, if you
my
had
problem was when I worked full time, not only is the money a problem, but then getting time off work. That's a huge problem. Now that I'm streaming full time, it's a little easier, but I was working like 80, 90 hours a week. And so I could never just justify like, hey, I'm going to take, 3 days off to go to Nashville. But now it's easier for me. So,
yeah. Well, I always think that, maybe one day when, when my channel kicks off, then, it's a whole different story for sure. Like I'd be like, okay, this is my job. And so I would go out of my way to go to things like DebateCon.
Right.
I'm just not there yet.
Yeah.
I need more time.
Well, you could justify it more as like a business thing if it's your
Expense,
job.
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, I haven't even listed it as an LLC yet. There's just not enough money. Not yet anyway.
Well, hey, good luck to you tonight. I think it'll be fun.
I appreciate it.
It sure will. I'm just testing the speed of our Wi-Fi, which it looks like it should be good. It's unusually slow download, but the upload's good, and that's all we need. So,
if the internet craps out on me, I will be right back. I don't know what's been going on here lately. It'll just like 20 seconds go out, and I've had to restart my computer. But I don't anticipate any problems, but I would be right back if it happens. So
that's all right. We've had a million. It's I've been the tech guy at Modern Day Debate, so we've had a billion of those things, like in person and remote. But we're gonna start. Right, good. Looks like connection's consistent, so should be good. Lord willing. And here we go. I'm going to start the stream. They won't see or hear us yet, but this is fun. Thank you guys. And wow. Cool. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say, hey, everybody, today we're debating whether or not SNAP benefits need significant reform, and we're starting right now with, usually we'd have the affirmative go first. Rob, you're cool with going first?
Yep,
Cool.
no problem.
Here we go. Thanks for being here, guys. Here I go. I'm going to do this cold open. So first, this little ad will play. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. This here. 1, 2. Here we go. Amazing. The ad is playing. Amazing. What the? Do you love white people, First Amender?
Yeah.
Good.
Good.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right, here I go. Ready, set. Hey, everybody. Tonight we're debating whether or not SNAP benefits need significant reform, and we are starting right now with Rob's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. Rob, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, James. It's always my pleasure to be here. First Amender, thank you so much for this debate. I think it'll be a good one and a timely one, given what we see with the government shutdown and SNAP benefits shutting down. So to start my opening statement, I think, given the topic has a few words that there could be some controversy over, I'll just get my definitions for these out of the way. Hopefully this doesn't become a semantic issue, but by SNAP benefits, we just mean what's colloquially called food stamp. That's sort of what we're talking about. I don't anticipate any tricks there. I think we both are understanding what we're talking about here. The word significant may cause some sort of umbrage, and significant, I'll just use simply Merriam-Webster's dictionary definition, meaning to have meaning, or to have a likely influence or effect. And so that's how I'll be using the word. Again, I don't anticipate any real controversy there. And then reform, by that we just simply mean changing what we have right now or the policy as it has been. So given that, I'd like to highlight 3 areas of reform that I think will be necessary. Now, given the nature of the debate, I only need to win any one of these, and it would be considered a significant reform. And I want to hyper-focus on the third area the most in this debate, given the time constraints that we have. But I think it's worth mentioning that there are a ton of areas where we could have actual significant reform, and I'll highlight on 3 broad areas and just talk about maybe sort of the lowest hanging fruit that I could see from each of these areas. The first area I would like to highlight on is we could have significant reforms in our SNAP benefits in who is eligible to receive SNAP. Now, right now, we have non-citizens making up 1.7 million people a year. This costs over $5.7 billion a year. And this is non-citizens. This would include not illegals, which if they're able to, through identification, stealing people's identities, etc., obtain these benefits, this number of 1.7 million is not including that. This is including people that are here on green cards that aren't citizen. It's including people that are here on student visas, etc. We have the right in this country to have guests of this country who are a net input into the country and not that are draining our resources. Even if they are receiving a net input into our tax base over what they receive in SNAP benefits, we would want to bring in people that are more ready to work and provide to this country rather than those that require these sorts of benefits. And $5.7 billion a year is nothing to sneeze at, particularly in this world where American citizens in the form of young people, like my opponent here, First Amender, his sort of generation is really struggling. The average age of first-time homebuyers at this point are 40 years old. By the way, not to assume your age, First Amender. You look very good, so I assumed you were young. So given that we have that sort of country where young people are struggling with healthcare needs, with home ownership, and a bunch of other things, even affording the price of groceries, and this is also true of all generations, including older folks like me, we really need to take out these people that are driving up the cost of our groceries by receiving fewer ones that are non-citizen. In addition to that, we should do steps to make sure that all able-bodied adults are being weaned off after an emergency period. 21% of SNAP households in the fiscal year 2023 exclusively had one or the more of non-elderly adults without a disability and without children. These households tended to be single-person households with low monthly income. These people are of working age, they are not disabled, they do not have children, and yet still we see of the people that are obtaining SNAP benefits, a full 21%, nearly 1 in 5, are from this category. I propose that we take even more steps to make sure, even beyond what the big beautiful bill did, which just goes into effect here in November, which obviously because the shutdown hasn't gone into effect, so it would still be a significant reform. But we need to go above and beyond what they recommended to make sure that these able-bodied adults aren't using this as a way of life, but merely as a 1 to 3 month emergency period. 26% of able-bodied adults who get SNAP don't work at all within that same fiscal year. That means if you're an able-bodied adult, 1 out of every 4 that get these SNAP benefits don't work for the entire year within the point where they get that. This is unacceptable. There is no reason that these people can't be doing at least minimum wage jobs that will wean them off these benefits. So I'm proposing that we institute rules that say that they only have 3 months, and then they have to not only fulfill their work requirement rules, but be kicked off of SNAP if they are unable to get on work programs. The next area I'll focus on is significant reforms into how people access these benefits. The first I have no data on, and I'm willing to hear a debate on this, but I propose that possibly we should get away from the card system and go back to the stamp system. This wasn't able to be as freely used and able to be as swiped at as many stores where things could get out of control. And it also did include an area of sort of an understanding that this didn't operate the same as other money, which provided an incentive for people to get off of these benefits. In addition, there needs to be harsher penalties for people that are trafficking in food stamps. There are a lot of ways that there is abuse in this. Nearly 10 to 11% in the most recent fiscal years of the payments that have gone under SNAP have been incorrect or inaccurate payments. That means we're paying 11% of these monies that are not fraudulent, but wrong. In addition to that, we have outright fraud that goes above that, which is another 2%. We need to have harsher penalties for fraud in food stamps. Retail trafficking, which the stores themselves are faking this data so they can enrich themselves off of tax dollar data, indicate an increase in the estimated retail trafficking in recent years. Now, the most recent study I could find of this was from 2011 that estimated approximately $330 million in SNAP benefits, which is around 1% of all those redeemed, were trafficked illegally between the years 2006 and 2018. And that approximately 8.2% of all authorized stores engaged in fraudulent trafficking. Also, there's almost no arrest for these things. The OIG reported the increases in number of convictions in fiscal year 2007 from 2017, 311. Despite the fact that 8% of the thousands of stores traffic in this. This gets beyond the point that individuals themselves are trafficking, and it's hard to find this data because almost no one's ever criminally or financially charged for this. Almost a huge portion of people that are on these sorts of benefits sell these benefits for money for other things. They'll go out and buy groceries for a neighbor or something that will pay them roughly 50% of the value of your money that went to their SNAP benefits so they could do things like gamble, buy video games, buy cigarettes, and buy other illicit materials. The waste is also terrible. The national payment error rate for the fiscal year 2024 is 10.93%. I'm proposing significant reforms in the form of a DOGE-type requirement that would go through this with a fine-tooth comb, and also the creation of a permanent DOGE-type thing specifically for welfare benefits, including SNAP, that would randomly audit individuals and stores that were engaged in using SNAP to be able to check this. These sorts of audits in the past have had a remarkable ability to lower abuse, and I think that that would be something that would be possible here. Also, more stringent work requirements in the past have saved us tremendous amounts of money. We need to increase these work requirements over what the big beautiful bill did, which hasn't gone into effect yet. Started in November 1st, but as you know, we're shut down. In the past, adoption of work requirements followed a reduction of 3% in total SNAP participation, 4.5% in SNAP households, and 3.8% in SNAP benefit dollars, after controlling for the unemployment, poverty, and medical exemptions. Because able-bodied adults without dependents comprise 8 to 9% of all SNAPs, sometimes higher, our findings indicate it would cause more than 1/3 of able-bodied adults would lose their benefits. Expansion of work requirements in the past eliminated 600,000 able-bodied participants to lose SNAP benefits, and if we made those more stringent, saying that we needed to audit this by proving, such as through online programs or digital receipts, that you had to show that you were working or had a serious attempt to get jobs, could estimates show lower this funds by 800,000 people. Real quick. Lastly on this, states enable fraud in work requirements. There's a litany of evidence to suggest this, but individual states help fudge work requirements because if they don't, and they show that there's significant abuse that's occurring within their state, they lose state benefits. And so there's an incentive for many states to retroactively allow people that are faking their work requirements to get away with it. States should be punished rigorously, which would be another reform to these benefits, being punished by having state federal funds that would send to them slashed for these sorts of programs unless they stringently enforce that people are following these work requirements. Lastly, the most significant reform that I could think of is we need to limit what these benefits could buy to only staples such as proteins and produce. About 40 cents of every food purchase dollar was spent on basic items like meats, fruits, vegetables, milk, eggs, and bread. That's great. That's what it should be. However, the next 20 cents was spent on soda, dessert, salty snacks, candy, and sugar. The remaining 40 went to things such as cereals, pre-prepared foods, ice cream type products, rice beans, and other cooking ingredients. Across all households, more money is spent on soft drinks than any other items. In fact, more households on SNAP purchase these sort of sugary and snack benefits than non-SNAP households, which means the average working person is getting less of these sort of snacks than people that are on actual SNAP benefits, proving that they're getting too many benefits and that it's going to non-healthy things. This should not be a way of life. We should not be buying people sugary treats. We should be giving them an emergency way to get through to make ends meet, which means staples. The majority of people who received SNAP benefits in 2022 were covered by Medicaid at 78%, including 18% who were covered by both Medicaid and Medicare. When we look at the data, there are, of these cases, individuals in the highest quintile of sugary beverage intake, which was more than 1 to 2 servings today, had a 26% greater risk of developing type 2 diabetes. In addition, heart disease is through the roof, etc. So not only is our tax dollars going to buy people sugary treats, it's also 78% of those people are on Medicaid that are massively increasing their chance to get heart disease and diabetes, which then our tax dollars, again, has to pay to help take care of them. Not only would it be better for the tax dollars and save billions of dollars to not have to fund these sugary beverages, probably eliminated 30% of the SNAP costs that we have, but it would also mean that the people that are using it as an emergency measure are actually having healthy diets, which would mean they're less likely to get sick, we're less likely to have to pay for them getting sick, and they're more able-bodied to then be able to go out and have better lives and be able to get jobs so that they can contribute to society. Any one of these 3 reforms that I've recommended, and I think I'll focus heavily on the third, would be enough to win this debate. However, what's clear to see is there's a litany of other reforms that could be offered. I don't know what the position would be that the negative could argue today is that this status quo rife with fraud, sugary beverages, people getting sick, and billions of dollars being spent on people that aren't citizens should be continued. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for that opening. Folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral debate platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. If you did not know it, DebateCon 6, Modern Day Debate's own 2-day debate conference is happening in Nashville, Tennessee in just 1 week. It starts on Saturday, November 15th, and then ends on the night of Sunday, November 16th. If you look at the bottom right of your screen, you will see a promo code. This is only good until this Sunday night. So November 9th at 11:59 p.m., it will stop being active. Use this code 25live, as you can see at the bottom right of your screen, to get a whopping 25% off. This is a short-term code, so use it right away. We're expecting seats to sell out, and this code is only available until Sunday night, given we're 1 week away. With that, we're going to kick it over to First Amender. Thanks for being here. The floor is all yours for your opening as well.
Appreciate it, James. Just give me a moment. I have to share my PowerPoint slide.
You got it.
Okay, I just want to be clear that you see that. Do you see that?
It's still loading.
Now I do.
We have it. Let me just fit it. I'm going to squeeze it so it fits the screen, and we're ready for you, First Amender.
Okay, food stamps or SNAP. Does it need significant reform? What SNAP gets right? Well, it is actually one of the most effective anti-poverty and anti-hunger programs in the United States. It lifts millions of people out of poverty every year. Here I have a figure that shows the change of the number of people in poverty after including each element, and this was a 2017. I do also have more modern ones that I can provide as well. SNAP, you can observe, has been shown to have reduced poverty year over year. In this 2017 chart, we can see that SNAP alone has lifted 3.4 million people out of poverty, and 2017 is not alone here. The source is the U.S. Census Bureau Current Population Survey 2018 Annual and Social and Economic Supplement. SNAP has helped lifted more than 2 million people of color out of poverty, whites included. You can see right here the individuals that have been lifted out of poverty in 2023 as a result of SNAP by race and ethnicity. Over 1.1 million whites were positively influenced by this. USDA data shows that a majority of SNAP recipients are in fact American citizens. There have been rumors going around that it is in fact illegals that have access to SNAP benefits. This is not true. The overwhelming amount of people who are receivers of SNAP benefits are US-born citizens, refugees and other non-citizens, and green card status holders, which makes them legal. The source is the US Department of Agriculture, Characteristics of SNAP Households, Fiscal Year of 2023. SNAP makes money. Did you know that? Under the USDA Economic Research Service and the US Department of Agriculture shows that a recent ERS analysis finds that during the slowing economy, $1 billion in new SNAP benefits would lead to an increase of $1.54 billion in gross domestic product, 54% above what is beyond the new benefits. What reform needs to be done? Well, number one, it's kind of working as intended. But could there be improvements? Well, the answer is yes. You could, for example, have the Thrifty Food Plan, a formula that is used to calculate benefits, still underestimating the real cost of food, especially regarding fresh produce, specialty diets, and high-cost cities. There are many studies that show the benefits last only 2 to 3 weeks per month on typical families. That is short, of course, 1 week a month. Potential reform is to adopt a more realistic market basket, such as the low-cost food plan, or adjust benefits geographically. Work requirements are actually outdated. The able-bodied adults without dependents, or ABAWDs, lose benefits after 3 months if they do not prove work hours. But what's the problem with that? Don't we want people to work? Well, yes, but the system actually punishes people who are in, for example, unstable gig jobs. This was created in the 90s on the assumptions that labor markets that actually no longer apply in today's 2025 atmosphere. This also increased food insecurity with no empirical measure that it actually improves employment rates. The potential reform is to basically replace the punitive rules with supportive employment programs, or simplify or abolish the 3-month time limit. There's also a thing called the benefits cliff. The benefits cliff is too sharp. What is the benefits cliff? Well, basically what you have is that you have a SNAP, which uses income thresholds. Even a small amount can raise and push a family just over the limit. It's a problem because families may lose $100 to $300 in benefits instantly, which will be far more than the value of, say, a raise. The reform proposal that I propose would be a smooth phase-out rate so that benefits decline gradually, avoiding sudden loss. Another issue is the disincentive to take more hours. What happens is that extra hours increase income, which creates a loss of benefits. It is a problem because people avoid working more because it makes them net poorer. My reform proposal is to provide gradual step downs that ensure work always increases net income. If on the final issue here, there's a disincentive to take better jobs. What happens is that you move from part-time to full-time can trigger benefit loss before workers are even financially stable enough. This is a problem because it effectively creates a poverty trap. The reform proposal is to implement universal phasing out formulas across the programs, such as SNAP, housing, and Medicaid. The potential right-wing SNAP proposals versus the evidence. The proposed reform is to provide, say, drug testing for SNAP recipients. The rationale is that, well, it prevents fraud and ensures that the benefits go to responsible people. The evidence shows that there is actually a very low rate of positive tests. It's less than 1%, costing states millions with almost no findings. It saves no money and sometimes costs more than what it proposes to find. And it also doesn't reduce fraud. There is state pilot data that shows this. This is Florida, Michigan, Tennessee, GAO report on program integrity. There is also a proposed reform of strict work requirements, which the rationale being that this encourages independence and gets people back to work. The evidence actually shows that there's little to no increase in employment long-term. There is a large increase in food insecurity and administrative burden. It pushes people off of SNAP, not because people are unwilling to work, but just paperwork. The source, this comes from the Urban Institute. There is the USDA ERS and the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities. And then finally, we have a proposed reform on banning certain foods, which robnoerr decided to mention, which is great, stating no soda and junk food. And the rationale, of course, is that this improves health and reduces unhealthy purchases. However, studies show literal behavioral change. All it does is basically increase stigma and cashier confrontation. It creates major administrative cost as well as complexity, and health outcomes show little to no statistically meaningful improvements under such restrictions. These have been tried in the past. They did not work. The source, well, this is the USDA feasibility studies, as well as the American Journal of Preventative Medicine. What do progressive evidence-based side proposes? Increasing benefit levels to reflect modern costs, which would be a post-inflation world trying to address the cost in today's market, not market in, say, 2000. We want to simplify the enrollment and reporting requirements, ensuring aid. It is to also remove or relax the ABAWD time limits, and implement on universal EBT for kids, which is good for educational outcomes plus economic advantages. This also reduced state-level administrative burdens. The conclusion: SNAP isn't actually broken. It's one of the government's highest performing, lowest fraud, high impact programs out there. It is currently underfunded and somewhat outdated in how benefits are allocated, and often too bureaucratic for many users. SNAP does not need to be reinvented. It just needs modernization. Data shows that it works very well, but the benefits allocated are too low. Requirements are outdated. Bureaucracy keeps eligible people from getting food. So my proposal is lift the benefit, cut the red tape, and let SNAP do what it already does better than almost any other program. Thank you. You can subscribe to me at youtube.com/@FirstAmender. I also have a call-in show allowing people to debate me on Thursday, 6:30 p.m. EST. I hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do is kick the share. There we go. And
thank you.
We are going to jump into the open dialogue. I want to say, folks, thank you so much for being here. In terms of quick, juicy little updates at the bottom right of your screen, if you did not, there we go. Thanks for your patience. Just doing a little rearranging, housekeeping here. Is that there it is. Thanks for your patience. Folks, if you did not know it, we have this promo code for your DebateCon 6 ticket. If your arms and your legs fall off such that you cannot make it to DebateCon, become a channel member, watch the debates live from home in the comfort of your very own home, enjoying your Soylent, First Amender, whatever you like. But yeah, I want to say thank you for both of our guests. Open dialogue for you guys. We're ready for you.
Do you agree with the terms, to define the term? Did you agree with the term like significant? Is that fine with you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to use a colloquial definition.
Yeah, it's just like
it sounded like you
have meaning or likely to
definition.
to have meaning or to have a likely influence or effect. So you've conceded the prompt in your opening statement then?
Conceded the well, I was hoping to have a discussion.
No, I'm more than willing to continue to have a discussion, but the prompt was, do SNAP benefits need significant reform? And you spent the entire second half discussing the reforms that need to be implemented.
Yeah, I mean, there's like some level of reform that I would agree with that need to be modernized, but I don't think it needs significant reform. I would just add features to it.
You just conceded the definition of significant was having meaning or having likely to influence.
Yeah, I'm not intending to get this like on a gotcha. What I was kind of hoping that we can like discuss the policy as opposed to like,
I have no problem.
Won the debate or lost the
that
debate.
Is completely fine. I don't mind discussing it. Absolutely.
Cool.
But I
so
just wanted to
get stuck on like
I just wanted
game,
to
right?
no, it's not a game. I just wanted to start off saying the prompt that was suggesting to us, you're admitting that yes, the affirmative is true. We need significant reform. That's it. And then we can move on. I won't come back to it. Just say yes.
I wouldn't call it significant. No.
Okay. So
the
then
reforms that I've presented are all
you've conceded the definition
with just tiny changes, and it would not require significant reform.
You conceded that the term significant means having meaning. Can you explain how the reforms that you have instituted are reforms that wouldn't have meaning?
So I would say like, I don't know if I would go that direction again. Like I didn't really want to play a definitional game with you.
That's fine. Just say you're right.
Like the particular policies, if that's okay.
No. That's absolutely fine. I was just getting you to say, yeah, you're right. We do need significant reform now that we've moved on and we both agree with that. We can move on.
I don't agree. I think that SNAP is probably one of the most effective government programs out there. And it has stunningly low levels of fraud. There already exist great deals of investigation towards instances of fraud. It works very well. I mean, out of all of the programs that we could have picked, SNAP is probably the model government program that results in huge benefits.
Then you will
the only thing that I would do is I would do slight changes to it. And I listed those slight changes.
So just to be clear, when you talked about reforming the thrifty, or I'm sorry, what was the term, the first term you used, the thrift, something like that. Then you suggested reforming the work requirements. Then you suggested reforming the benefits cliffs and all of that stuff. Those are basically, we don't have to worry about that. You'll be defending the status quo and I'll be defending the reforms I've instituted. Fair?
Well, I'm not arguing the status quo though.
Then you're arguing for significant reform.
No.
Okay. Define that. Are you arguing for reform?
Sure.
So then define the term significant. You've already conceded what it is.
Like, I guess like a large amount, sufficiently great. I don't know what you're asking here. Like, I didn't want to play a definition game or like some gotcha. Like, is there any way that we can pull ourselves out of like the debate bro mode and actually?
I do want to get into like the actual people are in chat kind of thing.
That's fine. We can move on. I just want to say that anyone like it, what happens here is it's hard to hit a moving target, right? And so if you acknowledge, yes, I too am arguing for significant.
Here's the thing, right? You're treating me like I'm a target.
Hold on one sec. Just to hear Rob finish the sentence.
Yeah. So if you just say, yes, I too am arguing for significant reforms, just significant reforms that are basically the opposite direction of what you're arguing, I think that's fine. And then we can have that discussion so that the audience can make up for themselves. Which way should we significantly reform the food stamp program? That's it. That's all I'm trying to get to. Because otherwise I feel like if I spend time arguing against some of your proposals, that the interpretation will still be like, well, that's okay. Then Rob's arguing against significant reform anyways. And so therefore the prompt is still negative. That's all I'm getting to.
So you're treating it like it's a, like that I am a target to shoot at. It's not a target to shoot at.
Okay.
The idea is that we discuss what happens and then we can determine, what's a better idea or what's a worse idea. So overall, like I've heard, it sounded like that you kind of wanted to pull back on SNAP overall. Would you agree with that?
That is true. I think that anyone with a reasonable interpretation could see that, seeing as how half of your opening statement was talking about reforms that presumably would add a bunch of money into SNAP.
Okay.
I think that they could see that that's significant reform. I'm now willing to talk about why my significant reforms are better than your significant reforms.
Okay. Well, for the junk food thing, there's actually no empirical evidence that results in beneficial outcomes, because exactly what you had just said has been tried in the past, and it did not impact people's behavior when it came to purchasing of junk food.
Okay. So
the problem that I'm having is that SNAP benefits, economically speaking, provides a net boon that has cascading effects in the positive direction. For every dollar that's put in to SNAP benefits, it's anywhere between $1.50 to $1.80 return in gross domestic product. Would you say then that that is something worthy of not pushing back on?
No, explain what GDP is.
Gross domestic product?
Correct.
Do you need the formula? Like,
I mean, like explain to me. I mean, just give me,
NP?
you could give me the formula if you like. I'm just asking your own words to tell me what gross domestic product is. What's it seeking to measure?
Yeah, it's CGINP. Like what is your,
What's it
what's the
seeking to
point?
measure is the question I have.
Yeah, I like, this is not, again, you're
Let me
treating
tell,
it like a
okay,
debate.
okay, first
You're going
amendment.
debate bro
That's
mode.
fine.
I'm not asking, like,
Hold
I'm
on,
not
just
coming
to your
at
first
you with
amendment.
like definitional responses. Like, oh, let's test your muster in what you know in rote knowledge. I'm trying to get to you with you or talk with you about specific benefits where we can observe specific boons versus busts. I would personally like to see an economy that does better as opposed to worse. Wouldn't you?
Okay, so here's what I'll say. Since you're unwilling to tell us that, I'll tell you a little
Why didn't
joke.
you just answer
I'll
the
tell you a
question?
little joke,
Hold
right?
on.
Two economists are walking through the forest. Economist A sees a pile of shit on the forest floor. He looks over at economist B and says, I'll pay you $100 to eat that pile of shit. So the second economist reaches down, grabs the pile of shit and eats it. First economist gives him $100. They take a few more steps and they see another pile of shit. Economist B looks at economist A and goes, I'll pay you $100 to eat that pile of shit. Economist A reaches down, eats it. Economist B gives him $100. They start walking a little bit more, and economist A looks over at B and goes, you know what? I can't feel like we just each ate a pile of shit for nothing. I gave you $100 and you gave me the same 100 back. And economist B looks at economist A and goes, that's not true. We just increased GDP by $100. When you factor in and talk about GDP, including government spending as a net benefit because it increases GDP, it is laughable. You are correct that that number does entail government spending, but it's not entailing what we should look to benefit our society, which is productivity that's coming from individuals working. The government printing money and handing it out and then saying, look, people are spending the money we are handing out and that increases GDP is laughable. If anything, the net benefit or the net implication of this is that it will drive up food costs for the rest of us because it's increasing demand for the limited food that we have by having people use this money that's not theirs to have more sugary items and items that aren't staples and necessary to them. Every dollar that we could limit through the government spending there would not only be tax dollars that we could either give back to people so that they could spend it and actually have productive spending, it could also be used on more productive systems. I would propose that at the bare minimum, we could have a significant reform of eliminating 20% of SNAP benefits to families if they're last sentence, if they're using it on soda, which they do not need.
Okay, yeah. So your idea is that you're appropriating GDP, which is you're going to be talking about its consumer spending plus investments, plus what is it, government spending, and then plus net exports, which is exports minus imports. And you're equivocating the United States economy to two economists eating shit.
You got it.
Okay,
yes, that's exactly what I'm doing.
Okay, and you find these perfectly analogous.
That is correct. What I'm saying is that the
right.
humorous.
I'm in reality.
Wait, give me 1 second. What I'm saying is the humorous
referring to
joke.
the largest economy on planet Earth, not two economists eating shit. It's not as simple as just one guy eating shit and then handing over money to another guy eating shit, and then you have a net positive. That's not how that works.
What it is, would that not be an increase in 100? Would it, in that scenario?
No,
if the government, okay, I
means.
just want to be clear. If
That's
the government,
literally not what that means.
if the government,
I mean,
like, you could keep
like,
correcting.
I thought you were a.
Hold
on, you talked a lot. You talked a lot. You just compared the entire United States economy.
Hate to interrupt, but what we'll do is I'll give you a chance to wrap up first, Amender, because I know that you're saying, hey, like Rob got to kind of lay out his case there, but I want to lay out mine. And then we'll kick it right back over to Rob.
Okay. It is not a response to say, well, economy, just like two economists taking a shit in the woods and then they trade money amongst one another. We're talking about the United States economy, the largest economy in the world. Obviously, these are not analogous. And so it's not an answer that the fact that SNAP benefits actually offer a net boon to society. I mean, I could just explain to you, by having access to food, people often Either A, they purchase other things, there's more demand for the food, which means that there's often farmers producing more food, which means more money for the farmers. And because people don't have to worry as much about food, they can then focus on other things, which also benefits the economy. This is empirically proven. You can look at if you don't like GDP, well then fine, I don't care. You can look at MVPF, that also shows a similar net gain to its loss. So we know for a fact SNAP benefits offers a net boon. Wouldn't you agree that that's what happens?
All right, we're ready for you, Rob.
He's muted. You have to unmute yourself.
I'll ask you to unmute again. So it might have been that we clicked it at the same time.
That's fine. Okay. No, that's not what is going on. The fact that you use GDP as this metric is what is laughable. Now, you could deny and say,
I don't have to use that.
You could deny and say that it's not analogous. With the joke that I told, but the joke is intended for average people that don't understand what GDP to understand how absurd it is to include government spending on a metric of some sort of productive spending for our society. For example, if the government tomorrow decided to print $1 billion extra and then give all of that money to Elon Musk as spending for, quote, tech research, that would have increased our GDP by $1 billion. The idea that because our tax money that's coming from productive people, that the private sector would use that money that would be better in order to produce things for society and benefits for society is then taken from us in the form of taxes, then given to people who wastefully spend on unhealthy things such as soda, which then leads to them more likely to get diabetes, which then leads to us being more likely to spend on Medicaid, which leads to them being more likely to be hospitalized. Every step along the way increases GDP there. Our spending on Medicaid for them to go to the doctor because of diabetes is an increase in GDP. Our spending for them to buy soda is an increase in GDP. This is a terrible metric to look at it. The idea that this would be fungible in the sense that if we give poor people money to buy frivolous things such as soda, that means they'll be able to spend their dollars on something else and thereby spur the economy, shows that would be better ahead not to give them the money for soda in the first place. If they you can't have it both ways. If your argument's going to be, well, the real way that this affects the economy is by giving them money for soda and things like this, then they're capable to go out and maybe buy a new car, or they're going to buy CDs or DVD players or computer games or something, and that spurs the economy in this way, is laughable. Instead, we should allow the people that are being productive to purchase the things that are more necessities for them, which means that they'll spend things that are beneficial for society. And these people wouldn't need that spending if they're able to fungibly go spend it on other things. Instead of buying CDs, DVD players, video games, they could use the money that was being spent by our tax dollars on soda in order for them to purchase their own soda. The last thing I'll say is, you keep saying, well, the metrics show that this doesn't cause them to make better choices. Then that's on them. I think that if we did this over a long enough time, these people, especially if we limited it to these products not being able to do things that in the past studies you're talking about did, like allow them to buy sugary beverages like fruit juice, but instead limit it like we do with WIC, milk, bread, cheese, meats, beans, rice. If we limit to those sorts of things, they won't have the option to go out and be unhealthy except for their own dollars. And that means that if they then choose with their own dollars to buy these sugary treats, they didn't need the money in the first place.
We're going to go and give First Amender about 2.5 minutes as well. That's about what we're breaking down to.
So unfortunately, you're wrong, just completely. I have to share my screen. You don't know what you're talking about, unfortunately. I'd like to say that you did know what you're talking about, but you've done zero research on this. It's clear to me. I'm going to provide the paper right here. Give me a second while I provide it on my stream as well. I need to do so. Sorry, just give me a moment. I appreciate your patience. Can you see what I'm looking at here?
Yes.
Okay, so to assess the benefits of early childhood access to food stamps relative to the cost of the program, the team followed a framework that calculates what is called the marginal value of public funds. So you didn't like GDP, fine, doesn't matter. We can pull up the marginal value of public funds. The MVPF is the ratio of benefit of the policy to its recipients of the net cost of the government. The researchers found that the MVPF of childhood food stamps program is approximately 56, which means that the program ultimately offsets the government's upfront costs. When analyzing the individual components of the Economic Self-Sufficiency Index, we find that childhood exposure to food stamps reduces the likelihood that individuals receive income from public programs as adults, says co-author Hilary Hoynes, professor of public policy and economics at the University of California, Berkeley. This implies that the social safety net for families with young children may, in part, pay for itself by reducing reliance on government support in the long term. Bailey Hoyes, co-authors of Stanford University and the University of California, Berkeley, and the results appear as a working paper in the National Bureau of Economic Research. So we know it's a net benefit. We know this for a fact.
Okay, unfortunately for you, nothing that was said there disputes any of the significant reforms that I'm suggesting making. None of those studies would entail stopping sending money for things like sugary beverages. By the way, most studies will also show you that when children are consuming things like potato chips, soda, and I remind you, soda is the number one item that is purchased on food stamps. In fact, food stamps households are more likely to purchase junk food and soda than households that aren't on food stamps, which is sort of counterintuitive. You would assume if they're so desperate and looking for a positive nutrition that they would actually be spending it on these staples. By eliminating the ability to spend on those things, this isn't eliminating children's ability to get access to healthy food. Quite to the contrary. Intuitively, we would see that if they're getting healthier foods through food stamps, that they would actually be even more less likely in the future to end up on the very government programs that you're suggesting. For example, we could see access to soda, according to the data that I was showing, increases your likelihood to have diabetes by about 1/3. This is also true of children that are more likely to not only have childhood diabetes, which is a growing problem in this country, particularly with people on the poor end of the scale that get SNAP benefits, but also their chances of developing diabetes when they get into adulthood. So what you've done is cite a study based on a significant reform that I'm not suggesting. The reform that I'm talking about at this point is we should limit the purchases to things such as staples, such as the food groups that scientists agree are the things that would be best, not just for adults, but for children. Can you explain to me why these studies would entail, why it would be a bad thing for children to be drinking things such as milk, water, flavored water, and things like that instead of soda?
Yeah, so the effort to improve the health by limiting access to unhealthy foods, it sounds intuitive and it seems like it works. But when we attempt doing this, we find out that they don't actually change their behavior. They still end up purchasing unhealthy foods. The problem is that when you are poor, you often end up choosing unhealthy things. This is just a factor of poor socioeconomic conditions. Now, as to what you can do about that, well, I mean, number one, just like from a basis, I don't think that like poor people should be like be prevented from having access to, say, unhealthy foods, just as like somebody who's middle or upper class would consume unhealthy things. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you, Rob. You don't look like you follow your own advice.
Well, you look like a virgin, so I don't know how much advice we should take from someone.
I'm not a
like
virgin.
You. The idea.
The point that I'm trying to make with you is that you make an argument that the poor should not be having these unhealthy foods, but you don't seem to follow that advice.
I thank you very much for that. I don't think I'm following the advice of you should have to pay for my poor decisions. You're absolutely right. You're very intuitively pointing out that I could actually lose some weight. Now, might I suggest to you that you look like someone who could use some advice when you're suggesting that other people haven't researched this, that perhaps you should think twice before saying that and getting embarrassed in a debate, as will happen tonight. By the way, you've already conceded the prompt within the first 5 minutes in your opening statement. Nonetheless, me making bad choices on my own is an absolute choice that every American should have the right to make. Yes, including people on food stamps absolutely should have access. Please be quiet.
I do need to let Rob finish. I need to let Rob finish.
People that are on food stamps absolutely have the right to soda. They may purchase it with their own money. They are not entitled for me to purchase that for them any more than they should be able to use their food stamps to buy alcohol, to buy cigarettes, or any other things. Soda is empty calories. We already have a program in place that provides, particularly for children, these healthy food choices. You have not answered why having access to healthier food choices would make things worse. All you've said is, well, the studies show that when we tried that, they still made poor choices. One, unfortunately for you, most of those studies only limited small amounts of things like soda specifically. I'm suggesting that we would limit high sugary beverages, snack food, junk food, etc., and basically go to the same sort of supplemental nutrition that's given through the WIC benefits. People don't abuse those benefits to get soda because they can't. And we already can, through SNAP benefits, limit the type of products that people can get. For example, try to buy a hot food item with SNAP benefits at a place like a grocery store. You can't do it because there are limits on the pricing codes of what could be purchased. This would be easier and easier to do as we become more technologically advanced. There's no evidence that the data you're suggesting either one entails that we go back to a WIC-centered program where you can only get those staples and people make bad decisions. Second, why this would be worse off for children, and the very study you cite that says that this would be a net benefit by limit them in other government programs wouldn't even be better if we're not having them have access to sugary beverages. And third, you can't get around this. If these people, if we limit their ability to buy soda by saying that they can't do it for food stamps, then have extra money that they're then able as a choice to purchase soda, that would entail that they do not need the money that we're sending them, at least not entirely. If they have extra money to buy soda, why should they be entitled more than someone who's out there working hard, who can't afford to buy the soda, but whose tax dollars has to go for someone for these extravagant expenses like this?
We'll give it to 2 minutes for First Amender as well. A little bit over that, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
So number one, like your argument by having the restrictions is all you're basically creating is an additional stigma at effectively little to no benefit. That's number one. And then number two is that you weasel the way out of this. And I just want to make sure that empirically speaking, you wanted to pull back on SNAP benefits overall, except we can empirically show that for every dollar that's put into SNAP benefits, there is a net gain in the economy, including for the individuals receiving SNAP. In fact, their need for funding in the future is lessened significantly. So what you're saying is the exact opposite actually happens. So I just want to be clear, right? We are aware that SNAP benefits offers a net boon. Would you agree with that?
No, that is not what we're aware. What I'm suggesting is
that's not the fact.
You're
just going against reality at this point.
Okay, you asked me a question, I'll respond. What I'm suggesting
you said no, but it's wrong.
I do have to,
it's just wrong.
We got it. We have to give him a chance to respond, though.
I did give him the chance to respond. It was just a simple yes or no question, and obviously that's empirically you're incorrect about that. And secondly, you're increasing administrative costs by having restrictions, and you're only increasing stigma. At the end of the day, these people end up getting unhealthy food one way or another. Why? Because it's tasty, and we're kind of like ape creatures that like these things. That's what happens. People do these things. They're going to find ways around the system in order to purchase unhealthy foods. There's also, it's very difficult to determine what is an unhealthy food versus a healthy food. Is a juice an unhealthy food? I don't know. It's kind of got a lot of sugar in it. And to be honest, it's really not that much like nutritional benefit outside of, I don't know, if you're having orange juice, it would be like an additional vitamin C, but it has just as much sugar as say say a soda. So it's not like that there's like this giant benefit that is garnered. And then what would you say? Is orange juice an unhealthy? Is that unhealthy to you?
Can I answer without you interrupting as soon as I answer?
It's just a simple yes or no.
I refuse to answer a simple yes or no until I have an affirmative for you that when I answer, you're not going to immediately interrupt me after I answer.
I don't know why you got to make this into like a weird blood sports thing.
That was your 2.5 minutes.
Simple yes or no.
Okay, so again,
to get Rob
the misnomer the misnomer of what's saying here is he keeps going back to a study, which by the way, he's not going to be familiar with the methodology. Now I've looked at these studies in the past, and what it's going to show is when people have proper nutrition, which is oftentimes necessary through things like supplemental nutrition programs, they're less likely to need other programs when they get older. This is because their health outcomes would be better. This intuitively makes sense. If you're a child and you're malnourished because you don't have food, because your family is poor, something to that effect, if you have government assistance so you could get actual staples, you're less likely to be on welfare programs when you get older. And that's probably intuitively true. The reason I answered no to that specific question is because the supplemental nutrition program as it's set up today may not necessarily be a net benefit in that, particularly when we're talking about the actual actual significant reforms that I'm suggesting. These reforms would make sure that the program went through like WIC. The reason that you're less likely to be on these other programs when you get older is because of the health benefits. And there's no reason that if we take away the negative benefits or the negative impacts of something like soda or these other high sugary beverages that you're talking about, that their outcomes wouldn't be even better. You just keep saying, no, it increases the economy. It doesn't, and it doesn't increase GDP, or rather it does, but in the same way that all government spending does, which we should ignore because it's silly. You haven't contested with the fact that study after study show that when individuals keep their money, it leads to more efficient, less fraud, and better spending overall. For example, you haven't contended with my opening statement that said in 2023, 11% of the money went out in air, so overpayments 11%, which is a huge amount, billions of dollars that were wasted. In addition to that, we see money that's spent in fraud, billions of dollars over the lifetime of SNAP that's occurred. Suggesting that that's an efficient use of money because we're paying people to have sort of sugary beverage is laughable. It's not hard to determine what's healthy and what's not, in the sense that we already have a program that could be used as the model. That's the WIC program. It would be easy to say through a government body saying, here are the things that we think are reasonably healthy: rice, bread, beans, cheese, meat, things of that nature, produce. That's simple. Fruit. The idea that it's like, well, no one would be able to decide goes back to the old trope of lefties pretending to not know anything, which makes civil dialogue sort of impossible. You know that soda's bad. I know that soda's bad.
Yeah.
We could choose to do it ourselves. But to say that because that's difficult to find out, we can't limit to healthy foods is nonsensical.
First Amender, 2 minutes 15.
I wanted to share my screen one more time. This is just, once again, he's just wrong about this. Allow me to share my screen. Hang tight. Can you see that okay?
Not
It's
yet.
still loading. It'll be here in just a sec. If you haven't yet, folks, hit that like button. We appreciate your support. And now we're crystal clear, First Amender.
So this is from PBS. It's a relatively central source. In the past, Agriculture Department officials rejected waivers, saying that a 2007 paper stating that there is no clear standards exist to define foods as good or bad, or healthy or not healthy. In addition, the agency says that restrictions would be difficult to implement, complicated, and costly. They might not change recipients' food purchases or reduce conditions such as obesity. Anti-hunger advocates point to the research that shows that SNAP recipients are no more likely than any other low-income Americans to buy sugary drinks or snack foods, and that they are limiting food choices undermines the autonomy and dignity of people who receive, on average, $187 a month, or about $6.16 a day, according to the latest figures. This is just another way to cut benefits, says Gina Platanino, a deputy director at the Food Research and Action Center, a nonprofit advocacy group. It's like, how do we restrict people more? How do we stigmatize them more? So I just want to
Can I ask where that was
like
from?
This is PBS.
What year?
This is PBS.
What year?
February 19th, 2025.
Okay. Would we prefer PBS
Anyway, so I wanted
over
to-
the
I-
USDA?
I do want to let, just in case First Amender has anything else.
Okay.
Because you got about 40
so like
seconds.
number one, you're empirically wrong about whether or not that it offers a net boon. We know it offers a net boon. There's numerous economic papers that show this, and you pick your metric, it's positive. And no matter what metric you pick, the math doesn't lie. And then there's also the idea that you basically want to vilify people who are consuming unhealthy things under the presumption that that would make them magically healthier. But really, at the end of the day, is that it doesn't actually make them magically healthier. Obesity rates still maintain relatively the same. And all it does is basically just restrict poor people to things that you just kind of take for granted. And so I would just be against it, because if it showed efficacy, I would probably be agreement with you, Robert. But that does not appear to be the case.
Time. Kick it over to Rob.
The problem is food stamps isn't just about the health of the people involved. It's also about the dollars that we're spending. And so saying, well, we shouldn't restrict their ability to get sugary beverages with the tax dollars that we're sending, or junk food, because they'll go out and spend their own money on it. And it would just be of stigma to them, and their health wouldn't benefit. So there's no benefit. I disagree. The benefit would be cutting the cost of SNAP by roughly 20%. These people absolutely have the right to go out and purchase these products. And that would further limit the stigma that they would have. It wouldn't increase the stigma, because they wouldn't have to purchase via their food stamp card. They would be able to purchase it with the cash that they obviously have, seeing as how you're saying every study suggests that these people go out and purchase these extra products anyways. You can't get around this. You can't say, one, oh my goodness, we need this so that people could be healthy or they're going to starve to death. And secondly, even if you take away the unhealthy options, they'll just go use their own money and spend it on unhealthy options. Starving people aren't buying soda instead of meat, cheese, breads, and things like that. You cite something that says, oh, there's no evidence that there's more people. The USDA, I could bring this up if you want, from 2023, I believe it was, says across all households, more money was spent in soft drinks than any other items. SNAP households spent more on soft drinks versus non-SNAP holds at 5 versus 4%. So you're fundamentally incorrect, your PBS data, when the actual government data shows actually SNAP recipients are more likely to buy sugary beverages. In addition to that, you said that it wouldn't be possible to have these sort of healthy food options. Here is the WIC participating categories: milk, cheese, yogurt, eggs, cereal, juice, fruits, vegetables, legumes, peanut butter, whole grains, canned fish, infant formula, fruits and veggies, meats. Why would it not be possible to limit to those sorts of things? Of course, there could be disputes on the fringe, exactly how many portions of meat should you have versus portions of vegetable. But we understand that these are healthier options than things like potato chips, soda. To say, well, because there could be debates on the fringe of how much meat or vegetables you should have means we can't decide whether or not soda is healthy or not, like meats, cheeses, etc., is nonsensical. What you can't get around is this. I'm not interested in the argument of this is a stigma. All of the benefits that talk about SNAP being important is talking about the ability for people to get nutritional food. Yeah. It's not talking about the ability to get soda.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're not acknowledging what I'm trying to tell you, in that people can choose to get the unhealthy foods. And even if you restrict the unhealthy food, the obesity rates still stay the same. So it's not like that by cutting this, that it just results in, the PBS article said, this is just another reason to cut SNAP benefits. This is really what the prerogative of the argument. And you said it yourself. It's not so the poorer people can be healthier. That's not your prerogative. Your prerogative, and you said it yourself, you would like to cut SNAP benefits overall, even though we can empirically show that SNAP benefits are a net boon. Every dollar we put into it, we get $1.50 to $1.80 back. We know this to be the case. The MVPF is also very high. By the way, if you think, what was it, a 55, 56 in the MVPF, that is ludicrously high. That means for every dollar that's put in, the net benefit over the lifetime of that individual is 56. That is an extremely high bounty. And you sitting there acting like, well, we got to cut access to sugary drinks. I get that that sounds intuitive, but the results don't pan out. And all it does is that it gives states the option to restrict SNAP more, that are benefits that are allocated federally for all individuals that don't have enough money to feed themselves.
Okay, let's do this real quick, if you don't mind, a little bit of a back and forth here. You say that if we restrict soda, people will just choose to get soda anyways. How?
So what you do is that when you have a certain amount of money coming in, they'll often divert it for things that they can't afford, right? That's what they do. It's called an opportunity cost.
So what do you mean things they can't afford? So I make $1,000 a month.
So like,
let me real quick. I make $1,000 a month. I'm just picking that as an even number, right? I get food stamp benefits. I'm allowed to buy $100 of soda with my food stamp. Now that $100 to buy soda goes away. So now I take out of my $1,000 that I was spending on other necessities and I purchase soda with it.
No, you would buy other things that wouldn't be included in that. And then whatever supplemental money that you have, you buy soda with it because you want soda.
But that's what I said. The supplemental
obesity rates. It shows no empirical basis that it reduces obesity rates by
the supplemental money that I had is that $1,000. You tell me, because you said no when it seemed like your actual answer was yes. I have $1,000 of supplemental money that I have, right? And I get food stamps. $100 of my food stamps goes to soda. That goes away. Now I spend a part of the $1,000 I have in supplemental.
$100 on the meat, and then with the supplemental money, you put it in soda.
Okay. Do I need
Consumption
that
doesn't
soda?
change. Like,
Do
you
I
don't
need
just
that?
magically
Okay.
change
Do I need that
your
soda?
consumption or your
Do I-
habits just because that there's a sudden restriction on
What
the
is
soda?
what is the purpose of food stamps?
To provide food to the poor?
Okay. It would be to provide nutrition. That's what food is providing, correct?
Food to the poor.
Okay. So do I need that
I mean, people
100
end up choosing what they. I mean,
Do
like,
I
some
need
people choose
that-
unhealthy things. Some people choose healthy things.
Do I need that?
It-
Do I
it's-
need
it's-
that
it
$100?
comes. It's deeper than just simply like the government giving you an X amount of dollars, and that all of a sudden you're going to magically make good decisions in terms of your health. A lot of people, what they end up doing is that they circumvent it one way or another because they want soda. Why? Because they like tasty things. That's why. They like
Okay,
tasty
so then
things.
did I need that $100 for my
Hold on.
By the way,
nutrition?
like, you don't
Okay,
even
first-
follow
all right,
your
first-
own
my goodness,
advice.
my
First
goodness.
Amender, we got it. First Amender, we get it. We need the like terse. Sometimes it's a little bit long.
Do I need that $100 in soda from the government if I'm able to afford it on my own?
So you divert the money. Do you understand how that
Right.
works?
So I have extra money to spend on frivolous things. Got it. So why do I need the
Okay.
government money again?
Well, because usually you could have disabilities. You could be a veteran that's incapable of working. You could have a bunch of kids and you're a single mother. There's a bunch of reasons why people need food stamps. See, again, your entire predicate is like you want to punish people who are poor to not enjoy the things that you already take for granted.
It has nothing to do with taking for granted. The idea isn't that
No, you're
we're
doing it right now.
Please, the
You
idea is
literally
not.
argued you
The
wanted to get
idea
rid of
is
it.
not
Let's
that
give it a
we're.
chance.
The idea is not that we're to provide entertainment for people. We're not sending people free basic cable packages. We're giving them things because it is a temporary,
say anything
or
about
please let me finish. It is either a temporary or it is because of a disability, something like that, something that we need to do to help them through life and these things. They have extra money, as you're admitting that almost all the studies show that they have extra money that they're not spending on housing, they're not spending on things like healthcare, etc. Because for whatever reason, whether they're disabled, whether they're got enough money for other jobs or whatever, if they have money to spend on excess things, then we shouldn't have to provide those excess things that are outside the scope of nutrition. Do you think that if it's really entertainment, if one of these people said, for example, listen, instead of $100 in soda, I'd like $100 in NFL Red Zone. Should we give it to them because that's their entertainment?
I didn't say anything about entertainment. We're talking about food here, not entertainment.
Is soda, but the idea, this is why I said that Snap's not actually about
It's a
providing.
sugary drink that
Is
provides
soda
needed
food?
calories. There's
Is
a lot
soda
of
food?
Yes, it's a type of yes.
Soda's
it's
food.
Sugar is food. Yes.
Okay, well, so then the argument would be that any food is whiskey food.
I'm saying that it
Is
is not
whiskey
for the
food?
government.
I'm asking you, is whiskey food?
No, it's
Why
alcohol.
not?
It doesn't
it's
provide
not
any nutritional benefit.
What nutritional benefit does soda provide?
It provides calories.
Okay, so does booze at times.
No.
So
Your body does
so
not
just to-
consume
so
the
just
calories
to
at
be-
the same level. Also, just FYI, do you think that the government should be the one that is like telling you what food you can and cannot eat?
Yes, but what the government
Wow,
is,
you're more woke than I am. What happened?
what the government has the right to do. The government exists merely.
The government should be
Would you-
forcing people on what
If
they
you
eat and
ask
not
a
eat?
question, you tend to do this. You ask a question
Do
when
as
I
I
try
say
to
and not
answer.
as I do. Am
Hold
I
on.
right?
All right, First Amender, he's trying to. Let's give him a chance to speak.
As an individual, the government should have very little right to say what I consume. However, the government is just the collective will of us, the citizens. I am forced to pay tax dollars. I don't have a choice in that. To the extent that those tax dollars are then given to people that are in need, yes, we should be able to say as a collective, these are the things that you're allowed to purchase with the tax dollars we're giving you. Excess things that even the average person doesn't afford as much, such as soda, should not be given to people that need charity through the point of force that they're taking my money. The government does have the right to tell them, no, you're not getting sugary beverages.
Well, that's great. But unfortunately, based on people's behavioral patterns, that doesn't actually pan out. I know you want it to happen, but it's not going to happen. And it doesn't matter if you reduce SNAP benefits to zero. People are still going to make poor decisions in their life. But the question is whether or not that you're willing to allow, say, children who are already food insecure, that you would basically want to make them even more food insecure. If I had to choose nothing or a soda, I'm probably going to pick the soda. Is a soda a good choice? No, I don't think it's a good choice. I think you should have healthy things, and I always drink healthy things, and you could tell by my face that I make healthy decisions in my own life. I think what you're doing is, it seems like that you don't like the idea of poor people consuming unhealthy things, and you would like to limit them because, I don't know, you deserve to eat unhealthy things, but they're poor, and because they're on the dole, they don't deserve to eat unhealthy things. And it just seems like more stigmatization and just increased bureaucracy for no reason, to just vilify a bunch of poor people. It's just silly.
Your obtuseness is ignoring exactly what I'm saying. These people absolutely have the right to eat unhealthy things with their own money.
PBS is not
Money,
obtuse.
please,
Hold
let
on,
me
we
finish.
have to give.
Please, which you're admitting that they have the excess money to do it, because every time we've said, look, you can't have soda with SNAP benefits, they say, fine, I have extra money over here, I'll choose to purchase soda with it. Your only reason as to why they should be allowed to purchase soda was you said it has calories. Okay, whiskey has 70 calories per a 1 ounce shot, so they should be allowed to get whiskey, right? It's food.
Your body doesn't consume whiskey calories like a soda. It doesn't work that way.
Right. The way we consume calories and nutrition from different foods
Calories
is in
is simply
different ways.
burning something. Do you understand?
Correct.
And whiskey burns really well. It's literally a fuel, but your
Okay.
body doesn't actually absorb the whiskey for energy. It doesn't have the chemical necessity to do that. All right. Are you going to rob GPT this?
I'm sorry, like First Amendment. If you want to make insults, perhaps you need not.
I mean, all of this is rote memory. For me,
perhaps,
right? And
perhaps need not you cut off your ear to spite your face, my friend. For I too can insult thy one who loses in debates so frivolously as you.
I'm not the one
The
that
idea-
needs
the idea-
ChatGPT to make my argument.
Well, you didn't know that whiskey had calories. And I'm
I
not
knew
using
whiskey had
ChatGPT.
calories.
I just
And
want to
you
be
do not
clear.
need,
You're going to tell
you
me.
do not
I
need
just want
calories.
to be clear.
You're
going
not
to tell me.
consuming
I just want to be
Hold on
clear.
one
You
second,
know this
gentlemen,
from
I need to
rote
do it
memory.
just because.
You know this from rote memory. I just want to be clear that no calorie whatsoever that you intake from something like whiskey makes it into the body as a form of energy. A simple yes, no
I'm sure
will suffice.
there's probably an amount.
Oh,
you
well,
don't
wait.
synthesize it the
Oh,
same.
very well. Now, so then the point is, you said
There's
despite
also
the
like
fact
the
that there's almost
huge
no
negative
nutritional-
market
please.
externalities.
Okay, gentlemen,
heard by
hold on
whiskey.
one sec. Hold
Like,
on one sec. I
there's
just
a
have to
new-
jump in here. Okay, hold on. Take a deep breath. The last question, I think Rob asked a question, and then First Amender, you had answered in such a way. You said X, and you're saying, but it's also the case that, like Y and Z would be like relevant. I'm not mocking you. I just want to be sure. Okay, let's give First Amender a quick chance to finish that thought, just briefly, and then we'll come right back to you, Rob. First Amender, I'm going to ask you to unmute. There you go.
Yeah. So like in terms of whiskey, there's numerous negative market externalities. It's not just necessarily the caloric intake, even though your body doesn't even synthesize the calories. When it comes to soda, I mean, do we drink too much soda? Yes. Should people drink less soda? I mean, if you wanted people to spend less time, drinking on soda, maybe efforts regarding health while not cutting food stamps would probably be beneficial, because it's a behavioral problem, not really oh, well, they get money through food stamps, and so therefore they will no longer purchase soda if you just remove that. Empirically speaking, that's not what happens. I'm hoping that we can move on to the next thing. Like you looked at, it's like an illicit material to like, I don't know, you were referring to earlier, referring to cigarettes and video games. And it's like, so what? Should poor people not have these things because they're poor and you have money, and so therefore, because they're on the dole, they don't deserve to live a decent life, but you do?
All right, let's give Rob a
I don't know.
chance
It just
to
seems kind
answer.
of weird.
We'll give a extended time here just because we've heard a lot from First Amender, I want to give the same time to Rob.
Okay. One, you keep coming back to the same point. I don't know how many times I could say the same thing. No, individuals that are poor absolutely have the right to access things like soda, booze, cigarettes, video games, movies, sporting events, anything that the rest of us have, if they could pay for it with their own money. They do not have the right for us to purchase these excess things. SNAP is the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program. It is not the excess things that you don't really need program. If they have extra money that they're able to buy things like soda and other sorts of things that we don't need to send into the SNAP, then that's money we could save in SNAP. So one of two things would happen. Either one, we're sending them excess money that they don't need for their nutrition. And if we remove that, they would then be forced to use their fungible money that they had elsewhere to make those decisions if they wanted. Or B, they actually wouldn't have the money to purchase soda, which means they would get healthier. You're fundamentally incorrect when it comes to alcohol and whether or not there's caloric intake that's converted into energy in the body. You're making a nonsensical point in claiming that it's from rote energy. I don't think anyone who has any sort of expertise in the workings of the body would say this. This implies that seeing as how the only nutritional benefit you could give to soda is, well, there are calories in it, then things like beer and other forms of alcohol that also have calories and in fact carbohydrates in the case of beer would also be allowed to be purchased with this. Can you tell me, without filibustering for 4 or 5 minutes, would you allow the purchase of beer because it has carbohydrates and it has calories? Would you allow that with EBT?
No, because of the negative market externalities. I want to
Such as what? Like, give me an example of a negative market externality.
The abuse, the additional crime, the additional increase of DUIs.
So if it was just negative health externalities, it would be okay?
Well, yeah, I agree. There are negative health externalities regarding soda, but it's a behavioral problem, not a SNAP benefits problem.
But it doesn't matter. Alcohol use. If I could prove then, if I could prove then,
can I answer?
No. Well, I do want to be fair to both sides, so that the First Amender, I think, had more things he wanted to say.
Yeah, I wanted to share my screen potentially. This is what you're alarmed about.
1 sec. But if you're sharing the screen, it has to still be terse because I just have.
Well, what happened? I understand we're both talking a similar amount of time, but oftentimes
I don't know what you need.
Oftentimes, when I ask, it'll be my turn. I'll ask a question and he'll explain it a little, which is fine. But then when I'm like, okay, you've had your chance to explain, let me say, it's like he gets this big long time to explain. Remember when he asked me a question and I only got a yes, no. That's all I was allowed to say.
Well, yeah, because I had more to say.
I don't know if you're complaining about me or him.
No. I'm complaining about him. Like, I'm trying to say to him, like, leave me make my point. Understand
dumb meta. Okay. Why do right wingers do this meta?
So I think First Amendment, he's just saying, he's like, remember when you tried to pigeonhole him into a yes or no?
Correct. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a full 5 minutes. So here we go. You ready? All right. So it's going to show the screen.
Wait, I don't understand. You're saying you're going to give him a full 5 minute response?
Yeah. He can have a full 5 minutes to respond.
The only thing is he does it's fair for each of you to want pithy responses to keep the conversation going.
I try. These are complicated questions and it requires time for me to explain it. I don't know what
that's fair. And so when you asked me a question, I felt the same way. Just saying. And you insisted that I not have
I asked for
simple yes you're going to show your source here and then you're going to give me 5 minutes. Fair enough.
All right, so this is food stamps for soda, time to end the $1 billion subsidy for sugary drinks. And so according to a 2016 report of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, sweetened beverages, including sodas, are among the most commonly purchased items by recipients of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. SNAP households spend about 10% of food dollars on sugary drinks, which is about 3 times more likely that they spend on milk. In New York City alone, as we've reported, this translates into more than $75 million in sugary drink purchases each year that are subsidized by U.S. taxpayers. Given our biological attraction to sugar, perhaps it's not a surprise. Our collective sweet tooth, which is shaped by evolutionary forces, extends far beyond SNAP households. In general, non-SNAP households spend almost as much on sweetened drinks, and it's about 7% of food purchases, according to the USDA report. So I just want to be clear, right? Like, you're concerned about 7% of the money going to sweet drinks. That's what you're trying to stop.
Okay, we good?
You
All
gonna
right.
answer that?
So yes, I will answer. I have 5 minutes.
Rob,
I thank you very much.
No meta.
I will take the 5 minutes. So no, it's not just 7%. The data
I
that
can
I
still hear you, by
suggest,
the way. I'm just grabbing a drink.
uh, the data that I suggested showed that only about 40% is going to staples. While it is true that soda is one of the single largest item that's purchased, it's also true, as the data I pointed out showed, that only 40 cents goes to food purchases such as those in WIC, which would be basic items like meat, fruits, vegetables, milks, eggs, and bread. That means a full 60 cents to the dollar are going to things outside of that. 20% going directly to empty calories, such as salty snacks like potato chips, pretzels, desserts like ice cream, sweetened drinks such as sodas that we're talking about, candy, and other sugary things. Now, there are 40 cents that would be debatable that's spent out of that, and that would be on like sweetened cereals, prepared foods, which would also be unnecessary, other dairy products such as like coffee creamers and things of that nature. Rice and beans, though, would be included in that. So what we would look at is probably the ability to cut roughly, and this is being very on the low estimate, 30% of the spending in order to do these things. Now, the proof's in the pudding because you've already acknowledged that, well, if we try to eliminate, these people will just go out with their own dollars and will purchase that soda anyways. Great. If they have that extra money, then that shows that they do not need these benefits. What you can't get around is even the study that you cited there, whatever this report was, seems to be making my case for me, that it is a huge billion-dollar subsidy to the sugar industry, which is making us all unhealthier, which is making us 1/3 is more likely to have diabetes. And why would we, the tax dollars, be giving a subsidy to corporations like Coca-Cola? This makes no sense. In effect, your study also shows that people that are on SNAP are more likely to use those SNAP benefits to consume these sort of beverages than people that aren't. You can't give a reason to explain why hardworking people that aren't getting a taxpayer handout should have less access. You keep saying, Rob says that these poor people shouldn't have access to amenities like sugary beverages. You're literally embracing a system that means that hardworking people are less able to get access to these amenities than the actual people that need a government assistant. This is nonsensical. And you keep feigning this like, oh, you don't want poor people to have this. They are living off of charity. If I'm at a soup kitchen, right, and they complain, I don't like this, I want caviar and lobster, I'm sorry, that's not the way the world works. I am being forced to pay for this. You're being forced to pay for this. Anyone else that's paying into this is being forced. There are literally no negatives that have been illustrated in this debate to eliminating having these sorts of things. The potential negatives that you've illustrated are, one, it's impossible to determine what's a healthy food. That's nonsensical. We said that we could just go through the formula that's already been given through WIC, which is healthy food, particularly for children, which it's easy to do. Second, you say that it would be expensive to implement these sort of things. It wouldn't be. We already do this with hot prepared food. It would be very simple to just have a code that they would be able to streamline, that your purchase wouldn't be able to get some things like sugary beverages, potato chips, etc. Third, you say that this would be a lack of dignity. I'm not concerned with the lack of dignity. They would still be able to purchase these things if they wanted. You haven't explained how this would stigmatize people. What, all of a sudden a big red buzzer is going to beep when they try to buy something and we're told, everybody look, this guy's trying to buy soda and he's not allowed? That's nonsensical. That's not the sort of thing that would happen. The only stigma would be saying, hey, we're not going to buy amenities for you. Fourth, you haven't argued why this wouldn't, by your own logic, allow for all sorts of other unhealthy things like booze, cigarettes, etc. You just say it would cause crime and things of that nature. Yet we're talking about 1/3 more people having diabetes because of things like sugary beverages. And by your own source there, we would be ending a huge subsidy to these soda companies, which means that it would limit their ability to sell to us as in an affordable way these very products that are making Medicaid in our healthcare system explode with people with these sort of issues. You just want to make it about me and say, like, well, you don't make good choices. Right. Everyone has the right themselves to make whatever choices they want when it comes to food consumption. What you don't have the right is to force other people to pay for things for you under the auspices of it's for your nutrition, while simultaneously buying things that don't not only benefit your nutrition, but actually hinder it. There's really no argument that you could give. You continue to fundamentally misunderstand the point. None of your data argues against this. That if we didn't allow these sort of purchases, either A, these people would purchase it themselves, which means they don't need the money, which saves us billions of dollars, or B, they actually do need this money and they wouldn't have fungible resources to make these poor choices. The studies you cite in the past did eliminate soda temporarily in a very limited way, but what happened was they allowed other sort of junk food to be included and they switched their behaviors to those things that were still allowed on SNAP. So I don't see
15
how you
seconds
can't
left.
say that this wouldn't be a significant reform. There's really no offensive position, and everyone with a moniker of sense could realize all of the positive benefits you're talking about SNAP could still exist while making sure that it offered only nutritional foods as opposed to salty foods,
And
sugary snacks,
time.
etc.
We'll kick it over to First Amender.
Is there a way we can have a quick back and forth? Just
Yeah.
pithy sentences back and forth?
Mhm.
Okay, great. Would you agree that SNAP lifts people out of poverty?
To a degree.
Okay. By the millions
No,
every year.
I don't believe
Yes.
it. That's not true.
It does. There are studies that show that.
How many people are in poverty right now?
Regardless. Regardless.
How
let's
many
keep
people
going.
are in poverty right now?
I don't have the exact number of. How
I
many
don't-
people are in
I just
poverty.
wanna be-
Again, I'm not Rob GPT. So
I
don't
just
have
want to be clear.
the
I
direct
just want to.
information. would
I
have
just
take
want to be
time
clear.
look it
Your
up.
personal
Anyway, so
insult.
let's
Look,
try
your
one more
personal
time.
insult.
Let's
You
try
said
one
for
more
a quick
time.
back and
Hold
forth. We're
on, I
trying
hate
to
to
do
do
it,
this.
and you're
Jesus.
filibustering.
Let's try. I
Guys,
just
I don't want to do the open discussion like this because I think that it might not be as productive as it could be if we did just like the 1 minute back and forth, even instead of doing 2 minute responses. Would you guys be okay with 1 minute responses?
I just want to get a back and forth if that's possible.
But somehow it so commonly,
But your
and I don't
idea-
know who's at fault.
Just to
Because
be
he
clear,
won't
your
engage in
idea.
a simple,
No,
simple
your idea
series
of back and
questions.
forth
I
is
can
you ask
answer
a question.
multiple questions over and over.
you're.
No
Hold on
problem.
one
I'll
sec.
do it off of rote memory. For him, he can't answer simple questions of a back and forth.
That's
He
the
requires
opposite.
a
That's
long
literally.
minute to 5 minute
Okay,
response.
It's
so-
the
Look at him,
opposite of
he's
what's
itching.
happening.
Okay, we heard First Amender's theory. I want to hear from Rob. Rob, you're saying no, it's not that.
I just want to say real quick, a back and forth would be this. He asks a question, I answered. I ask him a question. He says, no. A back and forth would entail we both get to ask questions back and forth, yes? I don't see what the problem is with it. You won't answer
I'm
mine.
going to ask some simple questions and just give me your answer on it.
So
Very
you don't
simple,
want me to,
right?
so it's not quid
I'm
pro
trying to
quo.
walk you to it.
No,
I'm trying
listen,
to walk
so
you
you're
to the
ta-
obvious
I think
conclusion.
Rob's saying, hey, but you're not you're not giving me the grace of responding to my questions.
You ask a
have
question, I
responded
ask
to
a
every
question. What's
single
wrong with
question
that?
he has requested. I have answered it directly. So once again, asking one more time.
Well, hold on.
We
one
know
second.
it lifts
That's
people out of
not-
poverty.
No, we're not just going with what you. Hold on a second. We have to find something that's productive. 'Cause,
I'm trying to argue my point.
Okay, why don't we do it in 90-second responses? Because it just doesn't seem to
All
be
right.
working.
Does
well.
it? Is it true? Okay. We know that it lifts. I think I had a slide that showed that just whites alone, 1.1 million out of poverty within, and that was 1 year. So we know it's at least 1 million. Would you agree?
Am I allowed to answer? No, I don't agree.
Holy shit.
No.
Okay, well that's wrong. Empirically, that's false. The information is there. You can observe it. It does impact. Okay, so we have to move on. It's fine. We could agree to disagree there. If it lifts people out of poverty, maybe we disagree on the exact number. Do you think that type 2 diabetes is higher in poor socioeconomic conditions than it is in better socioeconomic conditions?
Yes.
Okay. So lifting people out of poverty reduces people with, say, type 2 diabetes, logically speaking.
No, not in the way that you're talking.
You're gonna have to logic me out of that one because that obviously follows for me, but for you, I don't know, for whatever reason, it doesn't.
When I get my 90 seconds, I'll explain.
Oh my God. I swear these right.
I don't understand. You want a yes, no answer.
All right, Rob GPT, go ahead. I'll give you another 5 minutes. Go for it.
Okay, 5 minutes. Thank you so much. I'll take the 5 minutes. Sounds good. Yes, the numbers that he's citing are laughable.
All right,
You got to get a radio show.
You want to get if
If
you
he
wanna
just
go
wants to
another
talk
5
the whole
minutes,
time.
I recognize if you're joking, don't say that anymore because he's taking it seriously. And if he wants to use it, he can.
No,
'cause
the
it sounds
best
like you're
part
serious.
is that he thinks it's serious. He thinks I'm being serious for the
Well,
full 5 minutes.
I
He
took
thinks
it
it's
as
a radio
serious.
show and
I
it's
took
not a
it
back
as-
and forth.
Well, I took it as serious, like you were trying to capitulate and say, okay, let me try to give you some time.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'll answer. Here's what's occurring. No, just lifting out of poverty alone doesn't lift people out. For example, if we lift them out of poverty to some degree because we're giving them government money, and that government money is going to something that is bad. For example, if we have to solve homeless problems, if we give them money and we can see that that makes them less impoverished, but they're using all of that money on things like drugs, like we see in a lot of places when we give these free needle programs, when we give free housing in places like California, that's actually not making people healthier. And so if by lifting people out of poverty, we're doing so by giving them sugary beverages so their fungible money puts them over the poverty mark. No, that wouldn't solve diabetes. Now, what I was trying to do in a good back and forth would be he asks a question or two, I ask a question or two. He's unwilling to do that. Instead, just wants to make ad hom attacks, Rob GPT, you look like you're unhealthy and stuff like that. Not interested in that conversation. What I will say, though, is that it's laughable. He's talking about millions of people, which he was unwilling to answer for, that are lifted out of poverty every year by food stamps. Well, given that we have, how many people in this country, if this is true, that something like, what was the number? You could tell me real quick. What's the total amount of people that's lifted out of poverty by SNAP every year?
Specifically with white people?
No, total.
1 million
Total.
people in 2020.
Total people.
I think it's 1.5 million.
So 1.1 million whites and 0.4 of the rest.
Yeah.
It's laughable. Like the fact that that's how many people that would be lifted out of poverty by this program alone would entail that within 20 years of SNAP, that we would have very few people that were impoverished in this country. In fact, the current number of people that are qualified as impoverished are about 42 million people. This means that in 20 years of SNAP, we would no longer have anyone in poverty. These numbers are laughable. The way that they calculate these things, are absolutely laughable, right? Now, what we can see is any ability to lift them out of poverty would be done. It would be done by the ability to send these things in a limited way that's not actually having sugary beverages be paid of this. And
so
the idea that we have
be correct, but
Okay,
it's not static. The number isn't
Okay,
static.
well, hold on one sec. Okay, so Rob is still wanting to continue. Go ahead, Rob.
No, it's fine. He has something to say. Go for it.
Well,
it's not static.
I lost track of the timer.
I don't mind. He could go. I was wrapping up my point.
I think that was 90 seconds. So I think unless you guys want 2 minutes.
Jesus.
He's fine.
First Amender, just relax. Everything's okay. You're cool.
It's not static. You think it's static. We've been eroding away at the middle class for decades now. So it doesn't surprise me that you're going to see more people in poverty as a result. But that doesn't mean SNAP benefits doesn't help people out of poverty. We know it does.
It does not. It does not help people out of poverty in the way that you're suggesting. To the tunes. Put the slide up again. I thought it said more than 1.1 million total. I thought that the number it lifted
again.
What's
that?
that?
You really need that?
Well, no, you could just tell me what it says. You don't have to show it. It was 1.1 million whites. What was the number for the total? That
SNAP helped people lift more than 2 million people out of poverty in 2023. Individuals lifted out of poverty in 2023 as a result of SNAP by race and ethnicity. 890,000 Black.
I don't care about the ethnicity. That's not important. So 2 million. That was the argument.
Yeah.
So 2 million people were lifted out of poverty because of SNAP.
In 2020.
I don't believe that. I believe that that's going to be a correlation, not a causation thing. I think if we delve into this data, what we'll see is 2 million people that were on SNAP ended up getting above the poverty line. That doesn't prove that SNAP itself is what was responsible for lifting them out of it.
Let's find out.
Okay. You don't know the own methodology of your study?
Well, you're sitting there saying it's correlative and not causal.
So you're saying you're telling me that
I'm almost positive that you're wrong here.
Okay, so you're telling me that this study, just real quick,
that.
What you're telling me is that this study is going to say that the sole reason these people were lifted out of poverty was SNAP. I don't believe that.
Take a look here.
We will be going to the Q&A soon. This has been lively. It's been juicy, and the questions are also juicy. We have some blood sporty questions.
James, how much time do we have left? Just to be curious. Before
we can get you out of you guys.
No. I'm not worried about that. I just mean for the open discussion, just so I know what area to talk about here before the end of opening. That's all I'm saying.
Well, depending on how much you guys have for time tonight. In either case, I'd like to wrap it up pretty quick.
Okay.
So like, let's say 5 minutes because we do a lot of questions.
Yeah. So I just think that, like, as he's looking that up, like, we didn't get to the other areas of the rampant fraud that occurs, people that are selling their food stamps that are able to purchase other things. It's just nonsensical. And I think you see a fundamental difference. If I'm trying to steelman First Amender's argument here, he's approaching it from the idea of almost like a socialist mindset, where it's like, hey, poor people deserve the same things that people that aren't as poor get. So poor people deserve to have sugary beverages and other amenities. And we should be forced to pay for that. I disagree with that. I think that the idea of SNAP is to provide nutritional assistance to people, particularly in times of emergency, or for the people that really need this help desperately. It doesn't mean that we're giving them amenities that are unhealthy and causing them to be unhealthier, like soda, potato chips, etc. And if the argument is, like he's saying, well, it wouldn't benefit their health because they'd spend their own money on those sorts of things, that proves that that's money we could be saving by not sending those people that money. This would help the economy at whole if we could eliminate 20% of what's going on. We see billions upon billions upon billions of dollars of waste, fraud, abuse, and spending in things like sugary beverages that could go back into our coffers that would be less tax dollars that people like me and you wouldn't have to pay these exorbitant fees. This is an example of government overreach and abuse that we see all the time, and collectively it led to things like when these programs were more robust, like during the Biden administration, we saw inflation hitting record levels, which meant that the average person that was working was having even a less hard time harder time paying their rent, buying their groceries, paying for gas, etc. That's because we're giving free shit to people that's free shit that they don't need.
We'll kick it over to First Amender, and then we got to jump into the Q&A.
So I looked at the specific chart that is talking about lifting them out of poverty. The quote unquote lifting out of poverty is referring to the supplemental poverty measure. The supplemental poverty measure specifically looks at food stamps directly to determine whether or not that it pulls people out of poverty. It is a level of need, as it is used in thresholds and dollar amounts to determine the poverty status and financial resources considered relevant for comparing against the measure of need as specified for thresholds and family for the purpose of assigning those thresholds for counting resources. So the inference is causal. I don't is literally measuring the very thing that you're asking for, and you're saying that you do not believe that SPM or that it did not pull that many people out of poverty, even though that's literally what SPM is specifically referencing, and that it would have that causal mechanism. So once again, you had no idea what you were talking about.
Okay, so what's the maximum food stamp that a single person could get per month?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
It's like 200, something like that. I'm not trying.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Let's assume it's 200. I think it's around there, right? Can you explain to me how, if I'm below the poverty line and now I get $200 in groceries, of which 20% I'm spending on soda, that directly causes me to be out of poverty? Just explain it in your own words, how that happens.
So when you are not focused on where you're getting your next meal, you can then focus on other things. And this improves your economic mobility, which enables you to make riskier decisions, such as getting a new job or a better job. It enables you to actually have to be healthier because you're not dealing with lack of nutrients or lack of calories. You can, in fact, get enough calories to survive. And this allows people to be healthier as a result. So yes, this is, yeah.
Okay, I don't think that that's directly how it would work, but let's even take your interpretation. Let's take your interpretation. What you just said there is, when you're not having to worry about your next meal and calories and nutrition, you could be healthier and focus on other things. Where does soda fit into that equation?
Yeah, it's just calories. I mean, is it a good decision? No, but I think that people make poor decisions.
So can you explain to me that
I'm not against, people making a poor decision. I mean, it's like, I have to ask myself, like, is a juice...
Last question. Can you explain to me? Can you explain?
I'm just curious. Like, would is a juice a part?
Last question. Last question I have for you. Can you explain to me how those same people being lifted out of poverty, if they're unable to buy soda on their food stamps, would no longer be able to be lifted out of poverty?
No,
I've got to give him a chance to respond. I got to go to the
Q&A with buying sodas.
That wasn't the question. I said
people, whether they're poor or wealthy, they purchase sodas because they're tasty.
That wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked was, under my significant reform of stopping to allow the purchase of junk food, can you explain to me, if we stop that, how people would no longer be able to be lifted out of poverty through SNAP?
Yes, because what the guise is that it would enable them to make better decisions. But in reality, what it is done is to restrict SNAP benefits, which, by the way, is already meager to start with. So yes, it would make life worse for people who are poor.
We'll jump to the
Is
Q&A.
that a soda you're drinking?
You got to jump into the
No.
Q&A.
Is that a dick in your mouth?
We are going to jump into it.
Is that what you want? Is that what you want to hear?
No.
Is that what you want to see?
No, not at all.
You want to see a dick?
No. Okay. Stop. No.
It looks like
okay.
you're
He's
excited
the one
about
that
it.
mentioned it. Not
There
me.
he goes again. Okay.
Look
This one
excited.
from Big League Drew says, first, thank you very much. Emperor Fat Ass Dog says, it's the master debate. And Basil Problem says, now I've got to warn you, Basil Problem, he's kind of, he says, modern day debate, Sandwich Man was found innocent by a jury of his peers using a Subway footlong as a deadly weapon. How would you have voted? I would have said he was guilty for wasting the best food in the world. Trumpinator says, let the church feed the poor. And you guys, if you want to respond, jump in. Otherwise, some of these are more like quick comments. Bubblegum Gun says, SNAP is how liberals like First Amender make whites pay reparations.
Yeah, it goes mostly to whites anyway. I don't know why you got to bring in some weird racism to it. It benefits everybody to have SNAP. And I'm also not against, by the way, not against churches from providing, they provide a great service as well. I'm not against churches doing that. Churches currently, they're overrun, and I just don't think that churches are going to be able to fulfill, the full national incentive and great success that SNAP has ensured.
The enemy of every liberal per capita. Yes, in a country where there are more white people, pretty much any metric will have more white people in it. But if we look at per capita usage, you can see, for example, that families that were not born in the United States have a far higher per capita usage. And the same is true of a litany of other racial groups as well.
This one from Basil Problem. This is the guy I warned you about. And this is Blood Sports. It wouldn't be Blood Sports if we didn't read them all. So we're going to read them all. It says, robnoerr, Bobby Kennedy says Americans will lose 125 million pounds by next year. When will you start on the diet?
I have started. I've actually lost a good amount of weight. So I'm doing all right. I don't know. It's interesting, though, to see the people that are advocating for government subsidized money to the soda industry talking about the need for people to lose weight. It's an interesting.
I just don't think that we should vilify poor people because they make poor.
We're not
decisions.
vilifying. Should we vilify them for drinking
Literally,
alcohol?
we did.
That's not what we're doing.
No, I don't think we should.
I don't think you still don't understand through this debate. Me saying
I do
that
understand
we
it.
should not be for. So do you? When the soup kitchen doesn't have
You don't
caviar,
seem to understand
when
that
the-
your
when the
that
soup
your
kitchen-
effort doesn't
Hold
actually.
on.
Do
when the
anything.
soup kitchen doesn't have caviar, are we vilifying poor people from not having caviar?
That's exactly what I meant, dude. You got it right.
Right.
You're
That's
so dead on.
that is directly analogous. Me
Jesus
saying,
Christ.
me
No,
saying,
it's not analogous.
it
I
is.
wanna go to
It's
the next
absolutely.
one.
Can I real quick? I'll just say this. Me saying that it is not entitled that we have to pay for people to have a certain thing means that, quote, I'm vilifying them is nonsensical any more than it
Yeah.
would be for a
Basil.
soup kitchen not having lobster or caviar. It's stupid.
Basil says, robnoerr, how do you pay for healthcare costs? Do you buy insurance or do you pay for each visit/procedure?
So right now I haven't been to healthcare since I left my job. So I did have insurance through work, but a lot of times on specific things I would go through procedure. So I'll probably look into getting healthcare. My son currently has healthcare.
Wow.
So the argument's, I know what the argument's going to be, that I'm raising the price of healthcare costs because I'm not living the healthiest life, I think is the argument. To which I would say to that, when people make decisions based on their own lifestyle, that's one thing. You shouldn't be forced to subsidize through taxation, giving me free stuff that contributes to that unhealthiness, whether it's cigarettes, booze, or soda.
Big League Drew says, if the government is shut down, I shouldn't have to pay taxes. Change my mind. First Amender, what are your thoughts on that? I bet that one.
I
drives
just
you
believe
crazy.
I believe in a general social contract, and you benefit by having a government that has the monopoly of force. You can't establish any contract law without there being a monopoly of force. And so I would hope that the government would not completely shut down outside of the federal benefits that it provides.
This one coming in from Basil Problem says, modern day debate, next debate, should section 5.1a subsection 2 of the U.S. Code be reformed? Maybe. Just to spite you. Big League Drew says, taxes are theft. The 16th Amendment is a fraud. Change my mind.
Taxation is the forcing of people's property from them through the threat of government force. That's what's going on. And we know almost all of us engage in this contract, albeit unwillfully to some level. I'm willing to say there needs to be some sort of limited social safety net. However, it is not a moral thing to take money from one person to give it to someone else, particularly when what you're giving them is an amenity that's not necessary for their survival.
You got it. This one, do appreciate your question. Some of these are juicy. 25 karat gold Labo Bobu says, First Amender, the video is a debate about whether SNAP needs a significant reform, not a casual conversation. Rob is right. You admitted he won the debate. Read the title of the video.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice, I didn't argue for significant reform. I mean, would I make some minor changes to it? Yes, but you're literally talking about one of the most successful programs in American history, and it does exactly work as intended, despite whether or not robnoerr wants to admit that or not.
It doesn't. It has significant fraud that we didn't get into much in the debate. In
Less
addition
than
to
1%.
that, that's not true. 11%, I believe, was the number I had.
Wrong.
That was payments in error, overpayments, etc. Then we, in addition to that, had 1
As well
to
as
2%
underpayments, right?
The
Did you count for
underpayments,
underpayments?
yes. So the way it works is the underpayments, if you take the net between the overpayments and the underpayments.
Also
Would you,
overpayments.
why,
and
why do you
underpayments
insist
aren't
on
fraud.
do wanna-
why do you insist?
I do just you just asked him, and I'm curious because we'll give you a chance for Amender to talk as well. But I am curious because the fraud idea was one. I'm curious. What else were you going to say, Rob?
Yeah, so there's 1 to 2% of direct fraud. Now, that doesn't include unreported fraud, which we can see individuals all the time that aren't caught because they don't take it seriously. There's only 300 charges of actually selling their food stamps. All of that would be fraud, and we all know that happens quite a lot. But when it comes to overpayments versus underpayments, the number's around 9 to 10% of overpayments minus underpayments, and it's still like 9 to 10% overpayments that are issued out.
First Amender, do you have thoughts?
Overpayments and underpayments aren't fraud. Those are just errors, which are corrected on a constant basis. They're constantly pushed back against. And there are entire sections of SNAP that specifically deal in that. If you want to increase that, I'm not necessarily against ensuring that there's accurate payments provided throughout SNAP benefits, but specifically fraud, what you're asking for, where they're, say, taking the SNAP and then they're selling it for drug money, that's around 1 to 2%.
And again, that's not the only fraud. There's also fraud that occurs through the places that are accepting the benefits in the first place. And I believe it was something like 8% of businesses that accept SNAP have been found to have engaged in forms of trafficking fraud. But nonetheless, the point that you specifically asked me, whether you call it fraud or just error, the error is not being corrected every year. And that's a significant amount of money that's being lost. Even the GAO admits this, billions of dollars a year.
Just really quick, because for the plebs like me, when you say trafficking fraud by, let's say, the big stores that are accepting these forms of payment, what's trafficking fraud mean in this case?
So what happens is they allow them to spend things that they know that they shouldn't be spending them on in efforts for cash to be put through. And so, like, there's a big list of it. Let's see. I have this all written down here. Retailer trafficking in the data indicates an increase of rate of retailer trafficking in recent years. It reported in March 2011, approximately $330 million in SNAP benefits were trafficked annually from 2006 to 2018, and approximately 8.2% of all authorized stores were engaged in trafficking. So this is intentionally allowing the money to be spent on things that they know that it's not the intended purpose so that the store could make money. And that's roughly in 2000. Now, it's hard to find data recent, but I would estimate that it probably has gotten worse, but 8.2% of all authorized stores have engaged in some form of this.
I see. And First Amendment, my guess you disagree. I don't want to spend too much time, but I do want to give you a chance to respond if you wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, we already have systems that address that. If you're talking about like assisting those systems that already exist, I don't consider that a significant change. That's like, okay, that's just more business as usual, except, you're looking to increase the funding to ensure that there's less overpayments and underpayments.
It's not doing a good job if it's at like around 10%
Yeah,
of
because when
overpayments.
people
a year.
like you defund it, it doesn't do a good job. That's
So
how
then,
that works.
so then you would say there needs to be a significant reform in funding more of it.
Yeah.
That's what I said.
This
What-
one from dog meat.
Whatever the significant, I suppose. You got me
No,
there.
I
You did it.
literally part of my
You
opening
did it. You
sta-
got me on the definition
I-
game. You won the
Part
debate.
of my opening statement was that we need to have like a Doge, an increase in funding for accountability offices to make sure. In fact, I specifically talked about, which granted, I can't fault you for not addressing it because we didn't get in there. States themselves purposely allow people to fraudulently skirt the work requirements. And then later, when they're trying to make up so they don't get punished by the federal government for errors or fraud, they just say, oh yeah, these are good. The work requirements were all good.
The work requirements doesn't really address the modern situation regarding gig economy and how this actually
That's
penalizes
irresponsive.
people that are genuinely trying to
Irresponsive to what I
benefit.
said.
But they're no,
It doesn't respond.
It's
Okay,
it's
explain how the
because
gig economy.
it doesn't address the situation economically. Currently, we have the middle class being eroded away, where the rich are getting richer and the poor are remaining poor. And there's an X amount of the middle class that are getting into the poor. By removing funding from SNAP, this only exacerbates the conditions of the poor.
Explain
you
to me
quick
how that
pithy
is
response.
in any way responsive to me saying that states are in purposely allowing people to skirt work environments in order to clean up their books for the federal government to.
Because
How
it
does
doesn't
Uber
take
have
into
to?
account the modern gig economy.
That's not true. Nothing in any of
Yes,
the
it
evidence
is.
suggests. Okay, so explain to me how them intentionally allowing people to skirt the work economy is somehow not a problem because someone drives for Uber.
I don't even know what you're asking at this point.
I'm saying
It
that the
doesn't even make sense.
state governments are intentionally defrauding the federal government by intentionally allowing people to lie about work requirements. And your response,
I'm not aware if
your
the state government
your
is doing that,
response,
or even if
your
they're doing
response
so
to
legally.
that
But
accusation
defunding it
was-
is not a
your
is not a
Hold on one
response
fraud.
to
sec. I
that
do
ac-
want to.
your response to that accusation was, but the gig economy. And I'm saying those don't have anything to
it's
do with
true
each
that
other.
The gig economy doesn't actually
It
address.
doesn't have anything to do with it.
It doesn't address what's going on regarding people's poor socioeconomic conditions.
I
Nor
do
does
wanna
it
move to the next
address
one.
my
And you're
claim.
wanting to defund it further.
We do have to move on. This one from
Classic
Basic Problem.
Republican tactics where they go and they say,
This
"Oh,
one from
Nonsense.
Dog Meat
Complete nonsense.
says, both. Is being obese considered fraud to you? How do you need food if you're packing 6 months of 6 months worth in fat on your
I don't know.
body?
Ask him. I have no experience in this.
What's your BMI?
My BMI,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's pretty low.
It's pretty low. You considered
it's like
not
normal.
overweight to any degree whatsoever.
That's correct. Look,
Don't no,
Oh, wow.
please
Wow.
stop. Okay.
Look at that.
This is
Yeah, look at
okay.
that.
This has gone too
Wow.
far. Stop.
Oftentimes people
Alright.
could be
I'm gonna turn your
technically
camera off.
oftentimes people could be technically overweight that look healthy. They could still be above the BMI.
I'm not
The
overweight.
point is, like your cheap jabs aside, which mean nothing to me. I would worry less about my physical health and
You
more
should answer the
about you.
question though.
I am
instead
answering
of
the
be
question.
focused on me.
I am answering the question, and I'm answering your ad hom attacks that you've made the entire time. Instead of focus on my health, perhaps you should focus on your ability to debate, as you do such a poor job of it. You were lamenting
I gave
before we.
multiple metrics.
Please,
You
I'll
ignored
finish
all of
my
them.
point.
You just say I
please,
don't believe it.
please.
and move
One
forward.
sec.
Please,
I
as
just-
you were now that you want to make ad hom attacks the whole time, you were lamenting before you came on that you can't afford to go to DebateCon because your channel is so low watched. And I understand from your performance today why so few people tune into you. So I totally understand that. Perhaps before you issue sort of proclamations and jokes about other people, you should focus on your own life and the shortcomings that you have within it.
I do.
Nonetheless,
I
I
do
would
just
not
fine,
consider
and,
being overweight
No,
to be a fraud. I would not
I
consider
don't
that.
tell the poor to not drink sodas when you yourself probably drink sodas. So.
I do not tell the
FYI.
poor not to drink sodas. I told the poor that I shouldn't have to pay for them to drink sodas. The fact that you're
got it.
incapable of understanding that shows why so many people
Yeah, but
choose
it
to
doesn't
not watch your
actually have
show.
any efficacy. That's
We
the
must go to
problem.
the
You
next
What
need
are
to
you
one.
address
talking
that.
about? No wonder
Okay.
people don't
Doesn't
watch
have
you.
must
any
go to the next
efficacy.
one.
People do make poor decisions
Gentlemen.
if they have an underlying desire of making poor
to the
decisions.
Then they
next
don't
one.
need our money.
You know,
This one
kind of like
from
it's ridiculous.
Basil Problem says, Rob, how much time? Okay, this is the guy that you got to be careful. He says, how much time do you spend training in zone 2? It's like the cardio zone 2, I think he means.
Mm.
This one, if you want to respond, you can. You don't have to. This is a nasty guy. He's going to start talking about your body soon. He does that to all our guests.
Well,
He says,
in
if you
first
have been a-
amender, I've been hyper focused on my body. Perhaps
says-
perhaps some wishful thinking on you guys' part.
He says, if you had been elected to Congress in 2019, would you have voted to release the Epstein files, Rob?
Yes.
This one from Basil says, Rob, please tell us what health habits you are following to mitigate your risk of adult onset diabetes.
I am regularly exercising. I've started to eat, trying to take carbohydrates out of my diet, but I don't do the best job. What does any of this have to do? There's a fundamental misunderstanding. Well, it's not a misunderstanding. It's intentional obtuseness from First Amender and the people that are watching. No one's saying that people should be forced to make healthy decisions. We are saying that the government should not take your tax dollars to buy unhealthy product amenities for people.
This
Simple
one's wrong.
concept. It's difficult
As
for
I say,
somebody to
not as I
understand.
do. Am I right?
No. Are you okay? If I was doing as I say, not as I do, I'd say First Amendment, send me money for soda. Send me money for
Okay.
soda.
Do you
Okay.
want donos?
Yeah. Go
What's
over to my
going
chat
from?
and give me a super chat.
Big League Drew says, Diet Coke is better than Coke. Change my mind. Basil Problem says, Rob, do you buy pool health insurance? I don't know why he's so obsessed with your health insurance. If you do, why should I subsidize your obesity?
Next, I'm not answering the guy.
This one from Airborne Animal says, notice that First Amender focused only on children and not adults on food stamps. Could it be that he is cherry picking the data? I think so. First Amender, like all leftists, cannot control himself.
Hold on, I'm getting him some money for soda.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Soda.
I'm sure the less than, 20, 30 people that watch you regularly? How much, by the way, how much you making in donos there with your job? What was your job? System analysis. That's your job?
I'm a
systems administrator. Excellent.
Emperor
donuts.
Fat Ass Dog says Trump
There
has
you go.
lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps and 1.9 million more Americans are employed today than when he took office. Sounds like MAGA isn't such a bad thing, First Amender.
Wait, I'm sorry. Repeat that. I was focused on donating to robnoerr.
They said, first offender, Trump has lifted over 600,000. For the record, he doesn't have a record, any illegal stuff that we know of. He says, Trump has lifted over 600,000 Americans off food stamps, and 1.9 million more Americans are employed today than when he took office. Sounds like MAGA isn't such a bad thing.
I'm sorry. One more time. I'm just laughing
What the
really
fuck
hard
is-
because everybody is responding to the donation I just gave in his chat. Sorry.
This one from Chef Dylan says, first offender, if there is, disclaimer, he's not known for having offended anybody.
Okay.
If there is a net boon for the economy from SNAP, why isn't anyone pushing for simply printing 1 trillion and putting it into SNAP? We'd be able to eliminate federal debt.
Because of inflation. Inflation is bad. We don't want
But
too much inflation.
Think of how much the GDP would increase.
The GDP does not increase by having that much inflation.
Oh, so it
It
would
actually
increase.
causes a
Wait,
net
wait, wait, wait,
negative,
wait.
'cause,
Your
like, when
argument.
you have too much
wait,
inflation,
I'm sorry.
people
Your
don't
argument.
spend their
No,
money.
wait. Your argument is inflation doesn't increase GDP. That's exactly opposite. Actually, inflation does increase GDP.
So inflation can, well, it depends. It depends on the level of inflation. That's a complex question, but
It's
again,
not that
we-
complex. It's not. If
It-
we
it
printed
is.
1
It-
trillion
it
more
is.
dollars and handed it out, GDP would go up by 1
but
trillion.
it can also reduce trade in the fact that people are less secure in their money being secure in
The
that,
truth-
and so it can cause a deflationary spiral. There's a whole bunch of different
Right. The
reasons
truth
why
is-
this doesn't necessarily work out. But we know SNAP is a net benefit economically speaking, and it doesn't have to be. I mean, if you really don't like GDP, none of that matters. That's fine. You can look at the MVPF, which is a good empirical measure that doesn't doesn't need to use GDP. It's the same. Pick your measurement. I mean, it's just empirically, no matter what metric you use, SNAP benefits is a net.
So I'll respond to this. So what you can see is he acknowledges here that it's not just a matter of government spending money means GDP goes up, which is good. He goes back to this metric that we dealt with the whole time. All this metric says is when children are healthy, they're less likely to use other government programs when they get older. He laughably says that it's $1
MVPF
that is exactly what it said. You went through the study. It said that the people that were on these programs as children are less likely to use programs from the government when they get older. The reason for that will be because they're more nutrition that they got, which means that they would be less likely to be on other government programs when they get older. Laughably, he tries to make the claim for $1 put in is $56 taken out. Now he shows you right here how that can't be true, because if that was true, then if we gave everyone food stamps, then we would get 56 times the amount that would be put out, which is laughable. This is clearly there is no reason. There is no reason. I'll finish real quick. I'll finish.
Or not Rob, First Amender, let's let Rob finish.
There is no reason why the significant reforms that I'm suggesting, cutting out sugary beverages, other reforms I suggested, getting able-bodied adults off. Notice I never said anything about children, which is what his metric's talking about. And he was unable to argue any of that. He just says, no, somehow magically taking tax dollars to pay for sodas means that people are doing immensely better economically. It's laughable.
This one from Basal Problem. Robnoerr, you were a, quote, national debate tournament qualifier. Please tell us what that entails. Were you also a modern day debate qualifier? I don't know what that means. We don't have a qualifier.
I'm not going to answer that guy. I don't give a shit what he says.
Lord Farquaad says, legalize Coke. We sell bricks of it. GDP goes boom. We're better off for it, right?
People would have more energy.
Yeah, you don't have to use GDP. Once again, you can use the MVPF as well. It's the same thing. I mean, it is a net boon to the economy. People do better off when people are fed as opposed to not fed. It doesn't require a brainiac to figure that one out. I mean, I don't know. Right wingers don't like numbers. Like anytime you bring up any number, they're like, I don't believe that number. That number is bullshit. I'm going to keep believing whatever it is I want to believe in, and fuck all measured statistics whatsoever. It's biased. PBS, it's biased. The World Economic Forum, it's biased. GDP is biased. It's all biased. The math is biased. It's all biased. And really, we should just take away SNAP from poor people, I guess, because I don't know, poor people don't deserve it.
I guess when ad-homs and intentional misunderstanding don't work, straw man will have to suffice. I also was presenting numbers that were contradicting the exact numbers he had, and they were from better sources like the USDA. For example, his PBS source.
Provide any sources.
Please let me finish.
Throughout the entire debate.
For example,
we gotta go.
Just because I didn't screen share when I tell you the source and you don't dispute it, such as the USDA that I read directly from, when your PBS
Rob GPT.
All right, I'm going to mute you because you just keep talking while Rob is trying to get through a sentence.
Again, he says Rob GPT. I read directly from the USDA. His source of PBS said that there was no evidence whatsoever that people that aren't on SNAP are more likely to drink soda or purchase soda than people that are. I read directly from the USDA showing that that's not true. I also talked specifically about his data was being misrepresented by him. In addition, he didn't know what the metrics behind his own studies were, as evidenced by the time that he was trying to go through it desperately and come up with some reason to rationalize what he was saying. His own metric that he's talking about that's not the GDP number is talking specifically only about children that have access to food stamps. And even here, he belies what he's saying. He says, oh, when people have access to food, then, oh, yeah, it just makes sense. And he doesn't believe any of the data. Now, what I'm saying is the way you're interpreting that data is incorrect. For example, we all agree, based on the other numbers you're saying, if they're true, that they do have access to food. Because if we stopped using food stamps to purchase soda for them, they literally would purchase soda, implying that they're not starving to death, which means that if it's merely a metric that your numbers are saying that people that aren't starving to death are doing better, they already have the money according to you.
Need pithy responses. This one from Chef Dylan. The government cannot tell a man, unless First Amender, if you wanted a quick pithy response to that, I can give you one because I don't want to.
I mean, he's just repeating the same thing. I've responded multiple times. Once again, he's not acknowledging that his proposal has shown to not work.
This one, Chef Dylan says the government cannot tell a man who pays for his meal what he can eat. the government can tell the taxpayers parasites what they can eat. Namely, they're saying these folks on SNAP are, in their words, a parasite
Yeah.
off of the taxpayer. So in that case,
Yeah.
it is fair for the government to tell them, like, hey, you can't have the sugar soda.
They're not a parasite. You're just luckier than them.
Your argument
This-
is that the only thing that makes someone have more money than someone that's poor is luck?
Yeah, the number one determinant of what causes someone to be wealthier as opposed to poorer is their zip code.
Okay,
It's
but
really
that
actually
seems
quite sad, really.
that seems to belie arguments you were making
And
earlier.
Also,
For example,
considering that the middle class has been eroded away, that's another problem.
you
wanna
said
go
poor.
too
You said
far.
earlier that
The
poor
number
people
one
are.
determinant of what determines
Please,
your
why do you
success
keep
in life
repeating
is zip
yourself?
code.
You said earlier that poor people are more likely to make worse choices. So they're more likely to, when they're even broke, go out
People
and buy
make poor
things like
choices,
soda.
rich or poor.
Hold on.
It's
You
okay,
said
just
they
you
were
have
more likely.
First,
It's
okay,
just that poor people,
you
when they make poor
when there's,
choices,
like,
it's worse for them.
mid-sentence, okay, we need to, like, when someone's talking, we gotta, like, let them finish sentence.
It's fine. I said what I needed.
I mean, he's like misrepresenting what I
I'm
said.
not
but
mis-
okay.
What you said earlier was that poor people are more likely to make poor choices. That's why they're more
No.
likely to be diabetic.
No,
Why
You
are poor
must
people
move
more
forward.
likely to be diabetic?
I think
because they make poor choices.
this one from
Exactly.
we'll go. I do want to go to questions
It
where
doesn't mean they're more likely
I do wanna
to
go to
make poor
questions where we-
choices. Jesus Christ.
you want to go to
freaking
questions where we
idiots.
have
James, can I
Just-
real quick? I think this is a very important. Just 30 seconds, please. If your
Okay.
argument is poor people are more likely,
He's like exhausted. Look at him.
no,
let's
I'm
give him a chance.
flabbergasted by your stupidity. If your argument is poor people are more likely to be diabetic because they make poor choices, why would that matter if non-poor people are making the exact same amount of poor choices?
Rich people make poor choices too.
Then why aren't they equally likely to be diabetic if the reason that poor people are more
Because they
diabetic
have
is poor
likely
choices?
better health care.
So
we must go to the next one. I hate to do this, but guys, we just have so many questions that people are wanting another question. Wi-Fi Gospel says Medicare already limits what is able to be bought by extra benefit cards. They can only legally allow eligible beneficiaries to buy healthy groceries.
that's on the Medicare program, I believe, not
There,
SNAP.
there is no basis to what is the healthy versus unhealthy. That's really difficult to put legislatively. And a lot of this comes down to a lot of state benefits and what is allowed versus not allowed. It's not as simple as like, well, this is healthy, soda is unhealthy, juice is healthy or unhealthy. I don't know. Maybe it's unhealthy. Does it contain red 40? It's unhealthy. Like there's a whole bunch of metrics that people can use where it's like super subjective as to what's healthy and unhealthy. And all this does is just increase the administrative burden, and it just increases stigma towards poor people. And at the end of the day, rich people end up making bad decisions, and well, so do poor people. It turns out we're like ape people that like sweet things, and so we consume sweet drinks. And by
Let's
the
go
way,
to the
the
next.
level of concern he has is 7%. That's the total that people spend on sweet drinks.
It's not. The
Barney
level of
says-
concern was 20%. Also, you misrepresent once more there. What we're saying specifically is that there are already programs like WIC and Medicare that limit out healthy choices. And you saying that because we don't know on the fringes, like whether or not kale is as healthy as lettuce, means that we can't determine
Let's
whether
go
or
to the
not
next
soda
one.
is healthy or not is laughable. It's weaponized stupidity.
The Farney says Guinness has more nutritional value than soda, actually. The Vile Van Gogh says, I don't know what GDP is. I don't know what they're quoting here. They say, quote, I don't know what GDP is. I don't know what supplemental income is. I don't know if soda is unhealthy, but study says line go up. First Amender. They're attributing that quote to you, First Amender.
GDP is CGI and X. I explained that right away. I explained the reasoning, and if you apply Robert Noer's attempts, they don't actually pan out for numerous reasons, and I explained why. He just keeps on the same thing because he wants to poor shame people. I don't know.
Not Sunny Extra says, First Amender, beer was a significant supplement to bread in medieval times, meaning it had nutritional benefits. Tell me why you wouldn't allow beer and food stamps, but would allow soda.
Because of the significant market externality. I agree that there are negative market externalities towards soda. It's nowhere close to beer.
This one from Carl Camp says, I'm now 40. I come from EBT food stamps in Missouri, and it incentivizes single parent homes, job loss, or working less as to keep the benefits. It does have an upside of causing those with ambition to leave the poverty for a better future. So it's kind of a
I couldn't agree with you more. This is why I was arguing not significant reform, but small reforms that kind of wean people off of it as people get more successful. So that way, if a person decides to work more or they take a promotion, that mathematically it would benefit them to take the promotion than it would be to just suddenly like cold turkey food stamps.
We didn't get into this, but it's nonsensical. First, you agree with him. He said it does things like incentivize single parent households, which is bad for a litany of reasons. And secondly, even if we delved into what you were saying here, one, that would be a significant reform. Second, it would still lead to these same sort of things. Like now you would just have, instead of the cliff being 1 month, it would be 3 months, and people would still make the decision to say, you know what, it's not worth working an extra 10 hours a week in order to just have 50 net dollars increased, because 3 months from now I'm going to lose my food stamp benefits. It'd be the exact same problem, just delayed a couple months.
This one from Big League Drew. I'm at McDonald's buying a Diet Coke right now. Good for you, Big League. It tastes different. Birds aren't even real says, never heard anyone say soda should be free for all. Kind of schizo. Like a thought you dismiss entirely.
Yeah, I don't think that soda should be free for all. I just think that penalizing it leads to unnecessary bureaucracy that doesn't actually accomplish what you're looking for.
Chef Dylan says, I wasn't 100% anti-welfare, but thanks to First Amender, I now am. They say I'm fully against helping the poor specifically through government programs. So they say, like, they're saying, I don't want to help the poor through government programs, but I'm open to other
I
ways.
have a feeling he was always convinced, but
They say
It is honest. I'm sorry.
They end with, thank you, creepiest bad faith debater ever.
It is true, though, and what First Amendment, I mean, he's sort of lolcalling his way through this. That's fine. But the truth is, these sort of arguments that he's making here actually has the counterintuitive effect. What happens is people that are generous and want to help out poor people, when they're told that they're disgusting and they're stigmatizing people by saying, hey, let's make sure they're getting nutritional stuff instead of amenities that even I can't afford, they start to get embittered and they say, well, fuck it. If that's going to be the answer, then I don't want to do any sort of helping to these people because of the entitlement that comes with it. So it's really sad that actually people like First Amender probably lead counterintuitively to more pushback. Any argument I could make for reform isn't going to be as effective as people making their own decision to reform, because people like him are so condescending when they're saying that you should be forced to pay for these people to have these amenities.
This one
that
coming
would
in
be great
from,
if it actually did that, but it doesn't. But okay.
this one coming in from, pardon me, I got turned around here. Chef Dylan says, I wasn't, oh, we got that. Basil Problem says, Rob, they say, they call you Robbie technically. When an LLM replaces your YouTube channel, what's LLM again? I'm slow.
It's a limited language model, or I think that's
Okay,
language learning model.
Thank you. Okay, so it's some sort of AI. I'm old.
Yeah, it's like ChatGPT and things of that nature.
They say when LLM replaces your YouTube channel or whatever revenue you make from these debates, will you take government benefits?
I'm not addressing that guy.
This one from Airborne Animal says, welfare was never meant to actually lift people out of poverty. Thomas Sowell has direct experience with it and spoken about it at length.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, I have direct experience with SNAP. My mom, she had to get divorced from my father because my dad was not capable of keeping a job because he had some pretty severe attention deficit disorder that made it difficult for him to kind of have executive functions and be able to follow directions to a great extent. As a result, it was just difficult he had to basically try to create his own business when he had no money. And so my mom was separated from my dad, taking care of 2 kids. She was working 2-3 jobs. She could not afford food. Without SNAP, me and my brother would have gone hungry. And the end result is that I went on SNAP and I received government assistance. And as I grew up, I was able to get even further government assistance for getting a college degree, and then I got my bachelor's degree in management of information systems. I've by far paid much more in taxes than what I garnered. So
Yeah.
I'm living proof that yes.
How much?
food
How
stamps
much?
works.
When you were on food stamps as a young person, how much was purchased of soda?
I'm sure an amount.
Like,
I don't know I mean,
I
there was
guess.
probably an amount of soda.
if you were
I don't
unable,
have,
if you were
it wasn't
unable,
an everyday thing. I mean, sometimes it was juice, sometimes it was water, sometimes it was,
if you
you
were,
know,
guys,
if
I'm
you were-
getting Timothy,
just
you
real
guys,
quick,
I'm going like
if you were
question pretty quick.
if you were incapable of having that soda, would you have had the life that you have now?
if I was well, I have a feeling that I would have found soda one way or another.
So your family would have had external money that they could have purchased soda.
No,
with.
I mean, I could probably like find a quarter under the blanket somewhere or under a couch somewhere, or I'd ask my friend for a quarter and then I go and I buy a can of Chex.
Thank you.
Like there's ways to get sodas, even though you don't have
Thank
any
you.
money.
Last thing I'll say, thank you so much for proving that even if we eliminated soda in SNAP benefits, your life would have been just fine. Thank you.
So
Basal
it doesn't
problem.
accomplish what you say.
Saves
it would.
20% of spending.
No,
Basal
all it does
problem.
is stigmatize poor people from being able to buy things
Basal
that you
problem says
like.
robnoerr. Did your mom take Tylenol when she was pregnant with you? Dr. Dick.
No, wait. I'd like to address that one, actually. Is that funny, First Amender?
It's hilarious.
Well, I noticed I could have made jokes about your mom leaving your dad because he has ADD, but I didn't.
Dude, you're literally making jokes about having a dick in my mouth, and now you're like going to play the cry bully. Okay,
No,
dude.
I'm not playing a cry bully. I'm just saying that I think it's funny.
I'm just saying, like you can't
Hold
look
on.
like this and tell people that I have sodas.
I can't remember.
I'm sorry, you can't do it. It's like the
Certainly I
maximum
can't. All right,
hypocrite
hey,
move.
if you'd like to do it,
All
tell
right.
us about. No, James. I think tell us about your mom leaving your dad because he couldn't pay attention. Go ahead, tell us more about it. Was it possibly because his son was a little shit who was taken to? Please let me finish. Let me finish. Was it possible that he was embarrassed by his shit son without a chin that was whining for soda all the time?
Chin? I got a better chin than you.
Really?
We'll go to
Why
the
do you
next
have to have a
question.
beard?
Tell us about that. No. Tell
You
us
have to have
about
a beard
no,
to
listen,
hide that
please,
double chin.
please. Tell us about how sad you are that daddy left. Tell us because
My-
he has
my- I
ADD.
love my dad.
He
My
couldn't
dad
work.
is,
He couldn't work because he has ADD.
My dad is still. I love my dad. I
No,
don't know
please.
what to-
I want to hear
yeah.
about.
I
No, tell us.
talk with my
tell
dad.
us.
I hang out with
Tell-
my dad.
no,
He's a great guy.
Don't,
He's fun to
don't
hang out with.
filibuster.
I
Don't
just don't think he's
filibuster.
a
No,
super
see,
responsible
you look
person.
upset. You look upset there. You need to filibuster.
We'll go to
Not
the-
really.
Please. So tell us how it's so difficult to work because you just can't keep.
What does
You
this
can't
have to
pay
do with
attention.
anything?
Tell us about your
We'll go to
awesome
the next
dad.
one.
Tell
that
me about
just
your
can't-
dad.
Yeah, tell us about it, right? He couldn't pay attention, so he couldn't have a job. Those are the
Yeah,
sorts
I
of people that need food stamps.
My dad is a pretty distracting person, and so it doesn't surprise me that
So
he
tell
had
us.
difficulty with
We'll go to-
executive.
So
I
what
do
sort of
wanna-
couldn't hold the job.
what sort of welfare should we
Yeah.
provide people that are just easily distractible?
Food stamps was great.
Food
Thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate that.
So are you easily distractible?
Uh-huh.
So should you get welfare as well?
No, because I'm self-sufficient. I don't need it.
Why couldn't your dad be?
I don't know. I'm not my dad.
Right.
I don't know what he
so,
goes through on a
So I
daily
just want to be
basis.
clear. In your world, that we would give food stamps and perhaps other forms of welfare for people that are easily distractible.
No, I'll help you out. To people that need it.
Okay, like people that are easily distractible.
No, to people that need it.
Your dad needed it. Why?
Distractible, not distractible. Well, my dad, he kind of did his own thing. I don't
Why
know,
did he need it?
if he received food stamps specific. I could probably ask my dad but my mom, she needed
All
food
right,
stamps because
we
she had
do
2
have
kids.
a lot of
But my
questions to
question
get
is, real quick, I think I've been generous in allowing the insults to me, so I think it's fair that I get to respond here a little.
Yeah, like a
why
dick in
did
my
your
mouth,
dad?
right?
Why did your dad need it? Why did your
I
dad?
don't know if my dad needed
You told
food
us.
stamps.
You said that the reason that your
my
family
mom separated from my
You-
dad
You said that the reason your family needed it was because your dad was easily distractible.
because my mom divorced from my dad, and there was only one income coming in, and my mom
And the reason
just
for the
did her
divorce-
best to take care of
The
2
reason
kids.
for the divorce was his easy distractibility.
I'm saying my dad couldn't hold a job. I mean, there's numerous reasons.
Because he was
Do we
easily
gotta go into
distractible.
my family history. No, it's not.
Oh,
Just
so
'cause
then
of
you
that,
misled
there's
us.
a lot of
You misled
factors.
us. Got you.
No, I'm saying there's a lot of factors that
Mhm.
causes someone to divorce another person.
I think maybe before joking around and stuff about people's parents and stuff, maybe you should like check the plank in your eye before you talk about other people's splinters. So
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe also lose
We'll
some weight
jump-
if you plan on
jump to the
judging
next
poor
one.
people for wanting
I'm
to
not
bring
judging
on
poor
drugs.
people. I'm saying that you can
You-
make
you
any
are.
decision you want
That's
as a poor
literally
person.
the-
I mean,
This one from Dr. Dickhead says all that shit talking in first offender had to chat GPT his own stupid study. LOL W Rob. Unforced Ego says, does this guy not know the middle class is shrinking because the upper class is growing? The lower class has been shrinking as well.
Lower
Blood,
classes remain the same. That's
they say
wrong.
Blood only knows what he reads in PBS headlines that AI highlights for him.
Yeah, it's not AI highlights. It's not PBS. You can look at AP News. You can look at the World Economic Forum. You can look at the Human Development Index. There's so many different metrics that you can observe that exemplifies exactly what I'm talking about.
Flavius Asinius says, can libs ever engage in good faith, or do they need to resort to sophist rhetoric?
I engaged. You'll notice in my intro, I in fact did address not all of his positions that he wanted to introduce before I basically had that PowerPoint made before I even heard his intro. So like, not only was I aware of what his argument would be, but I also know that his solutions don't work. And he even acknowledged these studies and how, yeah, maybe it doesn't do this, but then he started questioning the methodology, and then we got to talk about like the methodology. But they don't really ultimately care about the methodology. It's about wanting to reduce SNAP benefits, and he himself had admitted that.
real quick, just a quick question. You said the lower class is staying the same, but the middle class is shrinking.
Well, I got a dick on my mouth. I can't hear you.
Clip that. I said, you said the lower class is staying the same, but the middle class is shrinking.
The middle class is shrinking,
And the lower class
rich
is
are getting
remaining the
richer,
same.
and the lower class is remaining the same. In fact,
So
I'm
then
pretty
the
sure
middle
it
class
it
is going
growing.
to the upper class.
No, middle class is going to the upper class, and then there's also people going into the poor poverty.
No, wait. Then that would imply that both the lower class and the upper class are increasing.
No. Okay, this is a misunderstanding of socioeconomic conditions. The poor remains poor, the rich are getting richer, the middle class is eroded away.
So what class is the middle class going into?
They're going to poor and rich.
So equally.
No, it's actually majority poor.
So then the lower class is growing.
So in terms of socioeconomic conditions, that's remaining the same. But yes, the total population of poverty is increasing.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't know what you mean when you say in terms of socioeconomic conditions.
The conditions of their poverty. It
So-
remains the same. They
so the-
remain poor. They
right,
don't
that's
seem to
clearly-
climb economically.
That's clearly not. In fact, I would say probably the poorer, probably the socioeconomic conditions are probably getting slightly better with the advances in technology, right? But clearly what the questioner was asking was the more people making it to the upper class, more people in the lower class, middle class eroding. And you sort of sneered at that, but you're absolutely wrong. According to your own interpretation, if the middle class is eroding and they're not becoming upper class, then the lower class is growing.
Do you think it's a good thing that the middle class is eroding away?
No. What's that have anything to do with what I just said?
Well, I was just curious. Anyway,
You're very good at non sequiturs. I'll give you that.
This one from, do appreciate your question. Kokomo says, kudos to James, great moderating, appreciate it. Thanks for your kind words. Airborne Animal said, in Alaska, a family of 7 can get $10,000 a month from SNAP alone.
you cannot receive $10,000 a month on SNAP. That's
They,
not possible.
wait, hold on. They said, they actually responded. They said, I did take the data from the wrong table. Apologies. They said in Alaska, instead of what they just said, they're correcting themselves. They said in Alaska, you can get up to $6,400 a month for 7 people.
I'm not sure if that's the case. I mean, I can take a look and see what is the max amounts. And get, but I don't. Yeah, I don't. I
sounds like
guarantee you,
they-
it's not 6,000.
They did check. They double checked the table. To be fair, I am curious. So, how much you can get from SNAP in Alaska for 7 people in a month? If anyone wants to Google it, I'm curious what it is. But Pable 73 says it never fails. Those who criticize socialism have no idea what it means.
100%. I completely agree. Anytime you hear like a social safety net, people cry
Well, this is
socialism,
meant to
but
insult Rob. I want to give Rob a chance.
Well,
This
I
is
do
meant
know
to
what
critique
socialism
Rob.
means,
You
right? It
don't
means
know what
government owns the
socialism
means of
means.
production.
it's the
This one?
workers' ownership of the means of
Okay,
production.
workers,
Rob.
so same difference. The government
No,
is a
government
collective.
is not the workers. Rob.
Government is in this
Government is not
example.
the workers.
In this
Rob.
example, what I'm saying is
Oh,
that the
Jesus.
government is made up of the
Are you the
totality of the
government? Are
citizens.
you a
Hold on,
worker?
can you let him? We
Why
can't even hear what he says.
you
if
a
just-
worker?
if you just talk over him, we can't hear what Rob is saying.
Methinks
but
if
it's
you
just,
ever
like,
find a
stupid.
woman, she's going to leave you for not having the ability to pay attention and stay on task too. Now, what I'm saying is, despite that, we can see that there are policies that are more capitalist or more socialist. For example, we don't have a pure capitalist society either. We have a mixed economy.
Correct.
What I'm criticizing specifically is when someone says, if you suggest that you should take tax dollars and give things to poor people that are amenities like soda, and to say that we shouldn't do that, that means that you're shaming them and saying that they shouldn't have the right to consume soda. That leads to one to believe that it's a socialist mindset that says these people are entitled to things, including those that are amenities.
Yeah, well, I think that there are basic necessities such as food that I think
Soda's
that
not
we
a
as the
basic necessity.
wealthiest country we as the wealthiest country on planet Earth should be able to feed our population, which would include the poor. And then
Let's go to the
heck,
next one.
we have people in prison where they get 3 hots and a cot. I have no reason why somebody who's poor should not be able to also receive.
We're talking about
these
soda.
food
Soda.
benefits.
That's what the point was.
There's
Soda.
also but the problem is that the implementing that doesn't actually do what you think it does.
Yes,
And I've
I mean,
provided that
I
over and
don't know
over.
how many
Next
times.
one.
By the way,
I'll say
for
this
fun
one.
on James Coons's last thing that they said, where I think there was somebody that said that there's somebody that receives $7,000 a month based on 7 people in the house in Alaska. That's wrong. The maximum monthly benefit for a household of 7 is $1,571. It's just not possible. Anything past 8 people in a household, $1,789. Each additional person is $218. So I have no idea where you're getting that number. That's the fiscal year of 2026 SNAP benefits by household size.
Do you have like the web address, just out of curiosity?
Yes, it's the cbpb.org. Here, I'll go ahead and I'll provide it in chat.
That's good. Even if people, just so people in the audience can look it up, CBPD.
Yeah, so SNAP benefits by household size, fiscal year of 2026. It is and it will give you the table of the amount of money that is allocated based on household size.
Now that same super chatter that said that, I want to give them, they had another one. And then I do have to restrict the rebuttals during the Q&A because there's just a lot of questions. Or they said, so is first offender arguing that overweight people in SNAP should not get benefits until they lose enough weight?
No, I'm not arguing that. It's him that's arguing that.
It's not. That's nowhere near.
You
what
wanted
I
to
argued.
remove soda.
This one
You're
from
literally arguing that.
If I will respond very quickly. The misnomer. It's clear that he's intentionally obtuse or he's too dumb to have this conversation. I'll once more repeat what I'm saying is that they are not entitled to it to take money from people through force and then force us to buy amenities like soda. He says that the studies show this wouldn't work. This proves one of 2 things. Either one, they don't need as much SNAP as they're getting because they have extra money that they will then use for an amenity like soda. And so we shouldn't have to subsidize them for food. Or second, that they would make healthier choices because now they would make sure that they're getting actual staples that would make them healthier. He can't have it both ways. This has nothing to do with shaming. It's either saving money or it's having people become
Let's go to
healthier.
the
It's one
next
or the
one.
other.
Rachel Wilson says attacking Rob's weight is an actual ad hom for all you goofs who don't know what it means. Address his arguments or shut it. Roger or Lord Farquaad echoed. He said you're body shaming Rob. Zodiac says
Doesn't bother me.
I think First Amender gave me Down syndrome. Okay. Java Crow says liberals have one trick. They make their argument the title of whatever study they use, parentheses, that they don't read. They're like 12-year-olds with Pokemon cards.
It's true. He has no idea. Like, even when I walk him through
this is meant
You
to
have to
attack
ignore
First
all
Amender.
studies in order to get your ideology to work. So I think I'm winning here.
This one, You want to respond to that?
I actually cited data and I understand the data. I walk him through why what he's saying contradicts itself, and he just continues to repeat the same thing. No, it wouldn't work. Stupid.
This one from Leo Whitmer says 0-calorie sugarless diet soda is also bought on Snap. How is that different from something like a cigarette or alcohol?
Because of the lack of negative market externalities.
Cigarette. What's the negative
one-
market externality?
I do have to keep
Cancer.
Okay,
do have to keep
diet
the
soda
responses
causes it too.
to a
It does not.
minimum. Rachel Wilson says Rob has a wife and a child. If First Amender wants to try to flex on Rob, why doesn't he have a wife or kid? No takers. He has negative charisma. Rob has no such problem.
I mean, I like my independence. I don't know what to tell you.
Irrationally irritable says I tune in to see Rob volunteering to help special needs twinks. I'm sorry. All right.
That's all right.
Learn
I
to
I
debate.
took the insults. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Leave First Amender here.
said,
He looks real happy.
Rob, they said, learn how to debate. Rob, you are so nice. First Amender, any response?
Yeah, like the dick in my mouth. That's so nice.
Yes,
Oh,
after
man,
you
if only
after
could
you
be
made
friendlier.
after you made ad hom several times,
If only
I
I
made
could
that
just
comment.
ignore these studies and just walk away and
You
just
don't
keep watching Fox News or whatever dumb
You-
podcast that you listen to because, like, I don't know, government
Could've
bad.
Okay. This one from Cabin Planet. Can First Amender explain what he means when he says, quote, they deserve it?
Yeah, I believe that people should have be able to eat in the wealthiest country on planet Earth. We have people in prison that have 3 hots and a cot, entirely paid off of taxpayer expense, and I don't think that should be different for people who are poor.
Do they
Basil
deserve
problem.
soda?
Sure, why not? I don't care.
There you have it.
Make bad decisions. I
Basil.
don't care.
Basil Problem says, Robnoerr, come on, pledge today that you'll run the New York City Marathon in 2026. Let's see you on Strava. I don't know what Strava is. If you want to respond, you can. You don't have to. Galactic Coordinate Contradiction says, how are you so skinny and still have a double chin? At least Rob earned his. Braino Wife 1 says, God bless Rob. Pable 73 says, I bet more than half of the chat are anti-vaxxers or climate. Oh, that's right. We don't say that word. We say anti-serum or climate change deniers. Ha ha ha. Oh my gosh.
Like Bill Gates, climate change denier.
Subscribe to
right?
my channel if you want to be insanity world.
This
Right,
one
Bill
from
Gates.
Car-
Right? What'd you think of that First Amendment? Bill Gates now seems to be saying climate change isn't that big of a deal.
It's not, and I can walk you through that.
It's what do you mean? It's not that big of a deal, or
It's a
that's
huge,
not.
it's a huge deal, and I can
Maybe
walk
it's
you through
because Bill
how.
Gates wants AI and wants the massive energy that'll come through it. Maybe the people that sold us that bullshit were full of shit.
I don't know what Bill Gates's motivations are, but it's not bullshit. I can walk you to how it's an existential nightmare.
I
This
think
one from-
you have a lot of existential nightmares. It seems like in your life.
Yeah,
Car
like talking
camp.
to you.
Carl Camp says EBT is not good. Leaving it because you're tired of being poor is not good. I'm not on EBT because money gets my wife and I better food. Robnoerr goat for the win. And Honest Doubter says Opento eval of neg market externality for SNAP items. Oh, they're saying open. Are you open to an evaluation of negative market externalities for SNAP items?
I mean, I'm open to the idea. If it has efficacy, I would be in favor of it. Like I said earlier with Rob, that if we banned the sodas, that it would result in beneficial outcomes. Then yeah, I'd be perfectly in favor of it. But we've done this before, and it doesn't have very good efficacy, so
Okay.
I'm against it.
Well, let's run the experiment in the opposite. Then, if we added cigarettes to food stamps, and it turns out it wouldn't lead to one more person smoking, it'd be the exact same amount of people. Would you allow it?
I'm not making an argument on I'm putting cigarettes in.
But the point that. Oh my goodness. The concept is this. If you say there are certain things that we wouldn't allow for this, even if they have caloric intake because of negative
I'm
externalities.
saying we've done the whole
Please, let me
soda
finish.
thing. It
Please, let
didn't
me
work.
finish. If you say that there are certain things that you wouldn't allow in food stamps because negative externalities, then that would seem to apply with anything. When we talk about something like soda that doesn't seem to have many positive benefits, you say, well, we've done that experiment, it doesn't work. I say, okay, then the opposite. If we had something like cigarettes that you could see if we added them to food stamps would literally not
Cigarettes
change.
and
let me
sodas are
finish.
not analogous.
That would not
Wrong
change
word, but-
anything. Would you accept it? You say no because it has more of a
No,
negative.
because it's not analogous.
Please let me. Of course, no two products are analogous. Apples and bananas aren't analogous. They're not
Yeah,
exactly
so
the same
it's
with
silly
caloric
to
intake.
compare the two things.
The point is that it's comparing where your principles are on this.
I'm saying
Are
that
you
we've
saying
done
that
the
there
soda
is
thing and
a?
it
Are you
didn't
saying?
work.
I guess I'll ask you as clear as possible. Are you
Jesus
saying
Christ.
that there is a negative net externality that even that would be so great that if you remove something, it would still lead to them purchasing on their own? That you would still remove it because the negative externality would be so great.
I have no idea what that question was.
I'm-
If there's a negative market
Would you like me?
externality,
Would you like
there's
me
an
to?
argument to be made to remove it, but we have tried this before and it didn't actually do the impact. of what
I
you
will
wanted,
try.
and all it did was increase administrative costs.
Now, I know I regret that you aren't intelligent enough to understand the question, so I'll try to say it slower. Are you saying that there could be a product that the
I am
negative?
intelligent enough, but if you say a bunch of gobbledygook nonsense,
It's not
then,
gobbledygook.
yeah, it's-
95% of the audience.
okay.
If I could, real quick, if
I
there
mean,
is
I've
a
repeated
product,
this about
why do
12
you? You are
times.
not
You
repeating
won't
it. You
acknowledge
just
it.
said you didn't
I
understand the
did.
question.
We've tried it before. It doesn't work.
That if there is a product that the negative next
Jesus fuck.
externality is so bad that you would say, yep, eliminate that from Snap, even if that means people would just purchase it at the same levels on their own. Is there a hypothetical product that could be the case?
Sure, soda.
Thanks. We should eliminate it. Thanks for conceding the debate.
We'll go
No,
to the next one.
no, because it doesn't
Zachary
work.
G. Zachary G says First Amendment only drank soda on Snap, long as it was lettuce wrapped. Good decisions. Damien says guns a blazing. Snap dollars benefit economy more than job income. Bigley Drew says I paid $80,000 in taxes last year, and I want First Amender to pay me back for funding his life. Basil Problem says Robbie, are you hangry? Chicken Pork Abdodo says, so your mom divorced your dad because he's disabled. An Honest Doubter says, open to evaluation. We got that one. Okay, I think we're almost caught up. First Amender, they say, First Amender's mom was brutal for leaving his dad. Basil Problem says, Robbie, when will you run for Congress again? Will you follow George Santos' template? Damien says, and just jump in if you guys want to, says Snap equals economic boon, so put everyone on it, right, First Amender?
Not everybody needs it.
But if it benefits the economy for them to be on so they could spend their money on something else, why wouldn't we put everyone on it?
I mean, I guess in your hypothetical, sure, but
that's your argument. It's not my hypothetical. That's your argument.
No, you presented a hyperbole, right? It's called a, you just basically just strawmanned the entire argument to what is a reasonable one to something that is unreasonable, to the point that everybody needs to be on Snap. I never argued that we ought have everybody on Snap.
It wasn't an ought. It's not a question of need. You said when we put people on Snap, that means that those people spur economic activity because instead of buying food, now they could buy other things. Why would that principle not also exist to every other person, even if they don't need Snap?
Then sure, but
what do you mean if it did? That's your argument that it does.
If
That's
it
your
does,
argument.
then sure. No, it's not. It's not. I never argued that.
So wait a minute.
You're the one positing that argument as a straw man fallacy.
You're telling me now that
that's what you're doing right now.
You're telling me that you didn't say that the reason that economic
Can we
activity
move
is
on?
spurred
This
is
guy's
because
just going to repeat the
I
same
mean,
question.
you're
three,
filibustering.
four
You're
times,
filibustering.
the same
Hold on
thing.
one
You're
second.
filibustering because you know you're incorrect. You directly
But
said.
you're the one asking the
Please
same
stop
question over and
interrupting.
over.
I'll at least tell the audience if you're going to be
That's
bad
not what
faith
I
and pretend. You specifically said that one of the reasons
I
this
didn't
benefits
argue
the
that.
economy was when we allow these poor people to have this access to
Policies
food.
that
They
benefit the
spend.
economy. Let's do those things.
I mean, I don't know what to say. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing that you feel the need to interrupt.
Yeah.
Everyone could go back and see this. What do you
I
think
think
that
what we
people
need
aren't
to
going to go
do
back and see this? You
Yeah.
think that they're not capable
I think
of
we
that?
need to fund more short
Is-
buses.
We need to go through the Q&A. I do have to say, I do want to request again, I've requested several times, I think, that we don't do the rebuttals just because a lot of people want their questions read and they're waiting and we want to get through them. So this one from Red Ognet says, Rob's argument is about how we shouldn't be forced to subsidize people's poor decisions. First Amender.
Yeah. And so if it showed efficacy, I'd be okay with that. However, it doesn't bear in the data when we do that thing.
This one from Anthony AJC Saleo says, making fat jokes, First Amender just proves people in the United States need less food. Good argument, dude. Pseudonym
People,
says,
sorry, go ahead.
First Amender won this. If you really want to respond, you can, but I'll give you a
go
chance
ahead.
to respond. Basically,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
They say First Amendment won this debate for sure. I'm not usually on his side, but born Americans need a chance, even when born poor. Rob, forget about the American dream.
I don't know what to say other than the person must not have been watching the debate. No one said that people that are starving aren't entitled to food. What we said specifically was that the amount of people that are able-bodied that are getting this are inaccurate. The way that this money comes and people that are non-citizens shouldn't be getting it. And most importantly, what we spent the majority of the debate was that we could significantly reform by allowing nutritional things that are necessary for someone to live a healthy lifestyle and have food to get those, as opposed to things like junk food and sugary beverages.
This one from Wilson Garcia says 250 is the amount of SNAP. PT Reed says sugar from soda is highly addictive. Sugar is in no way a productive food item unless you had a medical condition or a very high level athlete. FA clueless again.
I agree. It is not effective. And if there is a method to removing it and that it's efficacious, sure. But it turns out that it just increases administrative cost, and it also doesn't actually do the effect that people will make bad choices regardless of whether or not there's funding to do so.
Do you think that people would make that bad choice if they were starving to death?
This is a rebuttal question. I don't want to do these.
Yes.
It's just
I don't think
it
they would starve to death and get soda instead. That's stupid.
This one
soda's calories.
This one from Damien Guns Blazing says time or spending limit healthy people should be on SNAP.
What?
I think they're saying, like, if someone's able-bodied, they're not disabled, should we at least put a time limit or a spending limit on how long they're on the SNAP?
There already is time limits and spending limits on SNAP. I don't agree with certain time limits because I think it penalizes people who are in, say, the gig economy. I just think that we need to modernize it, but these are like small changes as opposed to significant ones.
This one from Airborne Animal says the data is from an APP that people use to track their actual SNAP benefits, parentheses, Propel. There is no maximum payout. Each family member above 7 is $729 a month. This one from 25 Karat Gold Lambo says, my parents are millionaires and are happily married and extremely responsible. So glad I didn't turn out like First Amender. Oh, his dad's better off having walked out on him and his mother loser. Wow. All right. This one from Pseudonym says, based on what Rob is saying, not limit money or soda, limit calories. Clearly Rob is winning this debate. Just look at him. This
No,
one from
the
Leo
point
Whitmer.
is, the point that I'm making is, right, that we shouldn't be forced to put in a nutritional program things that are non-nutritious.
This one from Pseudonym says, based on what Rob is saying, not limit money or soda, limit calories. Nah.
You already said that.
Never mind. Sorry, I'm retarded. Leo Whitmer says, okay, then why not get people on Snap Spotify Premium too? That doesn't cause cancer, just like diet soda, apparently.
I don't know why you would need to do that.
If we could prove that it helped their emotional well-being, should we?
If there was a significant benefit, then yeah, I would totally agree. But we don't observe that.
Let's give them Lambos too, huh?
Yeah, again, it's that doesn't. Once again, that's a huge cost there. It's not going to happen. So
they're saying Samurai Jack says Snap should be actual struggling people, not chicks who lay down with losers and want to escape responsibility, or lazy fatties who hate the gym.
Yeah, I mean,
not everybody has to have the same life choices as you, and also people make mistakes, and it's okay that people make mistakes. We lend people a helping hand because we're humans that try to help one another. I don't know. It's like a general like empathy thing. Like, I don't know, grow some empathy. Like, you have a big right a portion of your amygdala. Work on, like, I don't know, your prefrontal cortex, where you can have like greater processing capability. I don't know.
Again, 1 out of every 5 people on SNAP is an able-bodied adult without a child to take care of, right? The idea that we say just have empathy, this is why we have such bad inflation in government spending, because we say have empathy about everything, and the hardworking people can no longer pay for all the promises of things, everything from soda to able-bodied people not working, that First Amender wants. It's not a matter of empathy, it is pure math. It's not possible.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question. We're near the end of the list. I want to say thanks for your questions, folks. Let's see. Wilson Garcia says, are people on food stamps also on other subsidies, First Amender?
Yes, because they're poor.
Java Crow says, if people can be allowed to make dumb decisions with SNAP, why can't I? If I want to buy cigarettes with it, let me, I'm more productive with cigarettes.
Because I don't want to subsidize the very heavy negative market externality incurred by cigarettes.
Well, who cares what you want? That sounds like you're saying you're better than them. It sounds like you're telling poor people they shouldn't be allowed to smoke. Why are you saying that? Why do you think you're better? No, you are? That's your answer? No, you.
Matt says,
I mean,
Rob,
that's-
less people. First Amendment will give you a chance if you wanted to say something.
It was your argument, not mine.
No,
So
your
go ahead.
argument is you don't want to give them those
Jesus
cigarettes.
Christ.
So you're telling those poor people that you're allowed to smoke, but not them. That's what you're saying, right? Now, do you see what I mean about weaponized stupidity? He knows exactly that I'm not saying what he's claiming I'm saying. And as soon as you turn it on him, he's like, oh, that's not what I'm saying. It's a joke. This whole debate's
Yeah,
been a
'cause it's
joke
not.
like this. Can you explain how you're not saying that poor people don't deserve cigarettes?
Make sure you get that extra large soda that
No
that
answer.
that I got for you.
Hey, no answer there. Tell Dad I said hi.
Let's see. Matt says, Rob lets people finish, but James always lets Spurgs, like First Amender, interrupt. Always
wasn't
bad
bad.
moderation from modern day debate.
It was
I don't
not
know.
bad.
I got to be honest. I feel like I was pretty active in terms of saying, like, hey, for First Amender, you're interrupting too much. Some of you guys are so negative, you just complain all the time that, for one, I worry about you because you just seem depressed or something. You complain all the time. But when you do it all the time, too, it makes me take it less serious because it's like, you just always say that. I mean, it's meaningless now. PT Reed says, more administrative cost. Isn't that a GDP boost as well? That goes against your argument, First Amender.
No, that doesn't, because it's a net expenditure, but it's
No, that
again, it's not how GDP works.
That-
It's,
that-
once again, just a fundamental misunderstanding of how GDP works.
So wait a minute. You're telling me that if
And
the
also, like, this doesn't even acknowledge all the other metrics that I've provided. Like, it's just like a dig at, like, oh, he used GDP, therefore he's wrong, even though that, like, literally any math I show you is wrong. Honestly, if it doesn't, like, if it's like, if the argument isn't government bad, privatization good, climate change bad, if it's anything that's like anti right wing position, I'm always going to get these questions every single time.
I mean, it's
Get out of your echo chamber.
Here we go. It's the constant thing that's happened the entire debate. When it's proven that what he's saying is fundamentally wrong, he deflects, filibuster, ad homs. That's what he does every time. His argument. His argument when we're talking about
First Amender, he's trying to respond. Like, let Rob respond.
When it comes to this, he originally said that government expenditure increases GDP. That means there's no reason that bureaucratic spending by the government also wouldn't increase GDP. He knows that that's the case, so he simply hand waves it away and says, yeah, but there's this other thing, and you're all dumb for trying to bring that up, and now let me just filibuster for 45 seconds so it seems like that I'm not the idiot who said something that was directly contradictory. That's what he's done the whole debate.
This one from... Do appreciate it. We have a couple last ones that have come in, and then we're going to wrap up. I want to say, before we do wrap up, we got more questions, so stick around. But Rob and First Amender are linked in the description box. Folks, what are you waiting for? Check out their links. You guys have watched this debate, and a lot of people watch this debate. People really enjoyed this. Is that check out their links, and you can hear more from them on these topics. Chef Dylan says, First Amender, please leave the SSRIs. We need you back on Earth. This one from PT Reed says, Vile Van Gogh, Quote, SNAP good because line go up, but if everyone is on it, line going up not good anymore. First Amender. They're saying that's what your logic
Yeah, I mean, you don't
is.
have to look at line go up. I mean, you can look at HDI, the Human Development Index. You can also observe the fact that there's most European countries that apply their own form of SNAP eligibility, and they do much better socioeconomically than we do in the United States. Even though we're the wealthiest nation on planet Earth, there's so many metrics that shows the efficacy of SNAP and why it's a good thing to have SNAP, and it's not just as simple as line go up. Like it really isn't.
Again, a deflection from what the person was saying. The implication of the question is,
God.
if it's good in the ways you're saying, such as it increases GDP, it helps out with people spending elsewhere, then why not just say give it to everyone? Then the lines of the GDP and the line of spending going to other things would increase. And you're just like, but there's other metrics. That's unresponsive to what the questioner was asking. Okay.
This one from, do appreciate it, John Locke says, why didn't your mom have empathy for your dad? And this one from Damien, Guns A-Blazing, says, Alexander, define empathy versus sympathy. Give an example, please.
Is he asking me the difference between
Yeah.
empathy and sympathy?
Yeah, they like
I
an
don't know, I'll
example.
have to think
too.
about it. I don't know.
Check
I don't know that off the
ChatGPT.
top of my head.
From rote memory? You don't remember it from rote memory?
That's correct. I don't.
Not doing so well there, bud.
This one from,
You should probably ask ChatGPT the answer to that.
I don't need to. I'm doing just fine, thanks.
this one from, do appreciate it. A couple last ones is Lost Highway says, Rob, if the bureaucracy required to filter your undesired food from SNAP costs more than just paying it, would you still support doing that? Just spite?
That's a good question. And yes, I would still support it for two reasons, right? One, because there is a moral virtue in saying that if we're giving something to people because we're helping them through some sort of difficult time have nutrition, that's what we should do, even if it costs slightly more. Telling hardworking people that are struggling, that aren't eligible for food stamps, that their money has to go in to pay for amenities of other people is a moral wrong. And that's causing people to be angry, and it's going to cause more division and more harm to these very poor people. And secondly, I think that the reason that we should do this anyways is because that we would see that there's still a potential that these people would get healthier without these products, despite the fact what First Amender is saying. Certainly it would be true if they can't legitimately afford this nutrition without food stamps. They wouldn't, opposed to what he says, starve to death by just buying soda instead of buying bread and cheese and meat. They would actually buy those things, which would make them healthier. So I think it would still be worth it in both of those reasons.
You got it. This one from, do appreciate it. Thanks for your super C. Says, James did good job moderating this debate. Was fair. Thank you
I
for your
thought so.
kind words. I appreciate that. Brimstone DDD says, why doesn't the reasoning for not giving wild animals food also apply to poor humans?
Not giving animals food? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I didn't really understand it.
Yeah, they said, why doesn't the reasoning for not giving wild animals food? So, like, you could give wild animals food, like the government could subsidize that. But you're probably like, no, we don't need to do that. They're saying, why doesn't the reasoning for not giving wild animals food also apply to poor humans? In other words, like, what's the difference? Like, it'd be helping two different organisms.
I could steel man the question if you
I don't
want.
consider animals, or rather non-humans, to be at the same level as other humans. Like I'll kill 100 baby seals with a bat before I kill a single human.
Well, right, but I don't think that the questioner is saying this. Like, there's reasons we don't give wild animals food. One, it attracts a bunch more wild animals. Second, it makes these wild animals dependent on the people giving food to the point where they would be unable to survive without that. That's the point that he's trying to make.
I mean, I don't equivocate reasoning humans to wild animals. So I just don't think it's analogous, number one. And number two, it's like you're basically saying that, like, hey, poor people are like wild animals.
It's not what he's
Awful.
saying. I don't think that he's making that
I
comparison.
mean, that's like the insinuation. I'm not
It's
saying
not
he's
the
saying
insin-
that. I'm saying it's the insinuation that's like,
I don't
just
think-
reject it from, like, I look at it from a humanist standpoint, and this person is like, oh, these poor people, they're like animals. Like, ugh, gross.
I mean, I don't know.
It's like dehumanizing them.
I mean, again, like, it's just pathetic to like take it to that. Like, you could disagree with the question. I think there are differences, but to be like, oh, clearly you're like being bigoted, you're dehumanizing people. He just asked a question. I mean, he could have made the question. He could have said something like this, like, well, the same reason that it's not smart to change the oil every 10 days in a car, why wouldn't that principle apply here? And you'd be like, that's dehumanizing. You're comparing humans to cars. I mean, it's just, you answered, that's fine. Just the whole extra jibe about you're dehumanizing people, it just belies like what could have been a reasonable answer by you. It's like the spite oozing out of you. It's just pathetic. It really is.
Airborne Animal says the moderation was pretty good. Thanks.
I thought so.
It was pretty good. It was tolerable. His first offender knew he didn't have any arguments, so he has to interrupt. Rob definitely won this. Leftists are always generous with other people's money, not theirs, though.
I mean, I take quite a bit of time donating my money when I can. I do what I can. I also pay a great deal in taxes, and I'm perfectly okay with that. And I'm all right with the wealthy paying taxes. I just think people should pay their fair share. And I think that being the wealthiest nation on planet Earth, and yet, we have people who are food insecure or they go hungry. It's just completely ridiculous. It shouldn't exist.
Who determines what a fair share is?
I don't know, like social scientists, people who study this for a living.
Okay. Not you, though. You don't know what a fair share is.
No, I'm not a scientist.
This one from Chicken Pork Adobo says, First Amender, why are you always interrupting? It's because you learned that from your mom, who probably interrupts your dad because he's disabled. And let me load up the other questions. Big League Drew, thanks for your question, said, Wilson Garcia says, First Amender, so people on food stamps are also on other subsidies. Shouldn't we limit their government help so they get accustomed to paying anything on their own?
I think people should get the help that they need. So if somebody is on food stamps, they likely need additional help. Again, we're the richest nation on planet Earth, but people are suffering more than most of our European counterparts, which have lower GDP per capita.
I don't think they need the help according to your own interpretation, because if we stop giving them soda, they have such a good need or such resources, they're able to just buy it with their own money. So I don't think they have the need that you're claiming.
This one from Brimstone DDD says, Rob was correct and First Amender is tarded. Dependency, you moron. This one from Flavius Asinius says, I bet First Amender is pro-choice.
Yeah, I think people should have a choice over their own body. That's correct.
How about the baby?
Isa Kabir.
It's a fetus. I don't give a crap about it.
I know you don't.
Isa Kabir says, politically.
Neither do you, because you want to pull away.
You gotta go to the next one.
Idiot.
This one is from Isa Kabir. I usually hate Isa's questions. Sorry, Isa. But I love this because I'm like, oh, this gives a good chance to like interesting, like new ideas. I bet we're about to hear. Not to put you on the spot, Rob, but they say for Rob, how would you regulate SNAP? Like, what kind of ideas do you have that might be helpful?
It's an interesting question. So I think that we should have an agency that's looking into this. I think you should do like independent audits on individuals and on specifically the companies where these people are spending, like a company like Walmart, and see the percentage of things that are being spent at a specific location at a specific time. Those sort of audits will let you address how much of a need there is for these things and how you would be able to limit it based on getting out the worst of the products that don't have nutritional value in those things. I also would aggressively go after states and businesses intentionally going after fraud, and I would have a unit set up going after individuals that are selling their food stamps to sort of purchase other things like, amenities that they wouldn't need, because if they're taking money from the tax dollars, that should be used for the purpose that we're being told. So I would increase the amount of oversight that was going on, much like we saw with agencies like Doge, except I would give them teeth to actually aggressively go after people. Last thing I'll say is if you throw someone in jail for 2-3 years for fraud, whether it be a place like Walmart, someone who's running it, or someone who's abusing this system to sell their food stamps for drugs or something like this, a lot of the problem would clear up. And if you limited the amount of unhealthy food that could be done, I think we'd save a lot of money. People would be very much healthier, and we'd spend less money on Medicaid and things like that as well.
You got it.
Yeah, it'd
This
be a
one-
lot cheaper by increasing the government
I don't
expenditure
want to
on
have
it.
rebuttals.
Sorry.
This one from. Sorry, I'm having a boomer moment. Big League Drew says, first Amender, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? Let's say.
If I didn't have breakfast, I had
Yeah.
breakfast.
What'd you have?
This one from Brimstone DDD says, I use my body to earn money. Bodily autonomy means you can't tax me, First Amender.
Yes, we
Because
can. It's just called the social contract. Modern economies operate off of this, including this one and every other nation on planet Earth.
Are there things about bodily autonomy you would restrict, like certain drugs you wouldn't allow people to take?
Sure.
So you're just saying it's a principle you have bodily autonomy, but it's not 100%.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
fair.
there's like a level.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair answer.
This one coming in from Brimstone. Oh, we got that one. I just saw one last one. It's from that frog fellow. Where is it? Pepe the Frog. I thought I saw in here. There it is. Matthew Bennett, 9919 says, so Amender says we all deserve our fair share, but can't define what a fair share is. Seems like something you've really thought out, First Amender.
I mean, if I were president of the United States, there's all sorts of policies that I would present that would radically change people's quality of living to a much greater extent, because I do read a lot of studies on like what it would be efficacious versus not. I mean, I can go over 10, 20 different policies on what would actually improve people's quality of living outcomes. And I know that it works because they've already been attempted in multiple European countries, and I can see the effects of them.
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question was, what's a fair share? And you don't need to be president if you answer that question to determine whether or not you as an individual are giving your fair
question.
share.
It's a lot. There's a lot to that.
Just let me finish real
lot.
quick. You
Hold on,
yourself,
First Amender.
because you yourself could make a decision without the government forcing you to give your fair share. For example, if I said my fair share is 40% of my earnings, and yet I'm only taxed at 10%, I would donate the other 30%. You could do the same. Why don't you?
Because I don't have a concrete number.
So you just have a nebulous idea of what a fair share is. And I bet you're
Yeah.
I bet you believe you're giving a fair share, don't you?
I do, yeah. And I am.
That's the socialist. There you are, ladies and gentlemen. It's always exactly
I
what
don't
they're
believe in the
doing.
workers' ownership of the means of production.
It's always exactly what they do is good enough. Always the way it is. Ask Bernie. He feels the same way.
Wilson Garcia says, First Amender, I appreciate you caring about poor people, but 3 months isn't long enough, like Rob suggested.
I agree with you. I think it should be increased for sure.
That sounds like a significant reform.
That's a small reform. That's just a
Define
single
significant
number
again.
that you just change on the piece of paper.
Define
That's it.
One
significant
sec.
again?
It's not
Just-
significant.
I'm so sorry for ruining the fun, but just because
It's fair.
I'm curious about, Rob mentioned these audits. I'm sure that's something I'm not trying to be like, First Amender, look, you agree Rob is right. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just out of sincere, like, would you, First Amender, is like, that's something you'd be like, yeah, like audits are fine. Like nobody wants cheaters, right? Or would you say
Well,
maybe they're so expensive?
I look at like what the effects are. Like I just like, would this actually like reduce waste? I mean, is the cost of the audits greater than to just provide the benefits? And in fact, the numbers do show that just providing the benefits is cheaper than going out of your way and auditing millions of people.
No, I don't think that's true at all. If, for example,
true.
if we had,
That is true, sweetie.
listen,
That is true.
I don't like you like that. I know you're
Give him a
single, but
chance.
you're going to have to look elsewhere.
I'm not single.
You conceded, I think, that the numbers, if we take the net from overpayment versus underpayments, around 9 to 10% a year, and if
my God.
that's hundreds of billions of dollars adding up over a decade.
Is that where the government owns the means of production?
I mean, I'm asking you. I'm pointing out. Okay, like I would laugh. By the way, what did you have for breakfast today? Just curious.
I don't know. It was.
something
I had
weird?
some eggs. I don't know. What relevance does this have?
You don't know? You don't know the relevance?
I had eggs.
So you're not going to say after this video, oh yeah, I knew it was going on. You're legitimately telling us to the question of what if you didn't have breakfast that you had eggs? That's your answer, legitimately?
You asked, what did you have breakfast? And then I said, I had eggs.
No, but the original questioner said, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast today? And your legitimate
What does
answer
this have
is,
anything to do with anything? I don't know what's going on.
you've said
What is
enough.
this? Is
That's
this a
fine.
trick question?
I accept your answer. We know later when you say I did that on purpose, it was bullshit. Very good.
I don't even know what's going on.
I'm sure you don't.
This is one last chance for me to say, folks, check out our guest links. They are linked in the description. And not only that, we are absolutely thrilled, my dear friends, if you have not yet gone to the DebateCon link in the description box, as well as I'm pinning it in the chat, you can get 25% off. This is just temporary. So it's just until Sunday night. You can use that code 25live on one of your tickets. It gets you 25% off. It's going to be huge. Robnoerr will be there. You can come out and meet Rob as well. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be Andrew Wilson. It's going to be Jake of Rattlesnake TV, Dr. Richard Carrier, Daniel Hikikachu, some of the biggest debaters from all these different sides. Folks, it's going to be a great time. More importantly, you get to meet people. You get to have fun with people who find these topics. I don't know if you're like me. Because at one point I wasn't at all intellectual, and I'm not really now, but I'm more than I used to be. When I started getting into these topics, I would try to talk to people like in my family about them, and they'd be like, "Why are you telling me this?" And I'm like I'd just be so excited about it. Is that you come to DebateCon, everybody's like you. They love these topics. Like they love talking about this. So come on out, meet friends, network, all that good stuff. Use that code that you can see at the bottom right of your screen. But I want to say huge thank you to our guests, to the lifeblood of the channel. You guys, it's been a tremendous debate.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, First Amender and Rob.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Are we doing closing statements or?
I'm open to that if you guys want to.
No, you're good?
I'm
pooped
in my
out.
position.
Okay.
I don't blame you.
I will just say, I thought it was a fun debate. Thank you so much. I think that we are not the easiest people to moderate, and I thought you did fine. And I had a lot of fun here today. And you know what? I think I'm going to go on a diet. So thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. It's been fun. You guys make it fun. And thanks for being here and hanging out. I'll be back in a moment, folks, to let you know about upcoming debates. So stick around. I'll be back in 12 seconds.
See you guys.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Yep, you too.
And take care.
Bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
See ya. Holy cow. Ah! Oh, man, is he bad? Yeah, I mean, look, that was a tough, First Amender, I mean, he's going to do what he's going to do. So, I mean, I don't know. The breakfast question, that was great. I mean, I don't know what to say. Look, as you heard from my opening statement, I had different areas to go to, but I kind of figured that the debate would go that way. And I announced the two things that I predicted absolutely did come true. He did effectively concede the debate in the first minute or so, and then he tried to backtrack it. I was like, you accept my definition of significant? Yep. And the definition that I gave was that it has meaning or has a likely influence or effect. He said, of course, I accept that. And I say, well, half of your opening statement was significant reforms that you would make. And then he has to backtrack right out of the gate. It would have been nothing for him to say, yeah, I guess, sure. But can we focus on whose reforms are better? That would have been it. And it would have been like, yeah, just wanted to get that out of the way. Because if you don't, what ends up happening is later in the debate, people are like, well, I didn't say that there would be reforms and blah, 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 blah. And then it becomes a problem from time to time. So I was just trying to get it clear that the debate prompt that we agreed to debate, he conceded in the opening statement, which ironically is the second time out of the last 3 times on Modern Day Debate that I've had that occur. That also happened on the DEI debate I did a few weeks ago with Alex Stein, where my opponents conceded that DEI hires occur in their opening statement. So, I mean, but nonetheless, I wasn't trying to hyper-focus on it. I wasn't trying to be a prick about it. We are there to argue a specific prompt, and I was just making the point that we're both in agreement that there needs to be significant reforms. That's fine. And I don't have a problem. I'm not going to say, oh, this means my reforms are better than you. I was just saying, I could tell by the way that the topic was worded, there was a reason that I was able to tell all of you, I predict within 5 minutes he's going to concede the topic. Because I knew he's going to say, Trump's doing a lot of bad shit. Oh my goodness, we need to have big reforms. Trump's, So I was waiting, I was like, that's probably what a lefty would say. I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up my water and get a drink. But it was a fun debate. I enjoyed it. Despite the fact that he was he's a character, isn't he? I'll be right back. Get those donos in. Promise I'll read them all after I review some of the debate here. Be right back. Got my soda here. My government-funded soda. I better shut the door. Nice. So yeah, in addition to the sort of immediate concession, I did want to focus the most because I think the best reform that we could make that should be pretty much a slam dunk for everyone is, hey, let's stop allowing SNAP to fund things like soda. And again, what I was reading is from the USDA's website itself, it said 20% of all food stamp expenditures are on junk food, including soda, potato chips, pretzels, ice cream, etc. Soda itself makes up the single biggest expenditure of SNAP, more than meat, more than poultry. And I think that that's significant. And I see no good reason. Now, I'm aware that there are studies where they temporarily, for a short amount of time, said, okay, you can't get soda anymore. The problem was they allowed them to have alternatives, such as ridiculous fruit juice that's sort of like snacky fruit juice, and things like that. But if you went to a process where it was like, well, we're going to do it more like WIC, and we're going to be like, no, you can only have healthy options, well, it puts you in sort of a double bind. And this is what First Amender, again, I don't know. I thought it was weaponized stupidity, but based on the breakfast question, maybe he just is this dumb. Like, yeah, I get it. You were able to look up some headlines and some articles and some names of studies and not really understand the study, even when they're contradicting themselves. And by the way, some of those studies were obvious bullshit. For example, the idea, it's not that the study's bullshit. It's that oftentimes what will happen is the way that something's implemented, it's designed to fail. Let me give you an example. And we didn't get into this at all, but from his opening statement, he said that when we tested people for drug use that were on food stamps, it was like negligible. There was almost no one that was doing it. Do you believe that? Just take a guess. Do you think that a person on food stamps is more or less likely to smoke marijuana than a person not? Just take a guess. What do you think? Right? No, it's going to be they're way more likely because it tends, and I don't know anything specific about food stamps, but I do know poorer people are more likely to use drugs. It's true, right? So what are the chances if the average, it's something like 15% of the people in this country use marijuana, and if you're poor, you're more likely, and yet only 1% of the people they tested it are using marijuana? I mean, do you understand that that's obviously wasn't implemented correctly or it was designed to fail? That's a joke. It doesn't matter if weed's bad or not. That's irrelevant. The point is, if you're like, we're going to test to make sure people aren't smoking marijuana, right? And your test comes back with less than 1%, your test is probably bullshit. So, I mean, I just don't believe that, right? And if so, by the way, then the counter to that's like, and if we got into it, I'd have said, well, then great, let's accept that this test was true. Wow, you just all but eliminated everyone taking drugs that are on food stamps. That's tremendous. Amazing. Isn't that a good thing? If that's true, that, oh, it's no, when they test, because there must be something then, once you're on food stamps, you don't do drugs. Great. All the more reason to test them. It dramatically lowers the amount of people taking drugs. Sounds good, right? Anyways, the fundamental dispute of the debate was sort of what I would call a double bind. Now, he wouldn't admit it, and you could tell that, like, yeah, I'm sorry, I am bald. You could tell that, like, what I was trying to say, and I wasn't even trying to be a dick when I was like, he's coming at it from more of a socialist point of view, is this. A left-winger will be like, well, these people are owed this. They're entitled to it. You know, whatever, you know, the amenities, blah, blah, blah. Have fun with life. And what I'm coming at it from a position is, I think we need limited social safety nets. I do. Probably more than many of the right-wingers in my audience. So when we have supplemental nutrition programs, fine, that's what it should be. Programs that are nutritional to supplement what you already purchase. That doesn't mean amenities like soda, potato chips, things of that nature. I have no problem with the poor person drinking soda, eating potato chips. I have a problem with paying for it. Now, I don't know if he's truly stupid, that he doesn't understand the difference, or if he's just being bad faith and pretending to not understand the difference. I'm leaning towards the latter. The breakfast question makes me lean towards the former. But when he says about cigarettes, and I say, why don't you want poor people to smoke cigarettes? What, you think you're better than them? And he's like, well, no, because there's negative externalities. Right, and so is there with soda. I shouldn't be forced to provide you for something that's not nutritional. And it's not positive. Now, he understood immediately when I directed the exact same type of criticism to him that he had been directing to me the entire debate. He's like, he just like right out of the gate realized like, that doesn't apply to me. Right. I'm not saying that poor people shouldn't be allowed to drink soda. I'm saying that I shouldn't be forced for a poor person to drink soda. That's different. The same way I'm not saying that a poor person isn't entitled to own a PlayStation. I'm just saying that I shouldn't have to buy it for them. That's it. If they meet the requirements to get food stamps and they've managed to save up enough money to buy a PlayStation, I'm not here to tell them that they're not allowed to do it. I might say it's a bad idea, that maybe you should invest your money more prudently. But I don't think that it's my role or the government's role to enforce something like that upon them. That's all I'm saying. Now, this is an easy concept for anyone who's actually trying to like engage in a debate for good faith to see. You could still disagree with my point. But the idea that it's like, well, you're fat, and you don't want poor people to be, you're forcing poor people to not be fat. No, that's not what I'm saying. You drink soda, right? Yeah. But you're telling poor people they can't. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I shouldn't have to buy them soda. That's it. I mean, I don't know how many times to repeat. And the problem is he never takes the debate any further. He just sort of repeats the same thing over and over and over again. And so it's hard to take the debate in another direction because it's like, I don't know how many times I could like explain like, no, you're not getting it. And I think he's intentionally not getting it. Right? So then here's where the double bind comes in. He's like, see, here's what happens. If you don't, like, let's say I'm giving this family $500 in food stamps and they're spending $100 on soda. Why am I giving them, or why is the government giving them $500? What is the agreement? What are we told that we're giving them this money for? We're giving it so that they don't starve, so they have nutrition to survive. That's right. That's why we're giving them this money, right? And we're told this is the money they need to survive. This is the money they need for food. Okay, fair enough. And so if I'm like, well, take money out of the equation for a minute. Let's assume that it was somehow easy to just be like, well, shit, we'll just give you, there's a farm right next to you guys that get SNAP. So you guys just go to there. They'll take care of you, man. $500. Yeah, let's get you $500 worth of meats and cheese and eggs and bread and produce, right? And that's how much you would need to survive. This amount right here. And we quantify that by saying that's $500. That's basically what you need a month to survive. Okay, fair enough. And you'll be healthy. By the way, the shit don't taste that bad either, right? That's good. Good stuff. But once we're like, well, wait a minute. 20% of the spending on average that these people are doing is going to junk food. Now, this is shit that's not helping them survive. This is junk food. In fact, if they took that 20% and put it more towards staples, they'd be able to survive better. It would be better off for them. Their health outcomes would be better. So let's not give them soda. And his response is, but then they'll just use their own money to buy soda. Okay, this is the double bind. Either one, if we take away the soda, they're not going to be able to get soda. Yeah, but they'll get sugary beverages. Then we'll take those out too. We'll do like we do with WIC. You can get milk. You can get water. By the way, WIC does allow some forms of juice. But fuck it, eliminate that too. Now, one of two things happens. Either one, these people on SNAP are no longer drinking sugary beverages, which is good. Because drinking sugary beverages leads to people becoming diabetic, leads to people having heart disease, etc. Now, seeing as how roughly 80% of these same people are on Medicaid, that means you are directly subsidizing their poor health choice and then directly subsidizing the health care that then becomes necessary because of their poor choice. They're free to make their own poor choice health-wise. They're free to pay for their own poor choice health-way through paying for their own insurance, but you shouldn't be forced to pay for both. So the outcomes are either one, turns out they stop doing sugary beverages, win, win, win. It's a win for you, it's a win for Medicaid, it's a win for the food stamps, and it's a win for the people that are now healthier. Great. He says, no, that won't work. Because, and here's the other part of the double bind, it turns out they didn't need that $500 of food stamps to survive. Turns out they didn't need it because they were willing to spend $100 of it on bullshit. So, if you took away that $100 of soda, they'll just spend their own $100 on soda. Fair enough. Then it turns out they didn't need $100 of food stamps. If they have enough disposable income to replace it on an amenity like soda, then why the fuck are we financing them that? Cool. Then we're just going to cut your food stamps 20%. There. And you still can't get soda. If you have enough extra money lying around, and again, this is what's particularly egregious. Families on SNAP, on average, consume more junk food than families that aren't. That means if you're hardworking, you're actually not getting as much of the extra amenity stuff. You're not getting as much chocolate. You're not getting as much ice cream. You're not getting as much potato chips. You're not getting as much soda. That's outrageous. It's one or the other. Either they're going to stop drinking soda and make better choices because now that's what's available to them, or they have enough laying around extra money that proves that they didn't need the amount of food stamps that they were getting anyways. Fine, if we give you $500 and say, but it can't be soda, and you spend $100 of your own dollars on soda, then next month we're going to give you $400. And if you still choose to spend $100 of your own dollars on soda, then next month you get $300. And if you still choose to spend $100 on soda, then next month you get $200. Until finally you say, I don't have any more money laying around to buy extra shit like soda. Good. Now we're giving you the right amount of money. Now we're giving you the right amount of money. You see? I had this friend once. And we were heavy drinkers. He was one of my best friends. And he had a daughter. He one night stand, hooks up with this lady. She gets pregnant. So he's trying to do the right thing. And I was very concerned that I was going to be a bad influence on this guy because our entire friendship was basically getting drunk. I didn't want to be that guy. So I started being like, hey, I'm not going to drink with you anymore. I'll come over to your house. We'll watch the Pirates. We'll watch the Steelers. I'll bring a pizza. But no booze. No drugs. Nothing like that. Cool. He struggles, adjusting the lifestyle. And so he calls me one day and is like, hey, man, can I borrow $100? And I was like, what's up? He's like, diapers. And yeah, no problem, man. So I come over, hanging out with this lady, his baby. Hey, we're going to run to town. Rob's going to give me $100. We're going to pick up like diapers, baby formula. No problem on my end. In fact, these people had done it helped me out in the past in different ways, not financially, but in other things. So I had no problem helping. No problem at all. So we go out to town. Hey, real quick. We'll stop at the bar real quick. Oh, okay. He buys a bag of weed. He comes out. I'm like, hey, what the fuck, man? He's like, what? I'm like, I just gave you $100 because you said you're broke. Uh-huh. And I'm like, and you're buying, how much did you spend on weed? Like, not $80. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, no. Your money is going to diapers. Right. But the money's fungible. And if I'm not giving you this $100, then you wouldn't have bought weed. You would have bought diapers. It's the same thing here. If I'm not giving you the soda, right, the money for the soda, either one, you're not going to drink the soda, or two, you're going to spend your own money on soda. Great. Then I'll save my money. We'll save the taxpayer dollars. Very simple. If the answer is, we're no longer going to allow you to have soda or potato chips on Snap, and your response is, then I'm going to spend my own money on potato chips and Snap. One, perfectly reasonable. Second, it's clear that you don't need as many Snap benefits as you're getting. And if your answer to that is, but these people deserve small treats like that in life, fine, get a job. Do what you can, but I shouldn't have to pay for it, and neither should you. There is nothing morally virtuous by taking money through force from people to provide amenities for other people. I'm willing to accept the social safety net theory, but I'm not willing to accept, and again, where do we stop? He becomes ridiculous, and he's getting worse and worse as the debate goes on. By the end, it's like, why not just pay Spotify for people? He's like, yeah, I would do that if it benefited their mental health. Why stop there? Do you think it would increase people? Do you think people would be happy if you gave them a free, 2-year-old car? Sure. Okay, let's give them that. Where are we going to stop here? That's the gist of the entire argument that he's making. Now, the other offensive positions that he's pointing out, for example, he points out this study that shows that the GDP thing's laughable. Even he knew it. He immediately started to backtrack from it because every time people kept, wait. Bureaucratic expenditure, doesn't that also increase GDP? I don't want to talk about that. How about this other metric? But you went through the study. You saw me go through it with him. That study, all it's saying is when poor people are children, right? If you don't give them nutrition, when they grow up, they end up needing more government programs like Medicare, like welfare. And that makes sense. If you grow up unhealthy and without nutrition, you're going to be more sickly, you're going to be less likely to work, etc. That I understand. But my reform wasn't, don't allow children to have food stamps. I never said it. In fact, if you go back through my opening statement, the people I talked about not having food stamps were people that aren't U.S. citizens, able-bodied adults that aren't taking care of children, and I said that they shouldn't be getting certain products with soda in it. None of that would affect children. None of it. So his study, and I kept saying that, was like, I'm not even disputing, I'm disputing the idea that it's lifted each year, food stamps lifts 2 million people out of poverty. That's laughable. If that's the case, how is the group of people in poverty getting bigger? That's stupid. But I'll accept the fact that food stamps probably at a very base level, if a child is getting food stamps as opposed to not eating, they're going to be less likely to draw other government programs as they get older. I accept that, sure. For the sake of argument, I accept it. Fine, no problem. But how's me not giving them soda detrimenting that? And he just keeps saying, I read a study. Right, but you're not addressing that your study isn't disagreeing with what I'm saying. And then, unbelievably, we didn't get a chance to get into this. He starts to read this news article. I wish I had it. I wish I would have got the site. Sounded like it was an argument for me. The $1 billion subsidy to soda companies. And the whole article's like, at least the part he read, unless it changed its conclusion later down the article, was basically like, wow, look at how much money is being spent in food stamps and soda. And how it's making people unhealthy. Right. It was an NPR article. Okay. It's just, I mean, I don't know. And it was really an amazing, I just don't understand where these people come. And again, it's this mix of like arrogance, confidence, like, and just general like fucking spitefulness. Like he's being a prick right out of the gate for no reason. Like anybody you watch, that's being friendly to him behind the scenes. And he's just going to come in, like, be a prick right out of the gate. Okay, fine. I don't mind. No problem. But like the arrogance he has with it, and it's just like, he just repeats himself over and over. And the constant, like, this sort of like, well, let's do it back and forth. Yeah, no problem. He asked me a question. Okay, yeah, I answer. I'm like, okay, now I have a question for you. No. And it's like, okay. It was like that the entire debate. And I think James did as good as he could have, because it's just like, he just refused to stop. Now, I did make the one comment about like, what do you have a dick in your mouth, after he was calling me fat. And then he said, what are you drinking soda? I was like, what do you got in your mouth, a dick? I think that was too bad. And then look, maybe I should have kept my mouth shut about his parents. But when he told that story, it's like, come on, man. Like, you're going to be Mr. Aggressive. Ha ha ha. I'm going to mock you. And then your story's like, my mom left my dad because he has ADD. And then we had to have food stamps. And then when the very next question's like, hey, Rob, did your mom take Tylenol? And he's like, oh, it's like, yeah, man. I don't think I'd be laughing at some shit like that, given the story you just told us. And you could tell that, like, when the audience, even if I wouldn't have said anything, the audience was going to pick up on it. You go back and look at his face when people were talking about his family. He ain't happy. That's what happens when you come in as a big prick. He came in like this big asshole prick, and it's like, okay, man. There you go. Yeah, my mom may have taken Tylenol too. I don't know. If so, in order for First Amender to beat me at a debate, she would have had to take a lot more. So, I don't know. But I tried to keep it together, and I wasn't making personal attacks or any shit like that. And then it got to the point where it was like, you're fat, Rob GPT, and it's just like gonna rehash that shit the whole time. It's like, okay. And you can even see when the audience would ask him questions. You know? It's this frustrating thing I see so many people do when they debate. And it is like, you do see this with politicians too. You know, what would you do about healthcare? Well, you know, that's an interesting question. And the truth is, my opponent cheated on his wife. Huh? Like, someone asks him something, he just goes in a different direction. And every time I asked him something like that, like, it was like, what about this, study I was reading? Which, by the way, in case you don't believe me, I didn't feel the need to bring shit up unless he asked. No good cause exemptions are widely used to circumvent work requirements. Bureaucrats are abusing no good cause exemptions to hide food stamp errors. In some states, up to 100% of no good cause exemptions are issued retroactively. There are currently 41 million Americans in a cycle of dependency on the food stamp program, while nearly 9 million jobs remain open. States should be looking for ways to help millions of able-bodied adults on food stamps get back to work, but unfortunately in many states, the opposite's happening. Bureaucrats use waivers and exemptions far too often to excuse countless able-bodied adults from having to comply with food stamp work. One of these mechanisms is the no good cause exemptions, also known as discretionary exemptions or 8% exemptions. Statewide, or states can use these exemptions to excuse up to 8% of their able-bodied adults without dependents, able-bodied adults without dependents, from work requirements for any reason whatsoever. No cause is needed. Roughly 2/3 of states use these exemptions with little or no accountability. And with a stockpile of millions of exemptions currently at states' disposals, the opportunities for abuse are widespread. Additionally, these exemptions carry over year from year. For example, if a state does not use the exempted 8% in its population in a given year, it can next issue 16%. Bureaucrats abuse this. Unfortunately, there's no prohibition on states issuing no good cause exemptions after the fact. In other words, in addition to a state applying these exemptions to prevent able-bodied adults from working, bureaucrats also use them after the able-bodied adult lied and was supposed to return to work but didn't. Why would bureaucrats use these exemptions retroactively? Put simply, to cover up their own mistakes. Making a mistake and failing to assign an able-bodied adult to work typically increases the state's food stamp error rate. States that have an elevated error rate for 2 consecutive years are subject to monetary penalties from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Therefore, in theory, states have an incentive to minimize errors by avoiding them. Retroactively issuing no good cause exemptions provides a workaround for doing a good job the first time. They do not just minimize errors, they cover them up entirely. A state could retroactively issue an able-bodied adult from having to return to work if the state forgot to move them from the food stamp program for noncompliance. As a result, the state avoids an error. In some states, it's up to 100% of their exemptions are issued retroactively. The Foundation for Government Accountability submitted public records requests in nearly 24 states that are known to have used the no good cause exemptions. While many states did not provide records, the handful that did turn over response materials show a troubling picture. States that are applying 100% of their no good cause exemption rates retroactively: Kansas, Maine, Rhode Island, my state of Pennsylvania, it's 78%. Now compare this to New York, that's one of the better states of 14%. Now, of course, we're unable to get into this picture because, the nature of the spurging out in the debate. But the argument that what it's making here, if I could break it down for you, is like, for whatever reason, our food stamp law allows each state to have 8% of their able-bodied adults that have these work requirements for getting food stamps. They don't have to meet those requirements. Up to 8%. I would close that loophole immediately. Gone, right? But while it's there, here's what happens. States are supposed to be the ones that are investigating. Okay, man, you're able-bodied. You have 3 months to get a job, or to prove to us that you're looking for a job, or that you're doing some sort of job training. And they don't get the proof from the individual, but they keep sending the food stamps. So then come the end of the year, they're like, oh, fuck. We paid 9 months of food stamps to this guy, and we should have stopped paying 6 months ago because he didn't meet the work requirements. Problem is, then they have to mark that down as an error. Then, if they have too many errors, what happens is, after 2 years of that, the federal government says, we're going to send you less money because we're trying to incentivize you not wasting this money. You're wasting it. You're not collecting the people that don't deserve food stamps anymore. So you're sending out wasteful money. So we're going to give you less money. The states don't want that. So they say, here's what we'll do. We won't give these exemptions out to anyone. And then when we fuck up, instead of admitting we fucked up, we'll just say, boom, now you got an exemption. Now this means 2 things. One, it means that the states sort of shirking their responsibility and there's a bunch of wasteful money going out. And second, it means there's an awful lot of able-bodied adults that otherwise should no longer be eligible for food stamps that are given a free pass. Now, when I bring this up, granted, not in as much detail as I did here, but when I'm like, look, states are intentionally covering this up and they're being fraudulent. His response was, and I'm going to try to steelman his argument, work requirements don't take into account the gig economy. I'll repeat that. Work requirements don't take into account the gig economy. How in any way, shape, or form is that responsive to my criticism? My criticism is there are these work requirements on the book, and the states have to enforce them, and they're not. And they're basically being fraudulent. And he's like, yeah, but I don't really like the work requirement because it doesn't take into account the gig economy. Yeah, but what's that have to do with the state being fraudulent? Yeah, but the gig economy. And so I tried to break it down. It's like, okay, gig economy, explain to me how people driving Ubers addresses any way, shape, or form the state of Pennsylvania issuing a bunch of retroactive exemptions. What the fuck's, what are you talking about? How's one connect to the other? And it's just like, there's so many people that's just like, I just have to get words out. If I just get words out, then it sounds like I answered. It's surreal. I guess you just hope you're like, I hope everyone could see that this is just fucking nonsensical. And this happens all over the place. When something's pointed out as contradictory. Okay, you say that the middle class is shrinking. Yep. And the upper class isn't gaining. No. And the lower class isn't gaining. No. Then where's the middle class going? Well, it's the subsidized standard of living, is what's not changed. What? What the fuck are you talking about? How's that a response? You're saying that people have enough disposable income that if we take away soda on SNAP, they'll just use their own money to buy it. Yep. Okay, well then clearly they don't desperately need this money or they're going to starve to death. Nope. This study says X. Right, I understand what your study says, but I'm telling you what you're saying right now. And it's literally like that the entire way through the debate. Then you mix in sort of like, and I called this out at the end, what his strategy was every time: deflect, insult, straw man, and then filibuster. Every single time. Because what he's hoping is, I say, wait, you said X, right? Yep. And then you said Y, but that directly, let me put it this way. You say X, right? Yep. But then over here, this study says the opposite of X. And he's like, well, why, you fucking idiot? And you just don't care about poor people. And now I'm just going to talk for like a minute and a half. And then he hopes you forget, but wait a minute, you did say X and the opposite of X. Like, and that's what he's hoping. He's hoping that his audience, and then there was at least one person in the super chats that was like, I think that First Amender wins because Rob said not to give, poor kids need food too. Where the fuck did I ever say anything other than that? And I don't know how many times I could make it more clear. And he just keeps saying, nope, you don't care about the kids. You don't care about poor people. My study says it helps kids. And it's like, yes, but I'm directly addressing that. So, I mean, that's fine. You can never expect for 100% of the people to think you won. But my goodness, that was the whole debate. And again, it's the unique combination of the arrogance, the stupidity, and the spitefulness. Yeah, you need to have soda to be human, but not cigarettes. And then another thing, right? Where he's like, whiskey doesn't have calories. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. So I did look it up. I brave searched it. Whiskey has calories. I'm like, okay, it has calories. And he's just like, yeah, but the body doesn't consume them for energy. And then I'm like, really? So I start to search that. No, I think that's, everything I was reading says that's bullshit. It does. But is anyone prepared to tell me that I'm missing something? Right? Like, your body still consumes the calories for alcohol. You could say, sure, there's a limited amount of calories, but the other stuff's really bad. Okay, but for him, he was like, oh, you fucking have to look it up. I know this from rote memory. You're so fucking stupid. And it's like, Yeah, but man, you're like so arrogant about this, and I think you're just flat out wrong. Like you're just wrong. And he's so confident. And it's just like, oh, fucking here we are, Rob GPT. I know from rote memory. From rote memory, I know that the calories in alcohol aren't consumed for energy. I just don't. I'm like, okay. And then, like, the coup de grace is at the end where he's like, he makes his claim in the debate at one point, right? Where, early in the debate, he's like, listen, because the GD point, as soon as I heard it, I'm like, here we fucking go. So the government's like, listen, if we give people food stamps, that's us increasing GDP. If you give poor people money for hypodermic needles to go do drugs, that also increases the GDP. That's nothing, right? And so I'm like, oh, here we go. So I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm like, well, what is GDP? I'm not asking for the formula. I'm like, what are we trying to measure here? Like, I mean, inflation raises the GDP. That's not necessarily a good thing. And, so after he like gets incredulous about that, I'm trying to be like, well, how does this help the economy? And he says this. He's like, well, here's why. Because when you give poor people food, then they could spend their money on other stuff. And my response was like, but if they have money to spend on other stuff, then why don't they just spend that in the food? And then later in the debate, where someone like sort of flippantly makes this point in the Q&A, and it's like, why don't we just put everyone? The line will go way up, right? GDP will go way up. And he deflects, doesn't answer. And I'm like, I think what they're trying to say is, if it's true that if we give poor people food, they'll spend their money on other stuff, so that spurs the economy, then why don't we just give everyone food stamps? Because now, for example, I buy groceries. I guess if I'm not buying groceries, now I'll spend money on other things. Great, the economy's thriving, right? If it's that simple. And he just is like, I never said that. I never said that. And that's why I even said, I'm like, I mean, are you assuming that people aren't capable of going back and watching the debate? You did say that. Okay. And then, the last thing I'll say, and then we'll get to the super chats here, is it is true that like a performance like that, it really is bad for his own side. Because I think a lot of people, if you're watching and you're on the fence, and you just hear this guy be like, fuck you, we have to give them soda, and if you don't like it, you're a bigot. You think you're better than them. Like, it really does make you think, like, really? I mean, and it's like, imagine, take the government out of it. Let's just say you're willing to give charity, right? You're working at the soup kitchen, and the fucking guy that you're giving soup to is like, that's fucking ridiculous. This is it? Fucking chili and cornbread? Fuck you. I wanted a real meal. Go fuck yourself. That guy's doing more to convince you, like, you know what? I don't think I want to do this anymore. Fuck this. Fuck you. We're trying to do something helpful for you, and you're going to be like, oh, fuck yourself. You're not going to give us more? It's our right. It's their people's right to have soda. Yeah, but they're drinking more soda than us, the working people. Fuck you. And so it's like, I could be as persuasive as possible, and I'm not going to persuade people more about needing to sort of reform SNAP benefits as much as he is, because people are looking at him like, what the fuck? We did have potato soup for dinner tonight, and it was very good. So it's like, I mean, go ahead, man. Just be a huge dickhead and, fucking, you're just making your side look bad. And then just like the arrogance. Oh, like when the person's like, well, what about the question about like, why wouldn't the same principle of why you don't feed animals? Right. The idea is this, right? My guess is the person that asked that question was basically dealing with immigration a lot. If we give out a bunch of benefits, like it's like raccoons. You feed a raccoon, the next day there's 3 raccoons. You feed them, then there's 10. You feed them, then there's 30. You're like, whoa, I can't do this. Then they start to get fucking damaging. They're rooting around your shit. So like, all right, here's 30. Next day there's 400. And then the other problem is if you feed a wild animal enough, then they become reliant on you. And for him to just be like, oh, this is fucking disgusting. Animals, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, no, it's just an analogy. That's it. Fuck you. This is dehumanizing. It's like, okay, man. Yeah, you could become a raccoon queen. Yeah. So, very poor performance by my opponent. Again, one of the sad things is, I think that I would sound better if I had a better opponent. I feel bad that we basically were just on one of the 3 topic areas that I wanted to talk about the whole time, but I didn't know how to move on based on all the claims that he kept making. And, I know I could talk at a length of time as well, and that's perfectly reasonable. But I try to match what my opponents are doing, and it was clear that he was just going to I'm just going to talk and talk and talk and interrupt and talk and talk and talk. Even at one point where he asks me like a question, and I'm like, yeah, well, no, that's it. And James is like, well, okay, well, Rob wants to explain. Go ahead and finish your thought real quick. And then he just goes off for another minute. Okay. Like, so at that point, I'm like, fair enough. And once he's being a smartass, like, I'll give you 5 minutes. It's like, okay. Go ahead and read your article, and then I'll take my 5 minutes to respond. No trouble. So, anyways, I hope you all enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it. There's nothing better than watching someone make an ass of themselves. So, all right, here we go. We're starting here. Sorry, it's been a while since a lot of these super chats came in. Obviously, I don't read them during the debate, and the debate was about 3 hours. So, Tacit Tempo, $5 says, bring up the SNAP sellers required to be spent specifically on quality food, somehow so they can't trade it for drug money. Happens a lot where I'm at. Yeah, and I did bring up, and the thing is, as I said before the debate and during the debate, that's not going to show up a lot, right? If, like I said, the studies I had from 2011, they only ever arrested 311 people that entire year for crimes with SNAP, despite the fact that they estimate that higher than 1%, so hundreds of millions of dollars used fraudulently, and they arrest 300 people? So if you're not arresting that many people, the data is going to be like, oh, see, it doesn't happen. Even though every one of us, I've seen it happen. I've seen people trade their food stamps. I've seen it. I've seen them just blatantly give their card to someone else. I've seen them buy a bunch of soda and shit and hand it over for cash. I've seen that. I know it happens a lot, but we just have to pretend, nope, it's never happening. Gino Biscotti, $5 says, gonna enjoy the rage quit by Mr. Offender. He got pretty upset at the end there, didn't he? DD, $2 says, objectively, fat people are rich in calorie storage. I'm trying, baby. Corey Barton, $2. Mr. Big Soda himself says, rumor is, Rob takes SNAP payments for memberships. Oh, snap. BJC, $5 says, I already know this dude's going to try and moral outrage grandstand the whole time. Ding, ding, ding. DD, $5 says, make him steelman you because he's bad faith and doesn't debate to understand your argument. Well, how long, Nate, man? Thanks so much. $5 says, I sent one earlier. Not sure if you have to search specifically for it. I don't see it, man. I saw this one. Nate, $5. Mods, put chat in slow mode if the viewers don't keep up the likes. Rob deserves the engagement. Thank you, man. Bat Fricker, what's up, man? $10 says, First Amender is a system admin lefty. 100% a furry. Captain Planet, thank you so much, my friend, for being a member. Always appreciate you. How long, Nate? $5 says, so many legends in the chat to win his first Pretenders meltdown. Donate now. Thank you. The amazing Drunk Batman. By the way, Drunk Batman actually made me this. Isn't that cool? Honored to have it up there. $50 says, showing up to support the channel. You're the GOAT, Rob. Let's go. Thank you. I hope Hope I didn't let you down. And then gifts 10 memberships. Thank you so much. How long, Nate? $5 says, Rob, make him spurg for fun now. Thank him for conceding. He did, too. It was so funny. Yeah. Significant just means like having merit, you know. Okay, well then you advocated significant changes. No, they're minor changes, not significant. Unforced Ego, $5 says, reading directly from slides for 10 minutes isn't a great opener strat, in my opinion, and demonstrates they don't know the material off the top of their head. Agreed. I know. Darth Blackstar, $2 says, for Rob's big win in the first 5 minutes. Thank you. I predicted it. How long, Nate? $10 says, first pretenders are going to spurg in 5, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, that was probably about right. Bear in the Woods, $5 says, it took First Amendment less than a minute of open discussion to be dishonest and move the goalposts. Never change, kid. Yep. What's the takeaway? Member for 6 months. Thank you. Robert Whaley, what's up, my friend? $10 says, I'm just here for the spurging and poetry. I did get a little poetry in, didn't I? How long, Nate? $5 says, first pretender's background looks like a Disney scene. Bear in the Woods, $5 says, you're just wrong because I fucking made up my own facts. Look at my PowerPoint, plebe. Yep. Kokomo, $10 says, he's suggesting the Oprah treatment for snap. You get a snap and you get a snap. Everybody gets a snap. Bear in the Woods, $2 says, verse for gender. The Great Wade Boggs, $20 says, so Google gave me these points for free, and then I said to purchase WIP units, thereby increasing WIP standard unit, and WIP economy goes up. Got it. Yes. Well done. From Bumbly, $5 says, I predict a classic First Amendment rage quit. He stuck around, but he didn't want to give closing statements, did he? Justin Martin's $5. By the way, love the avatar there. Says, I think the only thing First Amendment has gotten right so far is that Rob is a little tubby. He nailed that. It was a good observation. How long, Nate? $5 says, it's not the first pretender's not getting it. He's intentionally being bad faith. He will run from agreeing with anything Rob says. Yeah, I agree. DP Tarmajan, thanks so much. $5 says, help them, but don't make them comfortable. Ben Franklin. This kid, First Amendment, is an idiot. Me. Thank you. Galactic Contradiction, $20. Thanks, man. Says, but Rob, I was my stuff. And then another 10. Thanks so much, man. Says, you see, Rob, you're an idiot. I just want some Dr. Pepper. Fair enough. Hellbat, $2 says, W Mod. He's 1 in a million. Thank you. Bear in the Woods, $5 says, First Amendment, state's opinion. Rob disagrees with First Amendment. Him. You're just objectively wrong. Repeat forever. Every single time with this clownish goon. Yep. Felix, $10 says, this is serious. Give him hell, Rob. Thank you. Knack Talk, $2 says, you're pro, Rob. This performance was great. Thank you. And then gifts 5 memberships. Thank you so much. I thought I did pretty good. Galactic Contradiction again. $10 says, but Rob, I get little Debbie's. Fair enough. Can't argue with that. See, you would have been a better debate opponent. Unforced Ego, $10 says, eroding the middle class. How does this guy not know that the middle class shrinking is because the upper class is broadening? The lower class is shrinking as well. Well, that's interesting. I didn't see this super chat, but that's why I asked him. He doesn't fucking know. He does not know. Then he said it was growing. Right? Because I asked him, if the middle class is shrinking, where are they going? More in the upper class? He says no. Okay, then they have to be going more to the lower class, right? That's interesting that you put that. I didn't even see it. Captain Planet, $10. Thank you so much. Unforced Ego, another $10 says, the supplemental poverty measure is just a measure of income plus non-cash benefits. It compares that against the poverty line. It's exactly as you described. Right. So let's say the poverty line's $30,000 and I make $29,000. So I get $4,000 of food stamp benefits a year. I've been lifted out of poverty. Now he's using that to be like, now you have a better life. You're off, you're accomplishing things. But no, it just means literally now it'd be no different than if Unforced Ego made $29,000 a year and I gave him $5,000 and said, now you're no longer in poverty. He's in the same fucking position if I don't give him the money next year. It's not like, oh, that money you gave him, he invested in a business and then did this and this and this. There's no proof of that. I Stand America, $2 says, I just want a conversation. You're fat. Mr. Blue, thank you so much. $2 says, he's body focused because of his insecurities. And then my favorite super chat coming next. I hope you're watching. First Amender himself, $10 says, here's money for soda, buddy. Now listen, I know Andrew Wilson's debated someone into Bell's palsy, but I just want to be clear. I just absolutely bodied this guy for 3 hours. And not only did he embarrass himself, I actually convinced this fucking dude who's broke to send me money. Does it get much better than that? Amazing. What a crushing victory. I actually take his money as well as his dignity and the victory for the debate. That's right. Concedes the debate in the first 5 minutes, sends me money, makes ass of himself. And he literally thought he laughed his ass off at that. I'm like, you just sent me $10. And he's like, oh, I got him. Oh, can you read that question again? I was laughing so hard. It's like, you know, it would be really funny. Send me 50 this time. That'll show me. What a fucking idiot. How did he think that was funny or a good idea? My goodness. Hey man, First Amender, come back for a rematch. This time, you know, send me $1,000. Boy, that'll be fucking hilarious, man. Whoo, Sith Pill, $10 says, I didn't know you could use Snap to pay for donos until today. Keep your $10 for some protein powder, little guy. L First Dependent. I like all the takes on his name. It's funny. Galactic Contradiction, another $10. Thanks, man. Says, how's he so skinny and still has a double chin? At least Rob earned his. I try, man. I try. Ron Quay, $5 says, I thought we were going to have a nice discussion. 5 minutes later. Ha ha, Rob, you're fat. He's the swarmiest low tier debater out there. The first interrupter. OG2 ENV, $5 says, wasn't here for the full debate, but First Offender hasn't won a debate yet. Hope all's out with you, Rob and chat. Thank you. I bet he prepared his ass off for that debate too, only to get instantly crushed. King Speech, $10 says, fresh meats, fruits, vegetables, dairies, eggs, and breads would be the only thing allowed to be bought on food stamps. That's another argument I didn't talk about. And again, I'll have to, for this, I'll have to bring it out. Like, it's one of my all-time favorites. I know I have it here somewhere. I hope that I've bookmarked this. I think I have. My goodness, it needs to be. Let's put it in the Crucible. It's so perfect. It just fits over and over and over again. First Amender. Old reliable, I'll bring out. It's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending to not understand things, thus making discourse impossible. Well, Rob, we can't remove potato chips and soda and all of that stuff because how will we know what's healthy and what's not? There you go. And again, if he wasn't so fucking, if he was actually willing to have a conversation, right? I would have said like, well, how do we know if cigarettes are healthy or not? How do we know? Well, there's studies. Oh, you mean like soda? Like with soda? We could draw a direct line. They increase your chances. Like I already cited, 30% increase for people that have 1 to 2 sodas a day from developing diabetes. The data's pretty stark. Nope, we can't know. How could we know? How could we know? Just fucking pretending. We don't know. The jury's still out if potato chips are good for you or not. It's still out. We don't know. And he keeps going back to that. He just keeps repeating it. And I'm like, dude, we already have a solution. We have WIC. We could just use that. What are the types of shit that kids are allowed to have on WIC? Okay, we basically take that, fine tune it just a little bit. There you go. No, it'd be impossible to know. The studies say we wouldn't know. And it's like, I don't know what to say. Now, I mean, everyone gets that that's just this, right? Oh, well, I don't know. How would I know what's healthy? I just don't know. How would we ever know? How do we know? I mean, it's a bit frustrating, right? And I don't know, like, I mean, I guess these lefties, it works in their little in-groups, I guess, that they're impressed with, like, that sort of argumentation. But for me, I'd be embarrassed. I would be absolutely embarrassed to just be like, oh, you know, whatever. Here we go. Yeah, chatbot. $5 says, keep going, First Amender. You're totally winging. Intel Wild, $5 says, Rob versus the Dork in a 3-round boxing match. Yeah, my herniated disc might have something to say about that, but AI chatbot, $5 says, you keep saying we've tried that, but you're okay with trying socialism. Like that's not been done. Unforced Ego, $10. Thanks, man. Says, I've never in my life seen someone so smug and sure of themselves after reading a handful of PBS articles. It's insane. Yeah. I mean, this happens. And again, this was the last time I was on Modern Day Debate. This happened as well, right? With that Craig and Max guy, right? And they're like, well, you know, we read this CISA study. And I'm like, right, let's go through that study. It's got a flawed methodology. I think it's wrong. And they're like, yeah, but we have the study. And I'm like, right, but what I'm saying is this isn't a good study. Let me explain why. Let's go to the data set, 2020, right? We could agree we saw left-wing violence. Now, what shows up in the data set? We read a study. We read a study? Right, but I'm saying that study, yeah, but we read a study. So that's it, debate over. That's what First Amender's doing. But my study says that food stamps lifts people out of poverty. Right, but that's not addressing exactly what I'm saying. It doesn't address whether if we removed soda and potato chips from food stamps, if that would still lift people out of poverty or lift less people. It doesn't say that. Yeah, but my study answers this. No, it doesn't. Yeah, it does. That's it. Ron Quay, $2 says, Brawndo has electrolytes. It's what plants crave. Well said. One of my favorite movies. Java Crow, member for 6 months, says, not a single intelligent thought behind that face. Yeah, no shit. What do you have for breakfast? How would he feel if he didn't have breakfast this morning? I couldn't believe it, man. I've never seen that work that good. And I let it go because I was like, oh, I don't want to give it away if he's really this fucking stupid, right? I don't want to give him a chance to correct himself. So for those that missed it, the old trusty, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast? That old trusty, by the way, I promise I'm going to get everyone on Rumble super chats as well. I totally promise. But that old trusty, he literally answered it exactly how the low IQ people answer it. But I did have breakfast. I had eggs. And I thought, maybe he's fucking with us. Maybe. I let it go, though. And then I was going to say later, tomorrow when he does the streams, like, clearly I know that that's what they want me to say. But then I doubled down. I was like, you really? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what's going on. So now I'm wondering, is he really just that fucking stupid? When I'm like, no, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm not saying that poor people can't have soda. I'm saying we shouldn't have to pay for them to have soda. So you're saying that you're fat and you drink soda and you're saying poor people can't, you fucking hypocrite. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. That's what you're saying. Maybe he's that dumb. I don't know. Always American. Thanks so much. $5. As First Amender has been blatantly disrespectful by consistently interrupting. This argument could have been furthered by the repeal of prohibition. Yes, I know, and it's tough. I know, and I do apologize for that. I feel like there's more I could have said, but the nature of like sort of the aggro conversation of the constant interruptions and shit like that. Because what I'm trying to do is like, you can see several times in the debate, I'm like, no, listen, let me ask you, like seriously, let me ask you. Like, for example, when he's talking about, do you think that it lifts people out of poverty? And I'm like, well, maybe, but let me ask you a question. How many people are in poverty now? And how many people were there last year? So you're telling me that if it lifted 2 million people out of poverty, where'd they go? That's what I was trying to ask. But he's like, now, hey, why won't you? And then James has to come in and be like, well, listen. I'm going to have to set 90 seconds on the clock because you guys can't do this. And he goes, I'm trying to just have a back and forth. And he won't answer. And I'm trying to say like, no, I did answer. And a back and forth means you ask me a question or two, then I ask you some. It doesn't mean that I just sit here all night and let you ask me questions that I'm only allowed to give one-word answers to for you to then spurg out about. Like, that's not how a back and forth goes. Heads up. $5 says all poor people need First Amender's money. All of it. Unless there's another fucking can of worms, not to get into it. We should all pay our fair share. What's a fair share? I don't know, but I know I'm paying mine, he says. Exactly. That's how these lefties are. It's always that. Everyone else is immoral. Everyone else needs to do more. Everyone else needs to pay more. But if I'm paying more than him and I say, you're immoral, you're not paying as much as me, he'll say, no, I'm doing my fair share. Exactly what I'm doing is enough. It's always the same. It's the same fucking argument with these people. Bernie Sanders says senators that are millionaires are immoral. Then he became a senator that was a millionaire, and he said, I meant billionaires. And Orwell talked about this with the socialist. He's like, it's not that they give a shit about the poor people. It's that they're angry that there are people above them. So they pretend to give a shit about the plight of the poor people, but they ain't doing shit themselves, or they're doing very little. They just want to force the people on top to have to do more. That's it. Airborne Animal, $10, man, says, here's some bucks, your direction for your hard work. Rob for the W. Thank you. Perry Incorporated, $10, says, congrats, Rob. I told you he was really good at malicious reinterpretation. Of course, yeah. Chicken Pork Adobo. By the way, James having a lot of trouble reading your name, Chicken Pork Adobo. $2 says, Rob, should have asked if he has sausage and eggs. I did get to that in a bit. Wade Boggs, $20. Thank you. Says, great job tonight, Chair. Oh, and Rob, you did okay too. Thank you. Matthew Bennett, $2 says, Rob, I definitely ate breakfast today. I knew the audience would get a kick out of that shit. DD, $5 says, Chair understands hypotheticals. Chair also doesn't misrepresent his opponent's arguments. W, Chair. Ron Quay, $2 says, yeah, Chair, you're the only one who could call Rob fat, and he does all the time. Java Crow, $2 says, get a website so I can send a more efficient dono. Java, you can send it to Cash App. I get like almost 100%. At robnoerr or $RobNorr, or PayPal at RobertNorr, which I get like 90 something percent, or buymeacoffee.com/RobNorr. But I am getting a website too. Spiro, what's up, my friend? Spiro had quite the night last night. $2. I don't know if you guys have heard Spiro sing Disney whip songs, but wow. He said, but I did have breakfast this morning. Yeah, you can't make that shit up, man. DD, and you can see even James was like, DD, $10 says, I think there are enough good charitable people that a food program for the needy can be entirely voluntarily funded. It isn't altruistic to use government force to steal money, even if you give it to the poor. That's correct. Now, I'm okay with the limited government social net. I really am. But the idea that it somehow makes you altruistic, if I take money off you, DD, and then give it to bum leg here, that doesn't make me a good person. There's nothing moral about what I just did. Taking money from one person to give to another. Why is that virtuous? If I take my own money and give it, then you can say that's moral or virtuous. Bumleg, $5 says that Winnie the Pooh sounding virgin was so stupid in bad faith. They always resort to insults. Glorious demolition, Rob. Man, I can't stand that loser. That's all right. Life is beating him down more than I could. Eclipse! Thank you so much for everything last night, man. Really appreciate it. He says, if you can choose carbonated Kool-Aid over substance, you aren't hungry enough to steal my taxes. He literally made the argument. If you were starving to death, instead of getting like nutritious food like bread or cheese or meat, you would buy soda. He said, yep, they would still buy the soda, even if they were starving to death. Now, what do you say to something like that? That's fucking nonsensical. Bum leg, thank you for becoming a member again. Chicken Pork Adobo, $5 says, I believe he's being bad faith, especially the breakfast question. Says, I believe he already heard that from Andrew. Yeah, but then he's a good actor. I don't think so, man. He's definitely being bad faith throughout the debate, but I think he really is that dumb on that question. John Rock, $2 says, if you're poor, only water, 0 drinks. No drinks, 0. I mean, I wouldn't mind like some flavored waters or shit like that aren't that bad, but no soda. Again, he never addresses, why are we subsidizing a big corporation like Coca-Cola? That, by the way, is then able to sell products more to people who then get diabetes. Angela Straven, $5, thanks, says, you can't stop people from using HSA funds from anything that isn't medical related. So it's not like you couldn't do the same with SNAP or similar things, or you can stop. Yeah, that's absolutely correct. HSAs are like tax exempt or taxed at a much lower rate. Health saving account. Now I got a debit card for my HSA, right? But I can't swipe it at the gas station. I can't buy a hot dog with it. I can't buy a soda. I can only swipe it at approved medical facilities for approved medical procedures or products. That's it. Why would that be impossible to do? And we already do it with food stamps, by the way. At least here in Pennsylvania, but I think it's the same. You can't get hot food. Or maybe now they've changed it, but it used to be that way. So, for example, if you go to Walmart and they got the little station there set up where they got like the chicken tendies and the hot dogs. And I know this because when I did the home healthcare thing, my person that I worked with autism had a food stamp card. But we couldn't buy that shit with it. If you put that on the register and swipe the card, it would say no. Because the little barcode they put there to scan doesn't come up with the correct code that would be able to do that. So the idea that it's like, it would just cost huge amounts of money to enforce this. No, all you have to do is take that same system you already have and just say, okay, now there's a bunch of other codes that won't work. And I'm not saying it would be perfect. Of course, there's a possibility that here's this thing that's slightly unhealthy that slipped through the cracks. But we do a damn sight better to start by saying like, no soda, no potato chips, shit like that. Airborne Animal, $5 says, interesting how lefties, like First Amender, cannot handle their own kind of arguments or criticisms. Then after people insult him back, he starts to cry. Yeah, he looked, like, let's see if I can find this. He looked real sad there at the end. Like, he looked, when people were, like, going on about his fucking family, and it's like, hey, man, fuck you. That's what you get. Here, let's see if I can find the part. I remember thinking, like, wow, I kind of feel bad. Let's see if we can find. I'm not going to fight it tonight, but he looked not good. Anyways, he did not look good. But hey, that's what happens. You play that game. Ron Quay, $2 says, this was for soda. What will I do now for calories? Oh, snap. AI Chatbot, $5 says, even if we gave them money, half would be funneled into special interest. I agree. Wandering Construct, thanks so much, man. $10. Says, I buy Coke so I could work longer, so I can earn more money, so I could buy more Coke. Therefore, Coke increases GDP and should be available on Snap. Big brain take. Yep. Wilson Garcia, thanks so much. $2 says, I agree. No soda and gradual cutoff after 3 months. Yep. Obviously, I didn't get to the second point much, but Devil's Raspberry, $2 says, when Rob says soda, I'm sure he means pop. I do normally say pop. I was trying to not say pop because I thought the audience would make fun of me. Airborne Animal, $5 says, Rob, you were so nice with your return roast. As someone who grew up in poverty and escaped, I know that world. I would have been much more brutal. Thanks. Yeah. You know, I'm not trying to insult the guy's family that much. So I just was like, well, he left because you're a shithead without a chin. But that's sort of a brutal fucking story. My wife or my mom left my dad because he can't pay attention. And so we needed food stamps. I mean, that's brutal. Cool, Vic, man. Thanks for watching. $20 says, tell your dad I said hi. Was my favorite. Thanks. W. Rob, not one step back. Thank you. BJC, $5 says, this is not stupidity. It's obfuscation. Probably due to sociopathy and spiritual decay. Probably. Unforced Ego, $10 says, you don't absorb calories from whiskey is such an outlandish claim. How do you refute it without Googling? It's obviously wrong, but how do you disprove it without looking up? Yeah, that was exactly it. It sounded fucking ridiculous to me, but I'm like, that's something that's so ridiculous. It's like, well, I guess maybe that is true. Because it just sounds ridiculous. I was like, huh? So I use Brave. But, you know, it's my search engine, but I started to look it up, and it was like, yeah, it's bullshit. And then I was like, oh, yeah, and beer's got carbs and shit in it. So same principle. Omar Tapia, $2 says, yeah, I'm sure first, okay. It's a funny joke, but Tacit Tempo, $2 says, missed the whole debate. Guess it went well. It did. Wilson Garcia, $2 says, Rob, you won. Also, I wish you got to the fraud. I know. I'm sorry I didn't get there. Chop Chop, $10 says, Snap EBT cash is loaded on the card. It can be used like a debit card at participating stores, ATMs, and sometimes even online to pay bills or buy items. $1.8 billion was given out in 2024 in EBT cash. Correct. It's not just food stamps. There is also cash that's sent out. Zodiac Slayer, $5 says, good performance tonight, Rob. Was really annoying to see your opponent ad hom and mock you all night. Yeah, but it just made him look bad. Mr. Jellyfish, $5 says, why do your thumbnails look like an announcement of your death? I don't know. Maybe they know something I don't. I never noticed it. Sparrow, $5 says, First Amendment is a systems administrator. Godless engineer is a programmer. Why is my field full of people who can't comprehend basic logical premises? But don't worry, the AI that they're going to create is going to save us all. Blasterbot, $20 says, I'll show Rob by sending him money. Then he'll really know he lost the debate. Can we do a Vaush song in the queue when he's just being silly for the night? It's been a while. Yeah, I'll play it later tonight. The jabroni big time, $5, thanks, says that $10 spot must have really cut into First Pretender's lotion fund. Thank you, man. Hunter Killer, $5 says, his point about soda providing calories is completely invalidated by the zero nutritional value causing malnutrition without other more nutritious foods. Correct. Stefana Wender, $5 says, in their after party, they brought up an interesting point. Should we not allow actual sugar so they can't bake a cake? No, I don't think that sugar is something that you should be able to buy with SNAP. I mean, how much is a fucking bag of sugar? Spend $5 of your own money and get one if you want to bake a cake. I don't think that's something that we should allow to purchase necessarily. Galactic Contradiction, $20 says, my studies say, you know nothing about Philadelphia, bigot. That's true. That's fair. Balsonia, $2 says, first offender is a habitual point misser. I Stand America, $2 says, he knows what it means. Andrew used it on him too. All right. Mr. Jellyfish, $5 says, greetings from Idaho. Keep up the good work. Thank you. MXPX, I used to listen to them quite frequently. $5 says, the study about drug testing benefits recipients was probably run on kids on SNAP, not the parents. Again, like I said, it's absurd to think that almost no one on SNAP's taking drugs. So either A, they stopped taking drugs because of the testing, which is a good thing, or B, the studies are full of shit. Tacit Tempo, $5 says, you can make simple models for social services. They work pretty well when everyone's aligned to it. It won't work if you have a bunch of bums at net negative. Correct. Mr. Jellyfish, $5. What is an HSA? Health Savings Account. So a lot of insurance plans that you have will be HSA eligible. So let's say I have a job, 9-to-5 job, right? And they pay 95% of my insurance premiums, but I pay 5%. They also sometimes offer HSA eligible plans that is your employer or you yourself could put money into this account that's taxed at a much lower, if not zero level. So let's say I'm allowed to put it, there's a limited amount you could put into it. My company used to put in like $50 a month into this account. Now, the only thing I could use that account for was a medical expense. But it could be, it's loose though. So like it could be cough syrup. I could buy cough syrup with my HSA card. I could, if I have a deductible, there's a copay to go to the doctor's office. I could swipe my HSA card. But it is a special account only designated for health, and it's taxed at a much lower rate. That's why people put money into it. Wilson Garcia, $5 says, First Amender tried to use identity politics to change your mind. Well, white people on food stamps. Yeah, what do I fucking care? It had nothing to do with anything. Over to Rumble. Bree, $5 says, let's go, Rob, not one step back. I hope I did you proud, man. Character Holding, $5 says, so we should tax everyone at 100% and give the money to people that don't work to supercharge the economy. Infinite money hack. Yep. GDP through the roof, baby. Flavius, unbelievable, $100. Man, thank you. Says, good show, Rob. Beat this degenerate into dirt so he won't show his face again. Thank you. Bree, $5 says, great job, Rob. You won when your opponent admitted defeat post opening statements. Ignore the haters if you're addressing the weight issue. It's a commendable pro tip. Elliptical burns and the most calories. I am trying to lose weight. I don't mind it. Flavius. Oh, we already read that one. Thank you. Read that one. Bree, $2 says, empathy means you place yourself in someone's situation. Sympathy means you feel bad for someone's misfortune. Compassion means you want to do something that alleviates someone's misfortune. Charlie Kirk. Yeah, that's absolutely it. Empathy's like, I've gone through this, or I can imagine myself gone through it. Sympathy is, I feel bad that you're going through this. He didn't know, of course, from rote memory. Mengozi, $10 says, I owe you this, Chair. You're right as usual. He didn't understand the importance of the breakfast question. Stu Pedasso, thanks so much. $5 says, how about a grift stream? Every $5 grifted is a sit-up, and you have to do all sit-ups the following day. Maybe. I could do that. Maybe we will do that. What if I made $1,000? What's that? 200 sit-ups? Well, I could probably do that. I'd have to get in shape. We'll consider it. And that's it. All right. Did I miss any other real quick? And then we'll proceed with the show. Initials MS. Thank you so much. Buy me a coffee, $50. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Our friend Bruce, thank you so much. $5 over on Cash App says, for the W, Rob, great win over First Offender. Thank you. Amazing. You guys are the best. Look at this, Zachary G. Oh, Zach G. I bet that's our friend. He just changed his name. $5 says, First Amendment conceded in the first 5 minutes saying, Snap needs significant reform. And then Rob said, this is not a debate, but a discussion. And then said, this is not a debate, but yep. Strong like bull. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, man. So he's coping. Oh, Intel Wild. $5 says, we want Easy and Rob. Only hardcore rappers will get that joke. Easy E, man. Thanks so much, Intel Wild. Always appreciate. All right. Now, I owe some songs and stuff, but I promise we'll talk a little more here. But I am going to go to the restroom. Now, I did promise to play the Vaush song, so if you're new to the channel, our good friend Vaush, very interested in equid pursuits. So we made a nice little song for him. I hope you'll enjoy. I'll be right back.
Ride strings in on his high horse so tall, claims he's a savior, the voice for us all. But his saddle's loose, his reins are a lie, galloping words but no truth in his eye. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, naming loud justice but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares but the pasture's a sham. Vaush the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. He wears a bridle of virtue so tight, but his hoof prints show where he's lost the fight. Spurs click sharp, yet his actions stay tame. A broken down steed in a hypocrite's game. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice but it's hollow in sound. Trots for the mares but the pasture's a sham. Vaush the hypocrite, just a man with no plan. Haystacks bare, he promises fields but leaves dust in the air. Whinnies of wisdom, yet the barn doors creak, a hollow hoof beat when the words that he speaks. He's a stallion in the mirror, a colt on the ground, making loud justice but it's hollow in sound. He trots for the mares but the pasture's a sham. Vaush the hypocrite, just a man with no plan.
Oh, thanks, Vaush. I'm glad. So tomorrow we're going to do a call-in show probably around noon. The Saturday call-in show, the reason for that is I like to have that chunk of time between the call-in show on Saturday and then Sunday night to actually do some stuff with my family. So instead of doing a show Saturday night and a show Sunday night, it gives me more of a chunk of time. Plus, I'm going to try to do some research. I want to check something here real quick. Am I still on Zoom? I hope not. That'd have been pretty crazy. I want to... sorry. No. Check my Discord. He's a stallion in the mirror, a coat on the ground. Make him bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. He's down down down. Vaush the hypocrite. Just a man with no plan. Boom boom boom. It's a fun show though, right? I hope you guys were entertained. That's sort of the whole fucking point. I entertain myself, but I hope you're entertained as well. I do. Let me know if you thought I sucked or whatever. I don't mind. What's that last part you thought I sucked? Fuck you! Oh, no, I'm just kidding. You know, I wish there were better opponents out there. Oh, look at that. Kyle Engel. $5 says, take my money, ya yinzer. You got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tomorrow's call-in show, there's going to be a lot to talk about, so I'm going to avoid talking about it tonight. Trump's fallen all over his fucking face. I don't know how else to put it. I am not going to leave Trump do something that I heavily criticize Biden for, and that is, as people feel that they are struggling with the economy, and it's not just they feel that way, it's true. The economy is struggling. I'll explain why in a second. Instead of saying, of course, there's problems with the economy, and we're going to try to help you out, he's like, I won't hear any more talk. The economy's great. What a fucking idiot. He just keeps doubling down. You know? Thank you, imposter coding. It's just dumb. Now, is the economy doing good? By many metrics, it's doing much better than it was under the Biden administration. But here's the problem. Things got so shitty. Like inflation goes like this under Biden. And now under Trump, it's like going like this. But these people that were paying down here, they're still struggling. They're still paying up here. It doesn't matter if it was Biden's fault or Trump's fault. And they're like, yeah, we're struggling. And when Trump's looking at those people and he's like, shut the fuck up. The economy's great. It's dumb. It's bad. It's bad messaging. You know, Scott Pressler tweeted something out today that I think is just absolutely on point. He said, I can't stop thinking about one thing. They killed the best of us, Charlie Kirk, and almost no one turned out for the Republicans, and the Democrats did turn out. And that's it. And I've been saying this since I was blue in the fucking face. The idea that all this violence against Republicans, the violence against ICE, the violence against Trump, the violence against... They were reporting today, Stephen Miller, Trump's like the dude that works on the border with Trump. The day after Charlie Kirk got shot, violent people showed up, or people showed up outside of his house to intimidate him, and his wife had to flee the home. Doesn't matter. Republicans unable to capitalize or address it. It's ridiculous. And then this other story that's worth watching is Stephen Baker is claiming later tonight or tomorrow that he is going to put proof out of a lot of evidence that strongly suggests to like a 95% certainty that there was someone, it looks like, I'm reading the tea leaves here, it looks like a woman who worked for law enforcement that was the person that planted the pipe bomb on January 6th. Now, how many times did I tell people since 2020? There are two questions that absolutely warrant answers for January 6th. The first, why wasn't there significant law enforcement there? I don't care if that's because Trump instructed people not to be there or if it was Pelosi or whatever. I want answers. Number two, what is the deal with the pipe story? With the pipe explosive? What's the story with it? That's serious. And if that's someone connected to Trump or that's a Republican, throw their ass in fucking prison. That's serious. No joke. A bunch of people rioting and pushing back against police. That's not good either. But that ain't a pipe bomb. Now, I knew the answer, that it was most likely a lefty or someone involved in law enforcement. And now, how did I know that? Because that's the one person that they weren't that concerned with. I showed you the clips of when Thomas Massey was talking to Benny Johnson, who was the head of the Capitol, Benny Thompson, who was the head of the January 6th committee. Remember, we had that video of, it looks like the police guy that sees the alleged bomb walks up to Secret Service. They bullshit for a while. They watch kids walk by where the explosive is. Then they just meander back, like with no urgency. You think you just saw an explosive planted outside the building that the vice president-elect's in? And you're just fucking around and letting kids walk by it? And Benny Thompson's like, I don't know anything about it. The most serious thing, these people that fucking wanted to get to the bottom of every blue-haired grandma that passed the velvet ropes in the Capitol, they wanted to throw the book at everyone except whoever it was that put that explosive, get the fuck out of here. That's how I knew it was bullshit. And you did too, if you think about it. So we'll see what Baker comes up with. So hopefully it's out by tomorrow for the call-in show. Watch how all of a sudden the Democrats won't give two fucking shits about January 6th. Same with Russia collusion. Biggest story in the world. Oh, turns out there was Russia collusion. Hillary's team colluding with the suspected Russian spy. Who gives a fuck? I said it. And for the people that have followed me for a long time, I was like, wait and fucking see. Wait and see. Now, I didn't know if the truth will ever come out, and I still don't know if it will. For all I know, this is a bullshit story. But I'm telling you. Anyways, it's been a good show tonight. Do I owe anyone anything? We're almost to 200% of the goal. Almost. Oh, Perry Incorporated. $5, thank you. Says, don't forget about AOC knowing about the threat an hour before anything popped off, even before security acted evacuating. They'll deny it to the hilt, though. No. They can't admit it. That's it. What's the goal? 200, or almost to 200%. Spin that wheel. If someone wants to donate $50, I'll spin the wheel. But the whole house of cards collapses it's the same with Russia collusion. This is the two things I've been saying. The two seminal stories for the Democrats are Russia, January 6th. I told you, January 6th with this pipe bomber, that has the ability to bring the whole house of cards down. On that story. On the Russia collusion story, I still stand by this. Who was Joseph Mifsud working for? The central figure, the original person, the first person that we're told that was a Russian asset that made contact with the Trump administration, a man by the name of George Papadopoulos, which we're told was the reason for the entire start of the entire Trump-Russia investigation. Who was he really working for? Because it wasn't the Russians. He was working for Western intelligence. And what we're going to find out is, if we ever get to the truth, this is what's going to happen. That means that garbage in, garbage out. They made up a bullshit story to begin, and then they waited for it to matriculate through a system and come out at the end, and that's the entire reason that they set the whole fucking thing up from the get-go. Same with the fucking January 6th stuff. I'm saying fuck a lot. I don't know why. I don't know why. I owe bum leg a Disney whip? Why? Let's see. Looking for pink donations. Did bum leg give one? Maybe. Drunk Batman did. I don't see bum leg giving $100. to request a specific whip zone. What am I missing? Did you do it the other day or something? I missed it. Is that what's going on? Oh, sorry. Oh, I almost bought it. I looked. I was like, you bastard. Yeah, nothing will bring it down. I know. They'll just ignore it, move on, say it's bullshit. It won't matter. Won't matter what the proof is. And here's the thing. You gotta know. You have to know that fucking they'll get away with it. There's a 95% chance. So. Oh, thank you, Avarice. Avarice and fucking Spiro were absolutely hilarious last night. You guys, it was good shit. I'm probably gonna go to bed here soon, though, if I'm honest, Avarice and everyone else. Unless people want to throw some money, it would be nice to make it to 200%. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be nice. It'd be real nice. Man, think of all the things we could do if we made it to 200%. I could buy a bunch of soda. I've seen some of this, John. I have seen that. Oh, man. What do we need, like 50-something bucks? Look, if someone donates $50, we'll spin the whip wheel once, and I'm pretty sure at that point. Yeah, thanks, Avarice, man. Dude, Avarice is a fucking man. They will get away with it. You're absolutely right. I'm sure if someone donates $50, someone will throw in the next $10 or whatever that's needed to get to 200%. Yeah, every show should just be Avarice and Spiro. I could just sit in the background. Dude, I laughed so hard last night. I got right here in my mouth. It's like a little sore because I was laughing so hard. Look at this. Marriott. Or Marriott. However you want to say it. Mayo Riot. Okay. $5. PA represent. Berks County. Yeah, all right. Clarion County man myself. Yeah, it's us Pennsylvanians sticking together, man. Oh, piss. Look at this. To the person with the initials LS, thank you so much. $100 dono. Said, had to give you a large amount of money for the breakfast beatdown you gave First Amender. Thoroughly enjoying all the work you do. God bless. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, LS. Unbelievable. I always forget to check it. Look at this. Oh, we're 1% away. Zachary G, you have entertained me and I rarely contribute. Thank you, man. Look at that. Almost to 200%, but let's do a whip wheel before. Oh, snap. Now watch all the audience leave here. That's okay. Of course, here on the show, if you donate $50, we play the hit single Where There's a Whip, There's a Way from the old Lord of the Rings, like 1980 cartoon in different styles. Whatever. I am a Clarion County supremacist. It's true. Funk music. Now, when we made that one, I'd never heard the term funk. Ever. I still can't remember what this one is, but I bet Spiro could sing it real good. Let's see. I just saw it. There it is. You ready?
Wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the land says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all the way, 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 all the way.
long one. Holy shit. Do people listen to this style of music? The style of music was funk, Phonk. I don't know. It sucks. I think. Unforced ego, $5 takes over the goal. 200%. Let's give that a go. Thank you guys so much. And Intel Wild gives 5 membership. Thank you so much. Juggalo vibes. Now you don't like it anymore? I don't know, man. I know some juggalos. They're all right. The ones I know. Juggalos have been shit on so long that it's kind of respectful. You know, they're like, hey, you know what? Respectable. 100 now. Do it. Do it now. 100 what? Oh, someone donate 100. I was going to say, I didn't do nothing. Oh, 100 for the Disney song. Yeah, you have to donate $100 to pick a specific song. Last night, spinning the random wheel, we hit Disney like 4 times. Someone told me that it was like 0.000006% chance or some shit like that. It's crazy. Who's on? Our boy Tony's on tonight when we raid over, huh? Good man. Is he still on? Did Tony end his show? Because if so, we'll raid our man, Abe Dinkus. No, Tony's still on. I can't figure out if he's really. I think he's streaming. All right, he's on. Yeah. No, he's on. All right, listen. I know Avarice. I know Abe's on. I did tell Tony I would raid him again. So, we'll raid him tonight. I like me some Abe, too. Now, listen. Someone out there, EOD, someone who has a channel, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow from like noon to like 2:30 or 3, something like that. So someone stream after me so I could raid you. It'd be wonderful. Speakeasy's also on. Oh, there's good people on right now. Good stuff. All right. You guys have been incredibly generous. I can't speak highly enough of how generous y'all are. It's truly amazing. You have plans tomorrow. Okay. Spiro will be streaming. Great. What's Eva's channel? I don't know Eva. Now here's the deal. Ava's? Oh, Avarice. Tomorrow, man. Hit me up tomorrow. Because I'm going to go downstairs. Here's what's going on. I'm going to get a shower. And then I'm going to put Judge Judy on. And I'm going to go to bed. And my wife's already sleeping. And when I get into bed, I know I'll fucking... My fat ass will like shake the bed enough that she's going to be like, it's going to wake her up. And I'm going to be like, sorry, I'm trying to watch Judge Judy. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'll raid you tomorrow, EOD. What time zone? I'm Eastern, baby. So it's 1:40 in the AM here. Now, here's the deal. Look, I thought James did a pretty good job with the moderation tonight, given I'm not easy to moderate anyways, because I do talk in big chunks. I get it. But First Amender was definitely pushing the issue. And I thought he did fine. So no hard feelings there. Happy to work with James. Also, I got some news. I might be a fill-in at DebateCon. Ba-bam! I might be arguing Islam. Woo! Rob GPT would be fucking banging that debate. My goodness. But, First Amender did quite poorly. That's all I have to say. I don't wish him ill. I think he did quite poorly. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was a convincing victory for me. And I really enjoy this stuff. Would I argue for Islam? I would have to make it clear that I don't believe it, but I would argue in the context of a debate. Cicero, there's a quote that he has somewhere that says that basically the point of defending even people that you suspect are illegal in a legal system is to shore up any flaws within the system and to make sure the people arguing against you are even better. So, but nonetheless, I'm hoping it won't come to that. And I certainly would do it. I would get clever with it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Nonetheless, you guys are the best. Thank you so much to everyone that donated. Sorry on nights like tonight, it takes me a while to read the super chats. I do apologize for that, but I think people understand. I try my best to pay attention to the entire debate, so I'm not really reading the chats, let alone the super chats, but I immensely appreciate it. I really do. Thank you to Avarice and Spiro for last night. Those guys were great. Thank you to my mods, who are all amazing. Thank you so much for everyone who donated, who liked the stream, who chatted, and everyone who just watched and didn't do any of those stuff. Thank you as well. You guys are the best. You really are. It is absolutely amazing. I can't get over the support you guys have given. Even if you can't donate any money, perfectly cool. Like the stream, it helps out, man. I do have a chin. There it is. So we are going to raid over to Tony over at Hello Listener. Great dude. I did a stream with him last Friday, I believe. So 7-day anniversary. First time I did a stream with him. It was a lot of fun. So I hope you'll enjoy it. I think they're playing a little bit of music over there. A little bit of music. Excellent. Okay. All right. Got an assignment for tomorrow. No problem. 1 p.m. Fuck. Okay. My stream might start late then or early. All right. I'm going to do some research for this stream right now. So, okay. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you all. I hope you enjoyed it. Enjoy this raid out. As always, have a good one. And remember the memory of Charlie Kirk, what he stood for, and God bless him and his family. We'll talk to y'all soon.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.